7 months ago, in June of 2010, you will recall that there were lots of requests from builders and developers to provide some relief in terms of expiration of building permits. The economy was such that things had slowed significantly. Lots of builders were not able to get construction loans. Builders did not have buyers standing, waiting to pick up their product. And they were faced with the prospect of having a building permit that was in process expiring. And the in process could mean one of three different ways. It could be that the building permit had been submitted, but the builder or developer was unable or unwilling to pick the permit up within 1 year of submittal, which is a requirement. Or someone had picked up a permit and had not been able to commence construction, which has to commence within 1 year of picking up the permit. Or someone was in the situation of having started construction but not being able to continue construction. And in order to keep a permit live, we require that a meaningful building inspection take place every 6 months. So last June, we came to you and talked about whether or not some type of relief should be provided. And we gave information on what other jurisdictions in the mountains were doing and other resort communities were doing. And at that time, the city of Aspen had also provided some relief. They had automatically extended all permits until June of 2011. And we talked about what kind of action should be taken here. Should we not expire permits, give everybody a 6-month extension, give everybody a year extension? And at that time, what we determined was that anyone with a permit that expired in 2010 would automatically have until August of 2011 to get back on track. We thought that that was the cleanest way to do it in terms of giving everyone a specific date. It would be easiest to deal with from an administrative standpoint because everyone would be dealing with a August date that we could track very closely. And we chose that rather than giving every permit a 6-month extension or giving every permit a year extension. And people have taken advantage of that. We have lots of people that we know that are intending to wait as long as they can, and probably until August, to pick up permits or to get permits rolling again, simply because there hasn't been a lot of change in the economy and in demand, particularly for single-family homes. So the issue came up again a few months ago, just last month, I believe, because you received a letter from Glenn Horn representing 80 Buttermilk Lane landowner, which I believe the representative is Dan Coleman. And the specifics of that request from Mr. Coleman and Mr. Horn were the fact that they have a permit that expired in January of 2011. And the argument being made was we picked 2010, December 31st, 2010, that anyone who expired by that date had until August of 2011. The argument being made, well, our permit expires in January. We're just 30 days behind what you picked. That was sort of arbitrary. We feel that some relief should be given to us because we're just outside of the box by 30 days. There are others in those similar circumstances, not that close to December of 2010, but not as many. You see in the memo that we prepared that we say that in that second paragraph in the background that we've received 3 requests for extension permits. And actually that is now just 2 requests. One of those 3 withdrew the permit, said we're not going to be able to get started no matter what you do So we're pulling that permit and not going to go forward. So we have two actual people who have come forward and said, what can you do for us at this time? And one of those is the Coleman project, and another is another project up in the Buttermilk area. And we have prepared a summary of the construction permits potentially expiring. And if you'll recall, this is significantly different than last year, the number of permits. I didn't include for you, but last year in June, the permits that would have expired in 2010 were in the 30-35 range. And now the permits are in the 10 range. Permits that will expire in various stages of approval.
Excuse me, Lance, to what date though? August?
To June 1st. We said what we've shown are those that would expire between December 31st, 2010 and June 1st, 2011. And it's, we think, in the range of 10 permits. Once again, one of the concerns is what it means in terms of land use policy, because there are, particularly the Coleman permit is a permit that was approved prior to the 2006 code. So we're now in 2011, so 5 years almost have passed. Policies have changed, and in that particular case, if that permit were to expire and they wanted to restart it, there would be 4 TDRs required. That's an approval that was pre-urban growth boundary, 15,000 square foot house was allowed without utilizing TDRs, and the code was changed in 2006. So there was a pre-code change land use approval that vested for 3 years, and then the building permit came in. And of course, they had a year or two to pick up that permit, but they have not been able to. So that's the situation. Again, we feel it's a policy decision on the board's part as to what kind of action should be taken, if any, in order to continue some program of extension of permits, or to just stand pat with the program that we have in place.
George, do we have any other new information in terms of what other communities are doing that did an extension last year?
We didn't do that survey. Aspen has not made any change so far, but we did not survey other communities.
I think it's probably the same.
I'm
really not aware of it.
Everyone who made whatever determination they made last year, like we did, as far as you know, they're sticking to their what they decided to do, as far as I know.
Board, we have seen this issue before. We have about 20 minutes set up for discussion and direction to staff. So, Rob, you're kind of newer on it, but I think you've seen the background that we've discussed. And it's relatively straightforward. We explored about a year ago things such as should it be an extension only for permits below a certain value. We looked at extension of permits that did not conflict with the new land use code at all. And we determined at that time that it was more straightforward just to make it a blanket extension of those permits. The issue, of course, is that the reason projects are only vested for a limited number of years is because land use codes do change, and you're always kind of moving up the bar for a number of different standards that are in response to community concerns. And we certainly have heard concerns about homes as large as 15,000 square feet that aren't further reducing growth somehow through extinguishing of TDRs or something like that. So anyone want to weigh in on the discussion and general thoughts? Michael, Jack, then we'll come back to you, George.
Yeah, I would be troubled by extending a permit that was substantially different from the present land use code, particularly if it was a permit issued before 2006. That's 5 years. 5-year-old permit? I mean, there's economic conditions that were different before then and subsequent, so they were caught maybe on the fulcrum point of that. But I would be willing also to extend building permits and give community development discretion to decide what are the substantial issues and whether they should be addressed or not. So in the case of this permit that precipitated this, I guess, the issuance to slide by with not retiring TDRs, it's not acceptable to me.
Jack?
Yeah, I'd like a little feedback from staff as to the potential, if there are any downsides of giving these extensions. Be a little bit explicit. You know, there are a number of things going on separate of the TDRs. Are there any other properties that are TDR eligible now?
We talked about that last time, and there were, last June, and when you adopted the ordinance in July. At that time, those that were extended to August of 2011, there were several that had TDR issues. There were 3 or 4, and there were 2 houses that had stream setback issues. With this new group that we're talking about, those who would have expired in 2011, the only one that I'm aware of that would have any land use issue associated with it would be the one that requested the extension, the Coleman property.
I mean, the bigger issues like stream setbacks and TDR is just one you're saying.
Yeah, because we're finally running out of that. I mean, those people who got their application in, land use application in before the code was adopted in July of 2006, we're finally running out of all of those.
Okay, and are there any other issues relative to staff? I mean, for example, fees, seems like staff has some available time these days since we're not backlogged with development applications. So staff availability and ComDev fees, I mean, is it time?
The fee issue is that I think without question, the fact that last year we extended permits that were expiring in 2010 to 2011 definitely affected the building budget in 2010 because people who might have picked up permits and paid for them did not. Hopefully they will in 2011, but every time we push out a date, it just pushes out the potential revenue stream. And of course, we don't know ultimately whether people will pick up the permits or will not, but if they do, it just means the revenue stream goes farther down the line.
And let me ask Lance to clarify on one thing. That's because it's not just, quote, a fee for the permit, it's because their planning fees associated with their approval are paid at the time the permit is picked up.
They've already played the planning fee, but that's really a small amount. The big fees are the building permit fees, and at that time come road impact fees, housing impact fees. So it's not just the plan review fee to the building department, it's all of the ancillary fees that come with.
Thanks for the clarification.
Well, let me finish up. As usual, internal debate for Jack. To me, there's a balance of what's going on with the development community, actually the project itself. Then there's, on the other side, the need to be cognizant of ComDev fees and availability of staff, as well as our workforce out there. People are not working. If the choice were for a developer, if we didn't give an extension, it might move forward or just come under the new code. And there are advantages there. Putting people to work, accruing fees. And for me, though I have no background about, say, the other potential development projects that the other 9 that we're talking about, the Coleman one sure has been on the table for a good while. So I'm most interested in hearing what other commissioners say before I can weigh in.
George, I think you up.
We did an extension last year based on what we all considered sort of a very unusual economic times, and as well as a lot of other resort communities did the same thing. They acknowledged that people were having a hard time or impossible getting any commercial construction loans, and like us, other communities decided to help out the local contractors and applicants to allow an extension. And we did that based on those that awareness. And it was an arbitrary date. Glenn Horn says in this letter that it could have just as easily been a month later. It could have been 6 months later, 6 months prior. So at some point we had to pick a date. And that date was to try to have a starting point and an ending point, so we wouldn't continue to have people come in throughout the year asking for extensions, and we had that discussion at that point. So at some point, we had to pick a date, and I believe that we need to stick with that date, unless we really feel at this point that there's another yet overriding concern to continue to allow extensions. I think that our ComDev department is showing a $200,000 deficit for this coming year, and that's impacting the general fund and our ability to look at the impact of what that may have on other services and programs the county does. And so to continue to allow extensions really starts to impact our general fund. And at some point, if we open this up to one request, I think we're going to continue to see other requests for any numerous reasons, whether it be financing or opportunities to wait. I think we're opening up a door that I'm not sure I want to go forward. The economic situation that I've been hearing and reading around the country sounds more positive. Housing construction loans and housing construction, people are saying should be picking up. Hopefully money will start being available for construction. So I'm pretty comfortable leaving this as it stands right now, unless we see another substantial dip in our economy, and at that point I think we can revisit it. But regardless, if the board decides to go ahead and allow some extensions, the other issue is the going under the different codes from the past vesting periods. And the vesting period, as Lance said, it's an opportunity to take advantage of a 3-year vesting time period to build, but knowing that if they don't build within that time, that applicant will be under the new code, whatever that is. And I think that's important, because that's why people are constantly coming in before us to ask for extension of vesting rights, because they want to ensure that they don't have to conform to any new codes. And that's, I think that's a very important part of our land use policy, as we recognize needs to adjust. Applicants have to conform to that. So I would definitely be opposed to allowing what would maybe consider an extension of the vesting right that would not keep that applicant under the current codes.
Thank you. Rob, did you have a comment?
Yeah. The first thing that seems to me, and I wasn't here last year when this emergency ordinance was passed, the first thing that seems to me is picking a arbitrary date of December 31st to extend permits until August 31st seems to make more sense if you were to have extended permits out a year versus a specific date. It seems to me that I would have made an argument to say, well, let's extend all permits before August 31st, 2011 to that date. because you do have to pick a date, but it seems like that ideology makes a little bit more sense if you were to extend things out a year. So in that reference, I'm a little in favor of saying, what's the difference between January and December for extending these permits? I don't know if there's any way to, there's obviously staff time that's gone into thinking about all this, and that costs the county money and time and energy. If there's any way of accelerating or adding additional fees for permits extended, having some sort of thought process of saying, well, pay part of your fee now, so that way the builder is somewhat committed to seeing forward this project as opposed to just getting a 6 months extension or an 8-month extension and then saying, well, we're not going to do it anyway. And we've gone through all this work granting them extensions and time and energy and those sorts of things. So I would kind of open the discussion for additional permitting fees or even a more accelerated process of paying the fees that would be due when they did pick up their permit, or those sorts of things to relieve the problems that the building department is having with not being able to collect these fees up front. I do have a little bit of an issue with the code changes. I do see that as being a problem of extending out too long from those vested rights, so that they're under old code that isn't really represents the values that we're having. But really it goes back to this arbitrary date of December 31st, and I think it's a little unfair for those people in January and February that it's not extending it for a year, it's extending it to a certain time period, or a certain date, I should say.
Thank you. The one thing I know is I think we need to have a discussion coming from our direction with our county attorney to make sure whatever direction we're doing, he feels is due process and equal application of our codes. I think that was a check-in that we had before, and it's important. I am concerned, as others are, about a policy that continues to just extend and extend, because we could be in August or the next time period in here, well, we can't really do our building permit now because construction loans are such a high interest rate. There's going to be some changing circumstance that goes forward no matter what. And I'm also equally concerned of extension of a permit for a type of home that is outmoded, frankly, in today's market. That's, the demand, because of the economy, seems to be for smaller, more reasonably sized homes and less ostentatious sized homes. And this permit was issued in 2006, as you said, kind of a couple years before. Was it 2006 or was it late 2007?
It has not been issued. The land use.
Excuse me, the land use approval was back in 2006. So, it seems to have been designed for a different marketplace than what we're seeing today. And I'm very concerned about that. As you've said, it's not truly in sync with the community values and the community values that both support the TDR program and smaller house sizes. What I'm particularly wondering about is whether we could talk to John Neely and see if we could do an automatic extension of permits that are not in conflict with the new code, and then extend permits for other projects as well when they come in conformance with the code. And I'd love to see us have some sort of expedited or, quote, limited review of anyone who ends up reapplying for the same type of permit where there have not been changes to their application and it is in conflict. It is not in conflict with the code. So that if anyone does let their building permits expire, but they come back with essentially the same project without changes, can we keep the fees and the time spent reviewing that to a minimum, so that we have as little impact as possible for people who do let their permits expire. So I'm just not sure if we could do a differential there or not. I cannot recall the conversation we had with John before.
Yeah, we did bring that up last time, and his response was, and the reason I feel comfortable saying it, even though he's not here, is he was pretty certain was that, no, we can't treat those that are in conflict with the code differently from those that are not in conflict with the code without changing the code. We have to change the land use code to say that we can do that.
Okay.
And that's why we broke it out last time in value of permit, because he said, well, you could treat different values of permits differently, but not different circumstances with conformance with the code, was his response when we talked about this last time. I can reconfirm that with him, Rachel, but that's what
Yeah, I knew there were some standards he had set. Well, so without further discussion with our attorney, it sounds like it's a little bit of all or nothing in terms of making the extension requests. And the other, it sounds like, is that we could investigate further whether we could make an extension request, again, based on the value of permits. This is a work session. We really don't take public comment per se, but Glenn, we are referred repeatedly to a letter that you submitted, so I'll let you speak for a couple minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Glenn Horn. I represent 80 Buttermilk Lane, landowner LLC, and Dan Coleman is the representative of that ownership entity. And I did present a letter to you that kind of laid out the arguments, and we appreciate you considering this request today. The owner agrees with all of the direction that was taken when the extensions were granted last summer. And it was really good on the county's part to take into consideration the economic circumstances that were affecting the county as well as this particular owner. One of the things I want to comment upon is it was an unusual process that took place in that the process was an emergency ordinance, and there wasn't the same sort of notification given that typically would be given for a regular ordinance process because it was an emergency process. There was a hearing where the ordinance was introduced and a confirmatory hearing. Had this owner been aware of the proceedings that were taking place, he would have participated and obviously suggested that the date that was picked would have been a little different than the end of the year. There was a notice in the paper, and it met the letter of the law.
Were you in attendance at some of those hearings, Glenn?
Yes, I was, but I didn't represent this owner at the time. I was approached later on about this. But anyway, one of the points that we want to make is that Dan and the ownership entity did not own this property when it went through the land use process. They acquired it after the land use process with the land use entitlements. And in terms of the capability of this ownership group to build this project, they're kind of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel where they could pull this together and pursue the development of the site. And they're just asking for some relief at this time so that they can really stay in the game with this particular project. And one technical point that I want to address is there's a different interpretation with respect to the expiration of this permit on the part of the ownership entity and the county, and that they have a different view as to whether or not there actually has been an expiration of this permit. And I just want to make that point for the record.
Thank you. Okay.
And can you comment to that, Lance?
Yes, I'll let Tony. There's a provision in the code that gives the certain amount of discretion to the chief building official, and the chief building official has made the determination that does not apply.
And we've received your letter in
Yeah,
response.
I did send a letter in response to that.
Very briefly, we're out of time here. We have scheduled
My name is
hearings.
Briston Peterson, and I'm Brightmore Associates. We're a general contractor here in town. And I'm actually representing two clients. I've met with Tony Fasaro to discuss these two specific permit issues. I have one client on Lot 8 Castle Creek that has a house that is framed up, and literally construction has stopped on that project, and the permit will expire in August of 2011, and we're very unclear whether the owner has the financial capacity to start the job prior to 2011. So I have a unique situation there. I have another client located at 2800 West Buttermilk that I met with Tony on, where it's the client's intent to move forward on the project, but their permit actually expires June 2nd of this year. Because of the elevation and the exposure of the project, it's on the top of Buttermilk Mountain, it's very difficult for us to achieve a inspection that is deemed to be substantial prior to the expiration of their building permit. So we would request that we present to the county, or to the county in this case, the fact that we have actually pulled the permit and we are starting construction prior to the expiration of the permit, that justifies a vesting period for this client.
Thank you. And Lance has taken some notes on that, is aware of that. Board members, do we need some more time to consider this, or you want to talk about it further during open discussion? Anyone would like to offer a, it is a work session, we don't take motions, but a direction for us to consider?
I would stay with my earlier comments. I think unless we see another substantial dip in the economy where we want to try to help out the local community contractors, I think we did an extension for a year, and I'm comfortable with moving on. Yeah.
Michael, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think, it turns out that everybody has a different problem here, and so it's hard to address all these problems with one result or one resolution. But as Glenn mentioned, we could pass an emergency ordinance and make this differentiation between land use codes and resolve the problem that way. So I would be willing to go ahead and try that.
Okay, so you would like to do a blanket extension of the existing?
Well, not blanket, but be able to differentiate through a change in the building code that there, that makes some difference.
And that, my understanding, Michael, from the last time we did this last June, was that Ely's advice was that we could differentiate by value of permit, but not by whether or not someone
Even
was,
with a resolution by
without changing the land use code. We'd have to go into the land use code on how we deal with TDRs and change it so that we specify that however someone who had blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
So.
Rob? Jack?
I
Or whoever? That's right.
I would like to see it, as if this emergency ordinance was passed in the sense of any permit before August 31st, 2011 would get an extension to that time period. I also think we need to find a way of, when these things come up, having some sort of additional fee, accelerated fee, something to vest the builder in actually seeing the project go through.
So that if there is, quote, an automatic extension, there's at least some standard or some...
They pay a percentage of their fees that would be due when they pick up the permit, or add an additional percentage to the fees. This is taking staff time, and that costs us money.
Yeah.
And we want to see the projects happen. That's the reason the building permits were moved forward in the first place.
Or, conversely, if they really aren't willing to put that fee up, then, it goes away.
It goes
and we
away.
stop kind of playing with something that's not really going to materialize.
Correct.
Jack?
My sense is that we can end up going through this lengthy process and break all this down, or live by what we really, how we made a decision before relative to timelines, etc. Certainly it was arbitrary, but what was not arbitrary was what we swept everything in 2010, and that was a year. So I'm inclined to go with George, and I'm not going to agree to some long extended process to amend the code, etc. I think this is straightforward, and there's an argument can be made on both sides, but I'm going to go with the one that says consistency with the current code is important and enough is enough.
Michael?
You know, at our retreat, we discussed one of the main emphasis, the new emphasis was jobs. And there was a lot of discussion about how does the county get involved in jobs? Do we create jobs? Do we train for jobs? What do we do? And quite frankly, I think this is an opportunity to partner with the community and to allow some space because of economic conditions that have descended upon this community, unlike any other economic conditions that I'm familiar with, except by reading the quiet years. And so I think it takes a little bit of extra effort to go through the code, to talk to John Ely, to see if we can construct a rational way of doing this that allows people some surety going forward that their project has some viability. You know, if we don't want to cooperate with the community, I think that's fine, but I don't feel that it's a loss for us to look for opportunities here, to try to juice up the community a little bit. So.
Okay. Jack, we're over time, and I don't want to lose the schedule here. I think we just need to weigh in. There certainly are a lot of good points on either side of this. I am tending, I think, to trend where Rob and Michael's position seems to be going, if we can find a majority. I would like to go through the process for a code change, as you discussed, Lance, that would allow us to extend permits for projects that are no longer in, or that are not in sync with our current code, by coming up to code, whether it's the purchase of the TDRs or whatever's necessary to do. And then also extend the permits that are due to expire to the August 31st date. And I don't do that lightly. I would like to see the potential for a little more job creation. I think that this may take some time, but it doesn't sound like anyone is pulling their permits right away anyhow. And so we'll have to see what the length of time of the process is to get that sort of code change happening so that we can do both of those measures at the same time. And I take seriously all the concerns here at the table about not wanting to induce a lot of new staff time or complicate the code or things like that. Take the economic climate into consideration, and I take the value of enforcing our new code into consideration as well. So if we can thread that needle, that seems like a good direction. That seemed to be where you would be, Rob and Michael, and I respect the position you guys are putting out here, but it's just we're all weighing difficult circumstances.
Well, Rachel, if we're directing staff, I've got to request staff to understand what, for example, in these 10, or if from June to August, there might be 3 more, 5, I don't know. If those projects would go now, I mean, the economic conditions, the big money it costs to build a project is if they can or can't. So are we really accomplishing anything? Jobs could be now if we say no, build now. So I'd like more information from staff if we bring this back, as we do, about the circumstances of what really is going on here with these projects.
Well, we will get as much further information as we can from there. And Lance, is that enough direction for you
Yes,
to be able to work
as
with?
I understand it, I will get with the county attorney and we will talk about what kind of land use code or building code changes would be required to allow building permits to be extended subject to them meeting current land use codes. Meaning if someone needs TDRs, if they're getting extended, they would produce TDRs. And then other people who don't fall in the circumstance of not being in conformance with the code would all get an extension to August 31st, 2001.
I think that's what we're discussing. And then also to look at, I don't think there's a firm hard and fast on that, but should there be some sort of deposit type of fee,
Yes.
and
A
also,
possibility of an add-on fee for the.
and give us an outline of what a review would entail, or could entail for someone who basically resubmits the same project, should they actually let it expire September 2nd, and then reapply in November with the same project or something that they let expire. Okay, that seems to be the direction we're going in for now on this issue, and we will now move on to our Energy Smart Grant Program update. Sorry we ran into your time there a little bit, Dylan. We do have a presentation at 11 o'clock with people who have traveled to get here, so I will call the meeting pretty sharply right at about 11 o'clock. I mean, so we can call you back in if we don't get all of our questions answered later in the day. I apologize for that. So we got a PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Let's, I'm going to take 2 minutes break while he sets up.
So George, you skied Aspen Mountain Sunday?
Session. We are now going to get an update on the Energy Smart Grant Program. Welcome, and introduce yourself to the grassroots audience.
Hello, I'm Dylan Hoffman. I'm the Energy Program Manager for the county. I'm returning today as a follow-up from our last workshop session on January 18th to bring a little bit more information to the board on some specific issues that they had, namely how the Energy Smart organizational structure works, some specific Pitkin County budget considerations, the interface with the Energy Resource Center and how this program will affect our customers, and then also kind of some future considerations for the program. Basically, what's the problem and what is our solution? The problem has been that making energy improvements can be challenging. we have a lot of existing programs, especially rebate and incentive programs that have been around not only in our region, but our state and nationally. But what we're not seeing is that conversion from an energy audit, let's say, to actual measurable improvements on homes. People just aren't doing the work, and that's the bottom line. And what the goal of the Energy Smart program and what the goal of the Better Buildings program, which is what the Department of Energy is calling their grant program, is to really convert people that need the improvements into actual on-the-ground improvements. And that's the critical piece that differentiates what we've previously done with what we're looking to do. So this is definitely a pilot program and something that we're looking to do to really change the way that this market works. This is not showing up. Is there any way we can turn this down?
One more light up. Look at there, George. There we go. Thank you.
That's better. So this, what I think we didn't see at the last meeting was a little bit about how this grant works organizationally. As I mentioned last time, the grant recipient in this case is the Eagle County government, and everyone else that's working on this grant is a sub-recipient of that. So this is at the top of our structure here, Eagle County. We have 3 program managers, one at each county, one here at Pitkin, one in Eagle County, Adam Palmer, and one in Gunnison County, Andres Zabs. Along with our Energy Smart Grant Administrator, which is an Eagle County position, that's the person that's working with the DOE, dealing with all of our reporting structures, really administering the day-to-day operations of the grant. Those 4 folks really comprise the development team of this, and we're all working together to make sure that we're implementing this grant. Additionally, we have some sub-awardees who are doing marketing, data management, helping with the financing piece of that grant, and we're working with those organizations, and that's these folks right up here. So within each county, we have the program manager, which is me in Pitkin County's case. We also have the Energy Resource Center, which, as you know, CORE is running for us. That Resource Center is primarily interfacing with our private sector partners, who are folks like our energy analysts, the contractors that are doing the work, home builders associations. Additionally, we're interfacing with all of our utility partners within each county. And for us, that's the City of Aspen Electric, Holy Cross, and Source Gas primarily. Any questions on the organizational structure moving forward?
Will you get in your presentation consideration of the cost of the administrator per center program and how much of the $4.9 million will be allocated to each county?
Yes.
Okay.
One more question before you slip off that last slide. It's my understanding that the term marketing and market development have been used a little bit interchangeably. That on the backside, the quote marketing role under Eagle County is not so much promotion of the program, but the type of market development of the product to see it be self-sustaining and implemented going forward. Is that correct?
No, we're actually looking at it as we've hired a marketing and design firm that's doing all of our collateral materials, that's helping us with messaging, making sure that the product that we are creating with the Energy Smart program is being pushed out into the public.
And then which are the personnel that are, quote, developing the product? What part of the administrative process?
The program managers within each county, this level here.
And I'm sorry for that confusion, Rachel. I think and as we get into the purpose, I think what we see is this is kind of an incubator program at the beginning, if you will, to develop, what types of programs or products might folks be willing to pay fees for. And so there's some confusion on language there, and I probably caused that.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
That process.
Dylan, would you please read what's on the set of blocks underneath the managers?
Certainly. So each one says Energy Resource Center, and then who is running that. So in our case, it's CORE, the Community Office for Resource Efficiency. And this is our utility partners. So City of Aspen Electric, Holy Cross, and Source Gas. And then that's the same structure for each. So in Eagle County's case, the Valley Home Store is housed in the Energy Resource Center. And in Gunnison County, it's the Office for Resource Efficiency.
Yes. Would you, at least for me, email me that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
So in the last update, I gave an outline of what the entire 3-year Energy Smart budget looks like. I think that added some confusion to the discussion, and so how I wanted to break it down this time is how does it affect Pitkin County in the first year of this grant. Again, this is a 3-year grant. We're at the very beginning of this process. So what we're going to see from the grant is the program manager salary, which is basically funding the half of a position at each county that's doing the development of this program, and that's $57,000. We also have the supplemental rebate fund, and that kind of gets to a couple questions that Michael asked at the last meeting. Is this grant actually going to go to rebates, and is this going to be putting money into the pockets of the folks that are doing these improvements? So we do have a significant amount of money for that specific part in year one. And in that supplemental rebate, it's things like audit incentives, rebates for energy improvements, the quick fix kits that we'll get to in just a minute. Additionally, the Energy Resource Center itself, which is the face of the grant program and kind of how the public is going to be interfacing with the Energy Smart program, is taking the bulk of the funding because that is where the rubber meets the road from a customer service standpoint. And so there's pieces built in for staffing, for events and resource developments, best practice workshops for all of the private contractors that will be helping us do the work, some administrative money, and then also in year one we're going to be purchasing diagnostic equipment that can be loaned out to our energy analysts or used within the Energy Resource Center to help customers understand the process. So that gives us a much more manageable 1-year total, right around $288,000. And that's really what's going to be coming directly into our community to implement the pieces of this program. Questions before I move on? All right. So I wanted to walk you through what the customer experience is going to look like with this program. And I think that's a really big piece that I'd love for you all to understand. Basically, what we wanted to do with this program is address the 3 pillars that we think are preventing energy improvements, and that's access to information, access to workforce, and access to capital or financing. The Energy Resource Center is the pillar of the access to information piece, finding a way to make this easy for the consumer. So someone that's looking to do any kind of improvements or just even think about starting the process will contact the Energy Resource Center, and we'll get them enrolled in the program. We'll take down some information about their home, and then we'll work with contacting an energy analyst that will come in, contact the customer, and set up a time to come in and do an Energy Smart assessment. And that's what we're calling our audit. It's an assessment of the home. It's standardized based on anyone that's going to be participating in the program. That assessment itself has right around a $300 value if you were going to go out on the street and have a private analyst come in and do that for you. Additionally, when they're done with that assessment, they'll be installing quick fix items. And we look at this as one of the key separators of the Energy Smart program, is that not only is someone going to come in and do an assessment of your facility, they're going to change out light bulbs, they're going to wrap your water heater, they're going to change out your thermostat, they're going to do some direct install measures that provide a lot of value to the customer. So no matter what, the customer has something that will start saving them energy and money from day one after the analyst is there. Once the assessment's done and the quick fix items are installed, the analyst will go home and finish up the Energy Smart report, which will be submitted to the customer and also submitted to the Energy Resource Center, which would allow then our home energy advisor to contact the customer, see if they have any questions, walk them through the report, go over any recommendations with them, and see what they can do to facilitate the next step. At this point, realistically, that home energy advisor is working almost as a project manager. Their goal is to get those recommendations implemented. And so they'll help them along with connecting them with contractors, getting bids if necessary, plugging them into any kind of financial assistance that would be there. The customer then would implement the recommendations, and we have a $200 efficiency booster, kind of a carrot that we can dangle if you implement any of the recommendations on that list. And once those are all done, we'll be monitoring and verifying so that we can track how much was spent and how much is saved going forward. Data management is a very robust piece of this grant as required by the Department of Energy, so that we have a lot of metrics as to what works and what doesn't, and really puts us in a position to create some great case studies.
Before we go back, the Energy Smart assessment, which was a $300 value that I'm assuming the staffing from CORE would be doing?
No, we're plugging into our private, the private market, and we have a lot of home energy analysts within our area, within all 3 counties actually. And so we're making sure that what we're doing is pushing work to them and not creating, we can certainly do it in-house and probably do it potentially cheaper, but a big part of this grant is to utilize an existing workforce and connect them with the folks that need to be doing that, having that work done.
So CORE's involvement will be more as an outreach, educational, to let people know this is available, and they'll try to connect to the folks that can actually do the assessment. And then that would be very similar to what Holy Cross currently provides for Holy Cross customers?
It would be a little different in that the way that Holy Cross does it is you call with an issue on your electric bill, and they send someone out who's a Holy Cross employee who's going to do a clipboard assessment for you and help you address any kind of energy spikes that you might see. What we're doing is taking that a step further. We're doing a full home assessment with infrared imaging, a blower door, some health and safety checks, dealing with combustion or carbon monoxide. If we're in the home, we might as well add a little bit of value to that assessment. And we're looking at the home as an entire holistic facility. And that would be also a private energy analyst, certified energy analyst that's going to come in and do that. So it's a little bit different than Holy Cross's program.
And then my last question is, and then so anyone who goes through this process, they are also going to be able to take advantage of the installing for quick fix items, which is about $20 value?
Absolutely, and that's at no cost to the customer. It's a free service that we're providing as part of the Energy Smart program.
So is there any concern that you may just get overwhelmed with requests? I mean, that's sort of good news, bad news.
That would be wonderful, considering we're looking at trying to retrofit 10% of all the existing housing stock within the 3 counties. So that's 4,300 homes over the 3-year grant. So the more buzz we generate and the more people see value in doing this, we would love that to drive calls to the Energy Resource Center.
So one other question then. Homeowner associations, can they take advantage of this as well? Is there someone who come into a homeowners association and go through many different units? And
Potentially, and we're already looking at part of our outreach strategy is to target those homeowners associations or groups, faith-based groups, book clubs, basically getting a whole bunch of people in one room, and those individual homeowners then could be empowered to contact the Energy Resource Center to get those improvements done.
thanks.
Quick clarification. I've always understood quick fix items are on site and done at no cost. How about the assessment? Is that at no cost, or is that
There
cost
will be a
shared?
cost share. Right now, we don't have the specific number on that. We're trying to do, so basically the customer will be receiving $100 rebate from Energy Smart. We're looking at a $100 utility rebate. That piece is what we're trying to work on right now to get that consistent between the 3 utilities that we're working with. And then there would be a cost share for the customer. Right now, that's looking at, it could be anywhere from $50 to $100, but $100 would be the maximum. And we've decided to add that cost share piece in because we feel it'll put a little skin in the game for the customer, and it also allows us to really deliver a quality product. We kicked around the idea of having just a free assessment for folks, but then realized that what we want to do isn't get audits of people's homes. We want to get improvements completed. And so by taking it to another level and really providing something of value to the customer, we feel that there's a great reason for them to be a part of that cost share, because they're looking right now at a $500 value for either $50 or $100. It's a good sale for us, we think.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to have the homeowner participate because it's part of an investment. I think that's part of what you're saying. And I don't really know about the economics, but this $4.9 million goes just so far, and if this does have a lot of buzz, we will be accessing, and that's the intent. So, off the top of my head, I think a third is pretty fair of the assessment, because you still get the 200 guy. But you guys have to drive the numbers.
And then they also then have access to that $200 efficiency booster if they make good on the recommendations.
Thank you.
It's a good deal for the homeowner, we think.
We have about 10 more minutes for
Great.
Dylan to finish the update.
So I wanted to talk briefly about the program future. This is a program that's full of good news and bad news. Obviously, we have access to tremendous financial and technical support through the Department of Energy, but a consistent question is what happens after the 3-year grant term. The Department of Energy realizes that that's not a very sustainable way to just plug money into communities and then cut losses after 3 years. And they're making it a point to have workshops and specific webinars developing financial situations past the 3-year grant term. So we'll look at things like additional user fees or fees for the contractors that we're pushing work towards, somehow finding a way to bridge that existing gap so that the Energy Smart program lives beyond the 3 years. We're in a great position to bring these new products to the market, to do with that market development that we're talking about. But at the same time, we've put a lot of thought, not just within Pitkin County and the 3 partner counties, but as the Better Buildings Grant Program as a whole, into thinking like what is going to drive these markets. And if they don't work, a big part of this is realizing that the Better Buildings Grant Program is all about research and development and piloting these ideas and seeing what works. So a big goal of it is to make sure that we're retooling and assessing what's working and what's not, and changing the program moving forward. We're not going to, this isn't a static program, this is very flexible and has a lot of potential for changes moving forward. Environmental leadership, it's great that we get to be one of 35 grantees across the country, but isn't it really hard to do this? And absolutely, yes, it's really hard to really break trail on this effort, and it's taken a lot of brain damage, but what we're doing is creating a sustainable, scalable, replicable program, doing the heavy lifting so that ideally other communities that don't have access to these resources can take what we've learned and push that out into their community. And regional collaboration, this is great. We have 3 counties working together on a grant. It's fantastic, but isn't it really hard? And it is. It's herding cats between 3 very geographically different counties. But we feel it's worth the effort because there's the old adage that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. And by taking the individual considerations of all these counties and collaborating in order to create a common product, we really feel that what we're going to end up at the end of the grant period is much more powerful than something that Pitkin County, Eagle County, or Gunnison County could develop by themselves. Lastly, we talked about basically a few things: the organizational structure, the individual budget, the basics of the Energy Resource Center, and kind of some future considerations of the program. What I really want to get out of this from the board is make sure that the board understands the direction that we're going. Make sure that you're comfortable with the involvement. Additionally, a big piece of this is realizing that in the future we need to have organizational agreements between the 3 counties, and that's something that the grant team is working on developing. Be it an intergovernmental agreement, an MOU that says basically here are our expectations for each other. So that we're realizing that this is a collaborative effort. We realize that Eagle County is ultimately responsible for this grant. We want to make sure that those roles and responsibilities are clearly outlined. But I also want to put us in a place where the board gets consistent updates. And I want to hear, let's say, how often or how do you want to receive those updates? Should we schedule an hour a month? Should we schedule an hour every quarter? Should we just do it through MOIs? And also, who do you want to see at this table? Would you like updates to come from CORE because they're going to be working at the Energy Resource Center? Would you like them to come through me? So just throwing it out there, seeing where you want the communication to go with this.
I think it's important to understand this kind of concept of developing some products that hopefully have some sustainability. And this is really kind of an investment in new ideas. Some of them are going to work. Some of them aren't going to work. I think the real decision points for the board are coming in the future. Once we start to have a good idea of what types of programs or what types of things can we put out in the community that we think are going to work to encourage energy-saving practices, within residents, possibly within businesses in the future. And that's going to be when we come back, because that's going to involve both identifying what works and then identifying a structure also, because this structure that's set up right now is all about incubating ideas. It's not necessarily how you would structure yourself to deliver services in the long run. And so I see the decision points for the board coming in the future, coming later, in that year 2 or year 3. And I think that was something where you guys were asking, so what's our role here? Well, I think your role is to understand, what's working and what's not, and then also to be then considering recommendations for how we make the program sustainable in the future. So it's probably more of a late year 2, year 3 kind of issue. And I think what Dylan's asking is, how often do you want us to come back and kind of update you on, how our program development and evaluation is going as we come into this decision-making structure?
Ford, I would suggest that we kind of chew on that how and when we want updates and talk about it today during our open discussion, and be able to give John some clear feedback so we don't go back and forth about quarterly or every 2 months and everything right now. And just to kind of restate, and I'd like you to elaborate if I'm not correct, but the goal of the grant was to see 10% of the homes in our communities upgraded in energy efficiency, and to develop a model for a type of program that would become sustainable, scalable, and replicable across the country.
That's exactly right.
So those are the 2 purposes of why these federal funds were allocated to our region. Board, we have time for maybe one quick question, and then again we can meet again with Dylan going forward. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Jack?
Yeah, what it kind of linked together here. I had asked earlier about county access to what share of the 3-year grant. Is it based on per capita, or just use it until it's not there?
It's an even split between each
so it's
county.
even.
Because
Okay.
the way that we looked at it, it's not going to be per capita, because the infrastructure is going to be the same regardless of how many people you're reaching. So having a home energy advisor is a home energy advisor however you slice it. So it's going to be a fixed cost, and that's how we thought was a very equitable way to distribute those funds. Between
What if there's monies left over after 3 years?
I'm not sure what I think the DOE has standards in the contract as to what happens with unspent funds. I believe that goes back into anything that we don't allocate or draw down would go back to the Department of Energy.
Okay, and the last one is you had about 600,000+ up there, but 92 of it was for, what do you call it, rebates?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the percentage of the projected administrative costs? I think we asked this over 3 years in total, not per county, because obviously we know the large portion is for Eagle, but we need, everyone has an administrative piece here. Any idea what that is?
We don't have, I don't have a specific number right now. I can come back with a larger budget discussion if that's something that the board would like to see. Happy to do that, but we haven't broken it out or allocated percentages.
Well, we're laying the groundwork here for not only what happens in 3 years, but in the future, so that structure, more than likely, is going to continue on with refinement according to funding. So we ought to be understanding, and I don't know if it's a presentation or a memo, what this budget is.
Okay. I think that's good information for you to work on in terms of percentages. So we did see the budget in terms of pure numbers, but not in terms of percentage of the grant. So we'll take a look at those going forward, and we will discuss further the when we want updates question this afternoon. So thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry it's a little bit rushed. We spent a little more time on building permits than we thought we would at the beginning of the morning. So we'll let you unpack, and we're going to welcome some guests who have traveled up to talk to us today. from the Rocky Mountain Children's Law Center on child welfare. And do you have a PowerPoint or anything that you need to set up? No. Okay. Well, we'll just be ready to roll in just a minute here. Thank you.
Dylan, I love that green plug.
I hate the green plug.
It looks like magnet filing.
Interesting.
We're working up some other graphics for various uses because a lot of this will be repeated. But,
It looks like it can expand, you know.
it's like a chia pond to me. It's bottles.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Okay, well, we are on Grassroots TV, so feel free to introduce yourselves for the public and the public record, and we'll just let you start with your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sherry Shink. I'm the founder and now president of the Rocky Mountain Children's Law Center. I started that organization about 30 years ago, and it's primarily a legal advocacy organization for abused and neglected children. Although we serve families, we teach at the law school, we train lawyers and others across the state, and are engaged in a kind of holistic approach to the needs of abused and neglected children. I just want to say at the start that we really appreciate your time and really didn't intend to make a presentation as such, but I can share a little bit more about what we did hope to achieve after Becky introduces herself.
Hi, my name is Becky Miller-Updike, and I am a contract government affairs consultant in Denver, and I represent mostly child welfare and early childhood groups. But today I'm here on behalf of Tennyson Center for Children, which is a 106-year-old agency that's been treating children and families who've been in the child welfare system for many years. And we have services. We have a campus in Denver where we have children in residential care who are in out-of-home placement. The goal is to get them back into the community, into a stable placement, either foster care or home of origin or adoption. We also have community-based therapies and a school on site for kids to come from public schools if they need special services. So we're coming at it from the provider perspective. We contract with counties to treat children and get them back into the community. And so our hope today, as Sherry said, we really appreciate your time. We didn't have a formalized presentation. We just wanted to more give you the snapshot of sort of the community provider perspective as it relates to child abuse and neglect issues.
Thank you.
So, basically I have 5 of these, so hopefully there'll be enough to share, but it basically identifies a group of agencies that have come together, probably about a year and a half ago, where we kind of wanted to work together and say, okay, how can we work better to serve the needs of kids in our community? And our community being, the state of Colorado, not just, the metro area. And so these are all agencies that serve abused and neglected children. I also happen to be an appointed member of the Governor's Child Welfare Action Committee, which, as you know, worked for 18 months to look at issues of reform in the system, came up with 29 recommendations. 27 of those were easily passed. Many of them, and many of you might feel that they were kind of no-brainers in the sense of, training or other kinds of things. And then 2 were kind of taken off the table. One was the restructuring issue, and one was the statewide call center. As you are also aware, possibly participated, there were 4 public hearings across the state to engage the community in responding and addressing some of the issues that were addressed. That all led to, in our view, a need for those of us who care about kids, those of us who are in the legislature, to really reach out to local communities and find out, what your experiences are, what you think about child welfare and how it's working or not, the relationship between the state and the counties, to a lobbyist, what would you suggest as some needed change? How can we all work together better? We all talk about having 64 counties, and sometimes people believe that's 64 different ways of doing business, and when it's good and you engage your local talent to really come up with creative solutions, it's wonderful. But then, those who aren't doing it as good should learn from you. And so, we're just here to hopefully have you talk to us about what issues or ideas were raised by that whole process. And so,
Okay. I'm not so sure we're quite as prepared at that end of things. We had certainly had it down as a presentation from you. George, if you'd like to.
Well, but we have staff here that I think could give you a better updated information, certainly for grassroots as well, in terms of what we're doing in our community and why I think we were not supportive of those two other ideas going forward with the task force.
okay. And we're happy to hear from anybody that wants to address those issues. But we're also eager to know, we believe that county commissioners have a unique role in a community, and so if you have questions, of us about kind of what's happening in the metro area, or what's happening in the child advocacy community, or folks, what are people thinking about or doing, we could certainly, talk about some of that. But I've had unique experiences with county commissioners in my work as a lawyer for abused and neglected children for 30 years, and so I think you're a pool of talent and prominence to engage in solving problems across the state. And so that's why we've sort of launched in this on this journey, as I would call it, to reach out and actually meet with county commissioners. So we were in Weld County a couple weeks ago, and we were in Kit Carson County, and next week we're going to Larimer County, and we clearly have been in the Denver metro area. So we're just really, wanting to kind of get to know you and know what's unique to your community. And we know what's really cool about your community, for sure. I mean, we were both feeling very excited about getting a chance to drive here. So, but if you want to present, I don't want to, I don't want to not listen.
Yes, we'll do that in a second. We appreciate you being here. Jack Hatfield, Commissioner, and myself are the representatives to Colorado Counties, Inc. And so we participate pretty vigorously with those issues going forward. And we certainly followed the legislation last session. We were certainly advocates of maintaining a county-administered system. We feel we have a very strong connection between our staff and the needs of the community, and the ability to link families as they need intervention or services with not only the formal system, but also certainly the many nonprofits within our community that are available to lend a hand. We have a little bit of a unique structure compared to some of the other counties, in that we've had a dedicated mill levy towards healthy communities, and we allocate from that to the various nonprofits within our community. So that actually can range anything from equine therapy for
we love equine therapy
equine therapy programs with kids, to support of the Big Buddy program and other activities like that. I would have to turn to Nan to get the exact numbers, but I think we've allocated about $1.4 million, $1.5 million this last year. That also supports things such as our senior services and emergency family assistance, where families may fall in between the gaps between federal benefits, state benefits, and qualification levels, but we still know that they're a family in need, so we can offer temporary rent assistance or food assistance or things like that. So that's a very unique program. We will need to go back to the voters to renew that either this fall or the following year. We're still working on the exact timing of that. The measure itself does expire in 2012, and we are trying to evaluate what future needs we can anticipate from that fund, especially given the demand that we're seeing in the economy today. So that's kind of a little bit of a background of what we do separate from our human services state maintenance of care and outreach of programs. We also work with Eagle County on a number of shared responsibilities, given that our valley is divided by county lines, but we're all one valley. And sometimes where someone lives and their ability to retain services or obtain the correct services can be different. So we fund and work with indigent mothers for prenatal care through partnerships with private providers and Eagle County, so that we cross county lines in some ways of who's seeing who, but it's who's most convenient. And we support and continue to support a visiting nurse program. The first couple of years, early childhood training and assistance for new mothers and struggling families. So that's just a really broad scope. I think Jack either has a comment or question, and then we'll go to Nan to talk a little bit about how our programs run here. And
Can I just ask you one question?
Sure.
Do you know if any other county does this mill levy? This is a remarkable idea. I mean, I'm so excited already.
Yeah.
I think Boulder has a human services, health and human services mill levy, don't they? They give to nonprofits with a mill levy, but that's the only.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a two-edged sword. In the one sense, we've split off these compelling needs to be separately funded with a dedicated source. On the other hand, there's a question that remains about whether it should be part of a general mill levy so that the board can allocate, more directly to need. But it has received consistently strong community support, passing with close to 70% margins each time. And part of the dilemma is whether you do something for a 5 or 10 year period, can you really fully anticipate the need that you have out there in year 7, 8, 9? And so we've kind of done it in shorter renewal periods so that we would be flexible based on what may be large federal and state cutbacks coming in future years. I think that is one of the largest concerns that is looming out there for all of us, is what sort of support will we be able to receive from the state going forward. We've recently run into a dilemma with a far greater number of applicants for the child care funding from the state for the lowest income, and we have had to cap the number of families we are able to support and to lower the standard, the qualification level to, I think it was 185% of federal poverty level.
Is that for CCAP?
For CCAP. So, we'd love to see more funding support for that sort of program. Unique also in our area is the city of Aspen has a 0.45 cent sales tax that is dedicated to affordable housing and child care. And 55% of that 0.45 cent sales tax is dedicated to child care. It's a child care and housing tax. They administer it through a program called Kids First. And so at some degree, that program picks up where our program drops off. And up until recently, they've had a standard of some assistance of up to 400% of federal poverty level, although they are looking at lowering that to focus more of the resources towards greater need. And that's a long discussion in itself. You may want to talk with Shirley Ritter of the Kids First Board. They spend those funds in a variety of ways, direct tuition assistance, as well as capital needs for some of the child care centers if they need windows replaced or roofing and things like that, large capital needs that child care centers couldn't normally obtain. And the final thing is that they have worked vigorously for certification and training and Quality Star certification of the centers, so that they really are improving the quality of the child care that the families are able to receive.
Quality Star is one of my clients also. They do very good work.
Yes, sir.
The other piece I was going to say to the two of you who were on CCI is that I made it my business when I started lobbying Colorado to be good friends with Pat Ratliff. Yeah, it's a very wise move.
That's a good thing.
It is. I stay on Pat's sunny side.
So Jack, you had perhaps a question or comment, and then again, Nan, if you would like to talk further about how our program is administered and what we've seen in the county.
Yeah, comment to start off with. From a review of the memo, it would appear that what your alliance's goals are and values are very much consistent with what I've always termed Pickton County values, as evidenced by our mill levy. It's huge for a county of 17,000 people. And that's, it speaks for itself. I believe at this point there's about 62 nonprofits that Nan and our team is working with, so that's pretty commendable. Question, I'm not sure if this would be for you or Nan, but in the memo, we talk about the Casey Family Foundation. I'm wondering how that tracks with the statewide initiative, and we know about the two elements that we absolutely do not support, and that speaks for itself. We probably spend hours, so we won't spend any time on that. But how does the Casey Family Foundation and the strategic assessment track with the statewide initiative? I'm not sure who would answer that.
Do you mean the real initiative?
Well, the statewide initiative that had the 29.
Oh, the 29.
Child Welfare Action Committee.
Sure. Casey Family Foundations works nationally to prevent child abuse and neglect and to support children in foster care. And to have and they started working with the Colorado Human Services Directors Association through Boulder County first. And they have worked in other states, and I think that they are working both with counties, which we had the benefit of their brilliance last week, and we'll have it again in the spring. And they're also working on the state level with the new Director of Human Services to really look at how are we supporting and strengthening families across the board, and are there ways in the Human Services Division that are barriers to actually supporting families. So that's why they came to visit us. They did a good analysis of our strengths, and I'll let Kim can tell you a little bit about that. I brought Kim, the Adult and Family Services Director, who oversees child welfare, if you want her to talk more.
Well, I'm just trying to see, we had, and I call it a statewide initiative because it really was all-encompassing about making changes, and those changes for me directly relate to best practices, literally on the ground, how it all works. So you have the state perspective from up here, I guess that we'll use the term 30,000 feet, and then you have this particular and working with individual counties. How do they link?
I was just going to say, I think they both, I don't want to say bookend each other, that's probably not the appropriate term. But what we're doing locally and what's happening at the state, I think they're moving towards alignment around the best practice approach. And I think that when you look at, I think that people are viewing child protection, child welfare more as safe and together. Families trying to keep kids as much as possible in their homes when possible, and to do everything we can around that. And that really is the best practice in a nutshell. And so I think that their visit here was to not necessarily evaluate what we're doing, but to talk to all of our partners, to talk to families, to talk to any stakeholder that's involved in keeping families safe and together, to hear how we're doing, what the temperature is here, and what, if any, are there changes or recommendations for changes might need to be made. And they just did a preliminary debrief, and we're going to get the results of that in a few months. Sure, we would be willing to share that with anyone. We like to be completely transparent about our work.
We're going to bring it to the board as well. We're going to
Right.
bring BOCC to the board so they can share with you what they learned.
I think just to kind of highlight some of the strengths that they identified just in their preliminary findings was that our work, all of us, our community work with partners, stakeholders, that includes judges, attorneys, other providers of services, therapists, private nonprofits, families. The weigh-in was that we are all really doing an effective job of working together, and I think that's the value of working in Pickton County, and I hope that that's the same across the board throughout the state. I'm sure there are variances, but we're very lucky to have such a supportive board, partners, the tax initiative, which really, I think, is a key in terms of supporting the work that we do. If that weren't in place, I think it'd be much more challenging because families across the board said we're getting the support and the services that we need to make the changes that we need. So, I don't know, that was probably the long answer to it.
No, well, that's good. The only thing that is a little undefined for me is the changes. So we'll get further feedback analysis on this assessment because the state, again, is over here and everyone pretty much agreed with very major components of that, all that work that was done. And so I want to see how we're tracking, and this seems to be one way to kind of break it out.
Right, right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you want to kind of give an overview, and I would think, obviously these ladies are familiar with a lot of how counties work. I know to be reiterating some things, but also for our grassroots audience, I think that this is a real chance to educate the public while we're talking about what is, quote, a county's role in child welfare protection services. What do we do?
I'm going to let Kim talk about that.
Okay, that's fine with me.
I wasn't expecting to say anything today, so.
Yeah, just a program overview and maybe even giving us a hypothetical or two if you'd like.
Well, our first and primary mandate is to assess safety of children. And so from the beginning, we get a phone call and people might say that there's an issue in a family and we have to determine if we need to respond and then the time frame within which we respond. And if we do respond, then we interview the kids in the family and really try to get a grasp on the situation and make recommendations, basically, and try to provide the support services to support the recommendations that we're making. There are, we always try to, it's like with the interview process, we start with the kids and then we work our way out, and that's the same with safety. We start with the kids and we always try to ensure that there's a safe situation within the home. We come up with safety plans or whatever, and if that's not going to work, then we move out to relatives, and then we move out to friends, and then, often people think we start with foster care, and that's the last step. And sometimes there's some more immediate situations where that needs to be the first step, but that's actually really rare. I think that always our goal is to try to support the family, so that the best practice and all the research shows that kids and families benefit most when they're together, unless there's a safety situation. I think our core values, which we came up with from our team, really reflect what we do. All individuals and families have strengths. Children will benefit from the least intrusive process to ensure safety, permanency, and well-being, which is the state mission, and we're aligned with that. That children have the right to be safe from abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and that parents and caretakers have the right to choose what direction they will take, whatever direction that is. We all have to make different decisions based on choices, and but we want to honor everybody's decision-making process. So we try to involve the family at the front end in terms of, not try to, we do involve the family in the front end so that they can come up with the solutions that seem to work best with them.
So what would some of the type of family assistance services that you might be recommending or might be applied to a given situation?
Yeah, well, it varies. For instance, well, we have a child protection team, and we meet regularly, and on that child protection team, we have many providers of services, therapists, We have our nonprofit youth-serving agencies, family-serving agencies, the whole gamut. So it really depends on the situation, but there are some situations, for instance, I'm just throwing this out there, a single mom who's really struggling with, she and her children are struggling in some way. For instance, the Buddies program might pipe in and say, we can try to provide a mentor for this kiddo or kids, and that will relieve mom of some of her stress and also give that child another person or children another adult to connect with. It may be family counseling. We really try to promote in-home services where a therapist will come to the home or a family worker will come to the home and work with the family to try to work with them in their environment. We might, sometimes there's some just basic financial needs that would really help to alleviate stress. We have seen a high rate of domestic violence referrals where there's domestic violence in the home, and we work with all partners. We work with Response, and we work with the families, and we work with the legal arm of things, and we really just try to come up with solutions. So it may be a referral to that agency in addition. But I think the key really is that we're all working together and on the same page and moving forward in the same direction.
And our memo states that during fiscal year 2010, Pickens County received 88 referrals to our child welfare unit, and during that time ended up with one child in foster care for 6 months, and we have not had a child placement into foster care since February 2010. Of the 88 referrals, there were assessments on 66 families. There were identified ongoing safety concerns in 24 of those cases, which resulted in opening these cases and conducting case management to resolve the safety issues. And so do you know what your kind of ongoing caseload is now?
That's been pretty consistent, I think, for this year as well, those numbers. And things ebb and flow, but I would say that both of our caseworkers are very, very busy. Thank you.
Well, do you have some questions or anything now that we
Just add that I really appreciate you on the spot, especially speaking today. And it's fascinating to hear, just in trying to meet commissioners and trying to meet county directors, the differences in service delivery. And I think the big city has a lot to learn from the way that your smaller communities are able to, I say you're like you're in another state, the way our smaller communities are able to integrate and work together. We don't see this level of integration all the time just because of volume and population and lots of other reasons, but it's good to see. And as you all know, painfully well, we're in the midst of a lot of budget cuts at the Capitol, and child welfare has been pretty much spared, but the counties have not been spared. And so as we move forward, we as the child contracting folks in the community would just like to offer an open door and an open mind and, you know, to work with you all. It sounds like your community's working together beautifully, and I wish we had a more living in every county. But we don't. But at any rate, I just want to leave the offer of working together on a continual basis and try to problem solve together.
appreciate that. And I'm trying to think, Nan, I'm sure you could describe this better than I, but there's the POD approach for human service. And what does POD stand for again?
It's
Providers.
It's a metaphor.
Okay. It's not an acronym.
Yeah, we get a lot of questions about that. But it's about like peas in a pod.
Okay.
And so it's like agencies, all human services in Pickens County. Our health and human service agencies have met together for over 25 years, every month.
Oh my gosh.
Every month.
Amazing.
That is
And every
amazing.
time, every couple of years they consider, do we still need to meet every month? And they always say, we need each other. And so they meet and they talk about issues and they talk about gaps in services and they talk about the provision of service and where the demands are.
And how many agencies is that?
Right now it's about 25. When I first started it was 11. So it's grown a lot, but there's a lot of depth in that room and a lot of commitment to Pickens County residents and quality of life.
And it was maybe about 2-3 years ago that the community started a group called The Right Door, which is a very strong organization for substance abuse counseling and prevention of those sort of issues. Actually, it's not prevention so much as people who already have problems have a very direct spot to go. So it's separate from our substance abuse prevention programs. And that has been very helpful for a lot of people. So we've taken a kind of when you're talking adults a little bit, and adults or kids are so connected, but a case management approach so that once someone has seen someone, no matter what door they go in, it's the right door. And they can be referred to the appropriate services they need in other areas or made aware of other programs that they could avail themselves of. So that we try to really manage for the full aspects of a person to get them self-sustaining, back up on their feet and ready to rock. So, Nan, you have something to add, and then I'll see you in the board members.
Kim did a great job summarizing, really. The only thing I would add is that we don't always use our Colorado Works dollars, our TANF dollars, which is the Welfare to Work program. And so we tap those dollars for families who are showing signs of stress but haven't yet reached the level of needing child welfare or child protection services. And so we provide 12 counseling sessions for a family to see if we can do preventative work and keep them out of the system. And that seems to be working really well with our low-income families that are stressed right now.
And I think there's some bill this session to allow even greater flexibility with some of the funding, and we are supportive of that. We think, the greater flexibility, that is available. Jack, I did see your hand up, and then I'll get other board members who'd like to chip in, or you.
Yeah, we certainly appreciate you joining us and help kind of weave us into your web as well. You've heard a brief explanation of things that we do, which are pretty much right on, and funding is always a big, challenge, of course, to every entity involved in these areas. I'm wondering, having networked a bit with Nan, having shown up here, what might you add to what we do, either your two particular organizations or the Alliance?
Well, one of my issues in the metro area, one of the issues that I've identified as really problematic for kids, and it obviously is not a problem here, because when you just shared those facts that only one child was placed in foster care, oh my gosh, my heart almost stopped. What an amazing accomplishment. And we all talk in our system about focusing on families, and you really do a great job of implementing that concept. So I just want to say that. And so when I think of the challenges we have, it's really about the fact that not only do kids go into foster care, but they move around repeatedly. Some kids, this is not the average, but some kids will actually move 18 or 20 times. And then we create a population of young adolescents who, when they emancipate from the system, end up either homeless or in jail within 2 years. So those are pretty grim statistics for a glorious state like Colorado. And we're trying to figure out how do we change that, because the other thing that happens is, even if you're not talking about the adolescent population, if you're talking about the young population, children that are horribly battered, broken bones, sexual assault, whatever, we take them away for good reason, leave them in foster care for good reason, but then rather than allow that foster family to adopt, we come up with some plan 2.5 years out, when the law says 1 year, as you know, and find some relative in some other part of the nation or the world, and move them. So to me, as an advocate for kids and somebody that's worked in this system for 30 years, that's really a big problem. And you don't have that problem. And I could not conceive of an idea. I mean, maybe driving back down the mountain, I might think of, wow, I wonder if they've tried this. But you guys are really, I would urge you, gosh, in the CCI, is it CCI or? Do you talk about like the mill levy and urge other county commissioners to consider that? Because I know nobody likes taxes, nobody likes to raise, but in terms of the nation, we have the lowest taxes of. It's just so low, and we really have no reason to complain, although we do. As a state. So I would urge, if I had any suggestions, it would urge you to let everybody know what you're doing up here, because it's really remarkable. And then I have a question, because I'm assuming this to be true, but you didn't specifically say it, so I want to ask about the faith community. Are they a part of this 25-member agency, or the folks that you look to assist your, families and things like that?
Yeah, they are an active partner.
Okay, great. And I've come to that. We've been talking about faith communities for a long time. It's not a new idea, of course, but I don't think that our communities have gotten serious enough about engaging them in a really big way to fill the gaps, because we're creating bigger and bigger gaps. And so I think we have to engage everybody, whether it's the senior citizens who come and make phone calls to moms and ask if they got their immunizations for their kids, or, North House visit, all of those programs. So anyway, so just thank you. Thank you for this chance to meet all of you and to learn about this. And you can be sure I'll be talking about you as I move across the state.
Very good. Well, we appreciate that. Other board member comments or questions? We are, by chance, meeting this afternoon as the Board of Health. And one of the projects I think we're all pretty proud of, and it's just really getting ready to launch, is the dental health initiative. And I think I could let Nan describe that a little better than I can myself. But
We'll be working with Eagle County and Garfield County Public Health, as well as nonprofits, to try to open a dental clinic, a low-income dental clinic, and also to do preventative work in the schools and with adults and seniors who don't have dental insurance. And we've just recently found out through the Colorado Health Foundation, I think, that we have the highest rate of uninsured people in the state of Colorado, in our Roaring Fork Valley. So we're working on, we're just about to have a community health center open up in Basalt with a health clinic, and they're going to have behavioral health on site, and then we're working on having a dental clinic as well. Still trying to find a site for that.
and, you may want to communicate a little bit with the Aspen Valley Hospital, which has the Aspen Valley Medical Foundation kind of adjunct to the hospital. It's a private fundraising organization. They've received great community support over the years, and they, again, do everything from granting to a lot of these nonprofit providers, as well as scholarships for additional nurse training and skills development, and they also raise funds for sometimes equipment purchases by the hospital that wouldn't normally be able to afford. So we are truly blessed with both the generosity of spirit within the community, people who recognize and identify needs, and who participate and work well together to try to have a healthy community. So we're lucky.
Well, you'll have 2 new cheerleaders on both.
Okay.
Gosh, I might have to move here.
That was my heart. Jack, you want to make an additional comment?
Yeah, we have a lot to be certainly proud of, and the history that Nan articulated with working together 25 years. It's just amazing. It's interesting you say about sharing Pickens County experience, as it were, about the mill levy, for example, at CCI. There are, and Rachel certainly can fill in her perspective, but there are a number of counties that we have relationships and we've shared various things. At that at the Health and Human Services Steering Committee meetings, we are so involved in issues, legislative issues, and of course the challenge about those two elements especially, that we have generally not really talked about visioning and experience from that perspective. And I will say that it's very tough for us to share that experience, this particular experience about the mill levy in that group, because the commissioners are made up to a large degree, and I mean percentage-wise, conservative or come from conservative or ultra-conservative counties, and you can't hardly talk about taxes in these counties, and only because of the values of the people in this county can we do something like that. I believe our neighbors in Eagle and Garfield, and we have to absolutely compliment the Board of Commissioners and the staff for the partnerships that have occurred for so long. But in the general populace, I doubt if we'd get very far going to a general meeting talking about a mill levy. But it's up to the leadership of the county to understand that this could be a very positive path to face that challenge. And we as a nation, much less state and locally, understand the challenges we all have about the reality of where this country is, infrastructure-wise, and taking care of people, just those two elements. And what it's really going to require in the future, and how you get beyond, and this is Jack's statement, I don't speak for the board, but get beyond the Reagan mentality, because it was political ideology that has put this country in the position that it is in. I've been one of these characters who, from the 60s, kind of politically active, and I don't remember in those days, even though there were divides between the two parties, partisans, there was a lot more cooperation, obviously, as we know, what happened with Johnson in the 60s to what happened from the 80s on, and this mentality. And I have simply no idea how to break through it, except things are going to fall apart so bad that people will decide. And the economy has to get better, too. That's a little bit bigger picture here.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say that through CCI, as Jack has outlined, it's really much more of a discussion of pending bills, and what's going on right now that may impact budget discussions, things like that. I think there's been more sharing of information of the various models to the Public Health Directors Association, who meet regularly as well, and share a little more of that experience. Anybody else like to make any comments? I really appreciate your time coming up. Oh, please.
Just said one thing.
Yes, please do.
I have to give credit. I don't think you were here when the previous presenter was talking about something completely different. He offered a great quote. If you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together.
We both wrote that down. I have to write that down.
I have to give you credit, even though you're not here. But I thought, I was thinking about that, and when you're dealing with the tender subject of children and families, you can't go fast. You have to go together. And sometimes that takes a little bit longer. So, I had to plagiarize them.
I just want to ask one thing about, because when we met with county commissioners in Welch County, we had discussed very, very briefly just the possibility of having at these CCI meetings, folks coming in, whether it was us or somebody else, but basically advocates in the community or private nonprofits, or to come in and talk to, all of the commissioners kind of at the same time. Not that everybody's going to be in the same room at the same time, obviously. But anyway, and so I would just ask you to consider whether that would be a beneficial thing. Would that allow for more, discussion of kind of the big picture issues or not? There really are a lot of obstacles and a lot of walls in even talking about some of these things, which is again why we're so grateful that that you opened your door and said come along, and so here we are. So just once again, thank you all very, very much for your time and sharing your thoughts and ideas. I am pumped Let me tell you.
I think it's clear that the county commissioners appreciate the impetus that you have created for better delivery of services, and that no one can rest on their laurels, and everyone has to look for constant improvement. And there's been a very serious effort to, and I'm going to stumble on what the acronym stands for, but Real Colorado, as a better model for county-based delivery of the most effective systems possible. And part of that is trying to look to, are there paperwork hurdles that aren't really going anywhere to further the care of the child, but are at some level more protective against potential lawsuits or hitting federal mandated standards. But how to get the, because I really am thinking about the larger counties that have much larger caseload, that can get the child welfare worker literally out of the office and not doing paperwork and spending more time with the child and families. And so I think that is a good effort going forward, and the challenge has been taken very seriously by counties to say, how do we do this the best we can? Because we would like to be the best in the nation. And thank you for your role in continuing to agitate towards the best services possible in the state.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Great to meet you.
This was a gift from one of our donors.
Thank you for
Thank you. Coming.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Sharon,
Board, we will take. Okay, that's okay. We will take. We are going to reconvene our regular work session of Tuesday, March 1st. It is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we will now have a special meeting as the Board of Health. So we will need a motion to convene a special meeting as the Pickens County Board of Health.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are now convened as the Board of Health, and we are glad to have with us today Liz Stark, the Director of the Community Health Services, our partner in providing community health, Tom Dunlop, our Special Representative, and Carla Osberg, sorry about that. I should have even tried, who is our Director of Public Health, of Environmental Health. So, welcome.
And the phantom Dr. Kong, is he expected?
Expected. No, I'll probably be here in a moment. And he does a great job for us as well. So, why don't we lead off with you using the opportunity, we've looked through your memo and such, but to talk to the public via Grassroots TV of what current issues are and what current plans are and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody. And welcome to Dawn and Rob. It's nice to meet you both. In our memo, Nan particularly tried to provide a lot of background information for your benefit to sort of give you a little history of our relationship with the county and the most recent legislation that was passed in 2008, the Public Health Act, that gives you a little background about our relationship and some of the plans for the future. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. But I also wanted to suggest that I try not to monopolize all the time this time. My partners are always here, and I feel like I never give them equal opportunity to discuss their issues. There's a lot to talk about in public health from all of our perspectives, and an hour it's hard to cram it all in an hour. So if I could, I'd like to just sort of touch on the highlights and try to keep mine to a minimum, and but answer questions, and to give Tom and Carla a chance to talk about their topics. So if that's okay, and hopefully Dr. Cohen will come and share his great information with everybody too. So I'll start just by, in the memo I did sort of give you a summary just in numbers of the activities of community health services over the last 3 years based on 6 of our major programs. And so what I want to say about that is that overall our numbers were down in 2010 compared to 2009. And so I'm going to go through each program and sort of give you an explanation as to how things are sort of going. It kind of gives you a good picture of what we're doing up there. In regards to our family planning program, our numbers were down in 2010, and we can attribute that to the fact that during H1N1, we had to look at all of our programs and determine something's got to give. And so we did at that time begin to create some restrictions on accepting new clients into our program. And then, of course, when we took on the prenatal program in 2010, we sort of felt like we were still in that position of needing to manage the prenatal program and not take on any more family planning. So I think that we can attribute the decrease in numbers to probably not seeing as many out-of-county new clients. We have recently hired a part-time nurse to take some of the family planning administrative duties, so we have just recently made a decision to eliminate that restriction moving forward, so we're going to see how that goes, and so we'll see how if our numbers increase. What we do offer, and the reason we selected that program was because women do have other options at the other end of the valley. They can go to Mountain Family Health Center in Glenwood Springs or Planned Parenthood for those reproductive services that we provide. So we felt that women do have another option. But we're going to try to open it back up again, so we'll see what happens in 2011. Regarding immunizations, 2009 is, of course, the H1N1 year, so those numbers are skewed because of all the H1N1 vaccine that we gave, and that's reflected in that total number for 2009. Even so, our 2010 numbers were more than 2008, so we're still giving flu vaccine, and we are still giving it as we speak, if you're still interested. Sometimes flu will peak in March and April, so it's not too late to get a vaccine. We have plenty of vaccine available still. And I think the prenatal numbers speak for themselves. That was with, of course, the addition of taking on Eagle County prenatal in 2010. And WIC is just sort of seeing a gradual increase over the years. as has our Women's Wellness Connection. Women's Wellness Connection, if you remember, is a women's health program that provides free breast and cervical cancer screenings for women aged 40 to 64. And we've seen a significant increase in that program over the last few years, I think due specifically related to the economy. And so those numbers have increased. Our communicable disease investigations are those that are reported to us, foodborne vaccine preventable diseases that we have to investigate. What I don't like about these numbers is it doesn't take into account the outbreaks that we have to investigate and the time and energy that goes into that. If you remember, we had an outbreak of norovirus last spring, which was many man-hours across departments of at least 3 weeks of work that counted for one case in these numbers. And so the same is true for 2010. So yeah, those 2010 numbers seem low, but there was a lot of work that goes on in those communicable disease investigations, partnering with environmental health, both Pickens County and the City of Aspen Environmental Health. And then moving on in my memo, I wanted to just mention the
Rachel, may I
Yes,
ask
yeah.
a question
Yeah.
before we move on
Yeah,
then
yeah.
about statistics, et cetera? Family planning and prenatal, obviously, well, you said actually that prenatal you had done some restrictions or just family planning?
Just family planning.
Oh, because you lumped, I heard prenatal in there somewhere, but point being, is not it a fact that there are less of our Latino friends in the valley, and therefore there would be less need for these services?
Well, there's been some speculation about that, and I don't know. I've heard both sides.
Because we can't
of that
believe the
story.
census. There's not only 500 Latino friends here.
Right, in Pickens County. And remember, we do serve women that live and work in Pickens County, and so we have quite a population of women who've been our clients for many years who remain there. So I think there was some speculation that the Latino population sort of migrated out of our community due to the economy. That could be an explanation for our numbers dropping as well.
Part of the
Yes,
explanation.
you're right.
As
So you don't believe the census at all? I mean, I heard the same thing on NPR, and basically Pickens County, Eagle County, Garfield County, in the last 10 years, the population's gone down, but the Hispanic population in proportion, not total numbers, has gone up in all of those counties. So, but you're right. According to the census, there's been a drop in all of the groups.
Well, and my awareness, and I can't say that I have a count, but being a property manager, aware of what goes on and who does a lot of the work, though I do not have any Latino, workers myself, it's integral to our business as well as the restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have to tell anyone what everyone already senses and knows. But there has been a substantial movement of the Latino population out of this valley. And I'm not going to speculate as to where, but that's a reality. There's no construction. And I know, being on jobs for 30 years around here, I know who did a lot of the work too. So anyway, that was just a point to see if you all are sensing any of that. And
Well, it's
we
hard
don't
for us to
attribute
tell.
that just that to one, certainly your program.
I think as women learn about the program and word of mouth, et cetera, and they're getting more intelligent the longer they're here because they speak the language and they begin to read. I think more people are going in for prenatal care, which is a good thing. And I think that's probably where your answer's from.
Yeah, that's what we want. Thank you.
George, one second. And what are the services available for women for family planning down Valley? How do people get in touch with that?
Down Valley would be Mountain Family Health Center, which is the federally qualified health center in Glenwood Springs. I'm sorry, I don't know their number off the top of my head, nor do I know the number for Planned Parenthood, but they're both located in Glenwood Springs. And Planned Parenthood offers these services at a reduced fee, and Mountain Family Health Center also has a sliding fee scale. So there are the options at either end of the valley.
I think that that's great, given the 40-mile distance between the two. And I think that that may, at some level, account for some of the drop in the prenatal services as well, just to be able to get those services closer to home. George?
Yeah. Liz, on the programs that you offer, have you talked about having a men's wellness connection program?
Well, the programs that we have are directly, the majority other than prenatal are directly funded by the state. And actually men are a part of the family planning program. Men can be seen in that program for sexually transmitted disease screening and treatment. We can do a basic physical for men in that program. We have not historically had very many male clients, but it's interesting. There is a push by the Colorado Department of Health's Family Planning Department to promote men's services through this program. So we can definitely look at using their promotional activities to increase our male population.
Yeah. Did you have a follow-up comment on that?
No, I just think I thought it was interesting that I know there's been a strong program for women's connection and men's issues, certainly when it comes to prostate cancer.
How many 30 or 40-year-old men do you know who are going to go see anybody because they feel like they're invincible? You're right, but there is prostate cancer screening. But these women get older because we know that as you start to get above 65 and 70, most men will have either occult or clinical prostate cancer. So we screen with PSAs, etc. And that's all done. The hospital has 2 health fairs a year, and one of them is for seniors, one is for non-seniors. They get PSAs done. And so men they don't go for care when they're young and healthy, whereas women, it's a different ballgame. They have children. Okay, it's a different set. It's not apples and apples. It's apples and oranges.
Yeah. Well, I think George raises a good point in terms of just something for us to be thinking about in the future with the news that was out yesterday, some of the studies that again, I can't pronounce these longer words very well, human papillomavirus, which causes cervical cancer in women. They're now a study estimating up to 50% of men already carry the virus, and that it is the leading cause of neck and throat cancers.
Yeah, what happens? We talked about this 2 years ago when the immunization for the virus IPV came out. And remember, this is recommended for young girls between a certain age, I believe up to 11, and then now young women up to 20. And there are 4 different antigens that they use for this. And if we can get these people immunized early, we can prevent them from having cervical cancer. And the big question at that time was, what does it do for men? Is it any good for men? And recently the literature says, yeah, we can prevent penile cancers, oral cancers, etc. So maybe we should start immunizing men. Remember now, these shots are expensive. They're what, $100 and some odd per shot? I think there's 3 that you need. So it becomes economic, just like men's health. We'd love to have obesity, diabetes, and other programs, anti-hypertensive programs. We cover 90% of the illnesses. The funding is always a problem right now.
And we do, and our current HPV vaccine, Gardasil, was recently licensed in the United States for men. So we have been giving that, not many, but we have had a few men come in for that vaccine.
Tom, did you have a comment on that?
What do you offer a discounted rate for through the clinic versus what it'd be on the open market?
We do, and for our Vaccines for Children program, which is for children up to through age 19, that vaccine is $14. So if you get the series of 3 before you turn 19, it's $14 a piece. But then for women, that vaccine is recommended then up to age 26. So for those women, I think it's $140 a piece, which is still greatly discounted from what you pay if you went to your private provider.
And there's no office visit.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and continue? Sorry we interrupted.
That's okay. In regards to the community health assessment that we'll be starting, and that I referenced in my memo, we'll be starting that in 2012. I included the health equity framework that the state is using sort of as a framework to guide us in our indicators for the community health assessment. And I just wanted to mention that you may remember that we are working with an intern who is actually continuing to collect the data to populate these fields for Pitkin County. So we'll have, and she's doing that with collecting all the health assessments that have been completed in our community in the past and whatever data is available to her from Pitkin County. So we'll have a picture of these indicators before we get started, and we'll know then where the gaps are and how we will continue to collect that information. And that will be part of our work next year when we do our community health assessment.
Thank you. We just had a presentation a little earlier this morning about child welfare protection services, and realizing that that doesn't truly fall under your bailiwick. You are considered reporters by the state, though, if you were to see signs of questionable family abuse or child abuse situations, that you would then be reporting to our community health program, or Health and Human Service program?
Yes, we are. As nurses, we are mandated reporters. And there was some recent legislation that's in the House right now, I think, to require that what they call WIC educators, which are usually not licensed practitioners, but they are seeing clients daily, providing education for them about nutrition. There's a bill in the legislation now to require that WIC educators also be mandated reporters. So as nurses we are, and we do have a WIC educator in our practice that would then become a mandated reporter also.
Thank you. To make the link between the various programs.
We're really lucky because one of the nurses at Community Health Services sits on our child protection team. So we have a nice, strong connection.
There we go.
You
Yep, yeah, we'll go to the next.
Okay, thanks. There's a lot of things going on nationally, and not unlike Pitkin County or the state.
Tom, can you introduce yourself for the camera?
I'm sorry, Tom Dunlop. I'm the environmental public health advocate for Pitkin County. For Rob's benefit, when I retired as the environmental health director in 2001, I was appointed by the county commissioners to continue to remain active representing the county at the national level and regional level on environmental public health matters. It's a non-paid voluntary position, so pretty cheap labor.
Well, thank you.
So you're welcome. The budgetary impacts are significant nationally, statewide, countywide, as we're all living currently. And I was on a conference call yesterday with the National Association of County and City Health Officials, and we were talking about the impacts to various budgets coming out of the budget cuts coming from the Centers for Disease Control and to Health and Human Services, Food and Drug Administration, and others that we are indirectly related to in many of the programs that we do in the county. Looking at, I think, I was going to offer this to Carla, but I think I'll mention it right now. The President's proposed budget cuts just for environmental health for 2012 is a 43% reduction just for the environmental health programs. And other programs are cut completely. Other programs are being given more money because they're being combined. So the whole public health picture nationally is completely up in the air right now. This is just the President's budget. It's not the congressional input, the House or the Senate. So it carries significant weight ultimately when we're looking at grants coming to the county, for example. It all ties directly back at that level. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. I won't go through my memo word by word with you, but I want to touch on each one of the items. The Colorado Foundation for Public Health and Environment is a nonprofit that I've been involved with for a number of years, actually since it was formed 16 years ago. And our foundation is generally made up, the board is made up of retired environmental public health people, business people from all around the state. We have physicians on the board, insurance executives, and I represent environmental health along with a couple of other people. So we are constantly looking for programs. Programs come to us actually to help facilitate management of their programs. We have a real low overhead because none of us are paid. It's a voluntary board as well. Part of that program within the foundation is the Regional Institute for Health and Environmental Leadership, which has been going on for 8 or 9 years now, and we have about 700 or 800 alumni. There's 43 or 45 scholars picked each year from around from Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. And it's like a one-year executive training program for what we do. Each student or each scholar, I think if I remember correctly, it costs them around $2,500 for the year. And then the institute and the foundation subsidizes the rest of the coverage, which is around $6,000 or $7,000 or $8,000 for each student. But the idea, and me bringing it up here, is that I've been encouraging Liz and Carla and others locally here to be able to try to take advantage of that. They're excellent candidates for it. It's a little expensive. It's a year-long commitment, and there's 4 on-site meetings, 1 in New Mexico, 1 in Wyoming, and 2 in Colorado. We used to have 1 in Aspen at the Given, but we've lost that now since the Given is up for grabs. So we lost our venue there. So that's going on, and so we're training through this program, training mid-career people to continue on, but with much more efficient and good leadership skills. And in the National Network of Public Health Institutes, I'm going to be representing our foundation, again with about 3 others off of our foundation, to go to New Orleans in May. I incorrectly stated this is my 10th year, it's my 9th year. The program is 10 years old. But this is a gathering of foundations from around the United States and institutes that represent hundreds of millions of dollars in ability to fund programs. So from New York and Pennsylvania to ours is probably the smallest one, our Colorado, because we're pretty much a volunteer deal. But there's a huge amount of resources. We meet once a year for 3 days to discuss current and emerging issues. I'm on the planning committee this year, and I've been trying for 8 of the 9 years to infuse some environmental program or environmental awareness to this gathering of institutes. Primarily, it's been just public health and personal health care. So with my engagement with CDC of the Environmental Public Health Tracking Program, where we associate various forms of illness with environmental exposure, like birth defects, cancer, and childhood asthma, this year we're going to have a session on environmental awareness and how that links. So it's going to be a presentation to all these, some extremely well-funded foundations and institutes to kind of raise their awareness level. Another thing that's going to come up in May is going to be another, either a breakout session or a roundtable. Last year I reported to you that there was a county health ranking system done by the University of Wisconsin that ranked all counties in the United States, and so I was interested to find out how they picked the data from Pickett County. So I met with the researchers and found out that they used very traditional national type level of data banks. No one was interviewed locally about it. So on the planning, one of our planning calls recently suggested that we dig deeper into this to find out how we can get more county-specific information so we get a better picture of what Pickett County is and not depend on data from the Centers for Disease Control. I'm still working with the National Association of County and City Health Officials. I am on the Environmental Health and Essential Services Committee, and we're talking about redoing some of the policies that guide, they're offered as guidance to 3,000 all the local health departments in America, 3,000 local health agencies. And one that I mentioned here was environmental justice resolution or policy that we're rewriting currently, and myself and 3 other members of our committee are doing this. This is one of those things that I'm really careful when I'm representing you to be aware of, because environmental justice it can be a very controversial issue. Social justice issues, the citing of land use uses of property in disenfranchised communities, low-income communities, the response when there's complaints, and on. It's a very significant and a complex program, and can be debated significantly. But the point of creating the policy to be used nationally is it gives some guidance to local health departments to use if they want to. And I brought that, if you would be interested in it. This is the one, when I was chair of the committee that did this the first time in 2000 at NACCHO. We're now rewriting it, but this is the one that we did when I was chair of the committee. And my final paragraph in that bullet is that I am aware that if I would be representing Pitkin County in any way that would seem to be controversial, that it would certainly go through the board before. But I feel very confident that the way I've been representing it represents my knowledge of the county and having worked with this board for a long time. I'm going to skip the autism thing because I think Morris is going to talk about that. I just brought that up. And then lastly, I'm going to be teaching in San Antonio next week at a food safety training program. This I get paid for by the Food Drug Administration, but I've been able to bring information back for everyone at the table here as a result of being involved in that. The final comment that I have would be the significance of food safety. In December 2010, the CDC released current statistics that show that 48 million people are sickened each year in the United States related to foodborne links in some way, some fashion. 128,000 people are hospitalized and 3,000 people die each year from food-related illness. So it's a pretty significant number, and it's almost that way year after year after year, so it doesn't gain a lot of media attention and publicity, but it's kind of the undercurrent of what food safety is about and what Carla's department does, and mainly the environmental health piece of this. So the last thing that I wanted to hand out to you, in Ann's memo, she mentioned the essential public health services, and you may be familiar with these. Rob may not be, but I just made copies from you. These are recognized nationally as the services that ideally would be provided in a community and in a county. And the public health law that we were talking about earlier does in fact mention the 10 essential public health services. So ideally this would be what we would want to have in Pitkin County and all counties as far as being able to provide services to our citizens and constituents. But resources and time and all the things go with that seem to get in the way. But this would be just kind of a little thing to keep in mind when we're talking about public health services.
Thank you, Tom. George has a question.
Yeah, Tom, I was really struck by the last point you made. 48 million people are sick in each year in the United States by food-related products, and I know we're constantly getting alerts and warnings about E. coli from meat to vegetables.
Right.
But my question is, when you go to these conferences, are you also focusing on or having any influence on food coming into the country? Because there we have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. The training we'll do in San Antonio next week will be with roughly 50 federal food inspectors and people from the state of Texas, inspectors from the state of Texas. And I did one in Virginia late last year as well. So the folks that come to that they're the people that work on the borders and in the harbors and the docks, and so they can't in any way imaginable check every container full of food that comes in from around the world, but they can check a percentage of them. And one of my colleagues who works out of Richmond, Virginia, told me that they're lucky if they get 10% of the food products inspected when they come into the country, but it's very random. But very much at the top of the list, the way that you can get raspberries in the middle of January here. They're grown in Chile, and it's such a dynamic way of transporting food now that it's a significant issue. The 48 million represents roughly 16% of the population sick each year in America because of food-related illness.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tom at this time?
I think a lot of that has to do, we know there's E. coli in the food, and we tell people to cook their meat, and most people say, I don't like the way it tastes. I think a lot of this also has to do with sanitation and environment. Okay, you bring in raspberries from somewhere, and if they're not properly checked, clean, you might have cryptococcus and some of the other parasitic diseases. So I think it's our level of health which is very important. It's sanitation, etc. And so we see more of this in third world countries than we do in the developed countries. But it's a problem. But everything's a problem.
Well, the foodborne, the contaminated eggs from Iowa, 500 million eggs were contaminated with salmonella in this past year. So that came right from the heartland.
And that's not new. That's something that happened. We know that you have to be careful with eggs and salmonella, so it has to be checked. If you find it, they found that 500,000. Exactly.
And they seem to have found some pretty poor management of the facility.
That's what I'm saying, exactly. It's the sanitation, it's the upkeep.
Well, Congress just passed a new Food Safety Act, which is going to beef up the Food and Drug, increase capacity at the Food and Drug.
If you hard boil or fry your egg, it's done. You're not going to get salmonella. If you eat it soft and the yolk is soft, you could get salmonella if it's being carried. We have to take responsibility for what we do also. Wash your vegetables.
Well, that relates to all of us who may order a little hollandaise sauce every now and then.
Exactly right.
Dr. Cohen, I guess you would be up next to discuss
I'm always going public health officer for Ron, so he knows who I am. When I walked in, I put the tail end with flu. Did you do that already?
Not much.
Oh, okay. No,
Just numbers. Just numbers.
So we're in the middle of influenza season. This is more like the seasonal that we usually get, although we do have H1N1 2009 circulating with the 2A viruses and the B virus. We're supposed to peak at the end of this month. I'm still waiting for the curves to go down. Last week they were down a little bit, but 1 week doesn't tell us that the season is ending. So I agree. People should be immunized up until May. This may go on. Now, there have only been, there's 41 pediatric deaths in the country. Last year we had 266, just to give you something to compare it to. The reason I'm quoting pediatric deaths is they are reportable by law, whereas adults may not be. So it'll take months until we get the big picture. Remember, I'm always saying 36,000 people a year die from influenza. Well, it's not totally true. The range goes from 6,000 to about 60,000. That's the average over a 10-year period of time. What is significant is this. Mesa County and Kaiser Permanente on the eastern and western slope monitor the rate of influenza infection. So when we started out the season, we didn't really start ramping up till January. We stayed pretty close to baseline for November and December. Anyway, Kaiser Permanente started out at 1% incidence, and they're up to 3% now. It's still rising. Mesa County started out at 0.2%, and they're up to 3.8. So they're getting hit on the western slope now. It's here. And for those people who aren't immunized, which is probably at least 40% of the population, you need to go out and get immunized. This is important. It will protect you. It is the best prevention and cure. So I think that's important. So I wish I could tell you that it's almost over. Maybe I can next month, but not yet. The good thing is that we're not having all these people dying, and that's better. You know, it's also affecting very old people over the age of 65, not so old. People over the age of 65, and people and children 4 years and less are the ones that are being hit the hardest. As you remember from last year, that changed with H1N1 2009. It was the young adults and the middle-aged adults who were getting hammered. So this is more like the seasonal type of flu. So stand by. This is to be continued. But this kind of helps me out a little bit talking about people not getting immunized. You know, there are more vaccines than just the flu. Anybody that's had a child knows that these kids get many vaccines in the first couple of years of life. And we've taken for granted that we don't see the disease anymore, so we've kind of gotten lax. And what's happened is, in the 1950s and 60s, we changed the DPT and took pertussis out because we were worried about seizures from the cellular pertussis. So now we have Tdap and DTaP, which have acellular pertussis, which is a lot safer. But what has happened is now we've seen the recrudescence of whooping cough, okay? Bordetella pertussis. And what's happened is California, 3 years ago, had 25,000 cases. They still have a lot of cases. And Colorado's number 2. Okay? So what happens now? What happens is that the adults end up with a cough. They don't get very sick, okay, but they have a cough that persists for, well, the Chinese call it the 100-day cough, so it lasts for a while. And the grandparents who were immunized have lost their immunity. So they go visit these little kids who are not immunized because it takes 5 shots to immunize a child over a period of years, and they get sick. So what we're urging is grandparents who have young children that they're with a lot, and even parents who haven't been immunized should at least get the booster of Tdap, tetanus, diphtheria, and acellular pertussis. The difference between Tdap and DTaP is just the dose of diphtheria. So the younger kids get the DTaP, because there's more diphtheria in it. Recently, somebody got off an airplane from some foreign country and had measles, and we worried about that. Measles is one of the worst viruses around, because you need 95% immunization to protect the people, herd effect, and we'll never get there. So, and many parts of the world are not immunized. South Africa, Switzerland, they don't have to have measles vaccine. And San Diego, because people opt out for religious reasons, okay? And then we always see an epidemic periodically. So I'm leading it because many people won't be immunized because they're afraid, they don't need it, they don't get sick. Maybe the child is going to get, quote unquote, autism or some other illness. So we're going to talk about autism and immunizations, because this is one of the bugaboos that keep people away from being immunized. You've heard us say that autism is not related to the immunizations, not related to the mercury in the preservative in the vaccines, etc. CDC has looked at this over hundreds of thousands of patients, and there is no correlation. You know how this started? In 1996, Andrew Wakefield, and you mentioned that in your memo, some English guy, and that's who he is. Yeah, Andrew Wakefield did some research and published it in the British Medical Journal in Lancet, where he looked at 10 cases, took them at random, that had mental abnormalities. They weren't all autistic, and said, and he and 10 collaborators decided that this was related to the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, MMR. And they blamed it on that, and immediately people in England wouldn't get their kids immunized. We had deaths from the measles and hospitalizations. Well, as it turns out, over the years, most of these people who signed on the article as collaborators are withdrawn because the data was not good. They were supposed to do large studies, and they never did that. So finally they investigated what was going on, and they realized that the data was bogus. It was forged. There were contracts out with attorneys to work with them and be paid for lawsuits, and there were patents to be able to do skin tests and other tests to see who is susceptible for, quote-unquote, this autism. In other words, the work was not scientifically accurate. So there's been a big investigation. I gave you 3 articles because it's evolving in England by the national groups, and they've already stripped Wakefield of all his academic credentials. The important thing is that this was data that wasn't accurate, but it set the tone for the last 10 years for a lot of people who wouldn't let the children be immunized, and it was not correct. So I just wanted to bring that up here so we can maybe dispel one of these myths, and I thought it was important for you to know about it. That's all I'm going to say about vaccines. I think that's probably enough. There were a couple other articles in there just to touch on. You know, the over-the-counter medications for colds for children have been removed, placed behind the counter, and we've cut the ER visits, hospitalizations, by 50%. This is for seizures and strokes and things like that. The next problem on the horizon are the energy drinks, which probably have 4 to 5 times the caffeine, and now they got creative in putting alcohol in there, you know? So we've got to look at that. Now, you may say, well, why doesn't the FDA do something about it? Well, it's not a drug. It's not a device. So, you know, we have to be aware of it, let our community be aware of it, parents should be aware of it, the kids shouldn't be drinking this stuff. It could be a problem. The last thing I put in there, I'm not going to read it, but I thought it was cute, and it's also helpful, how not to fall on the ice, 10 steps. If you obey those, you will. I can't guarantee you won't fall, but you have less chance. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Yeah, just last night on TV I saw a public health commercial about pertussis, which said that 80% of the transmission to children come from their parents, their own parents or relatives. And so it was encouraging parents to get but
you don't get that sick. The kids start coughing, a lot of them bleed into the brain, and then you have a real problem. I mean, they've done it.
Very good. think that puts you up, Carla, for a report to the public on your wastewater, on-site wastewater treatment system.
Oh, okay. Carla Osberg, Pickens County Environmental Health Manager. I just have a few bullet items that I've included in Liz's update. And the first two are air quality related. The EPA is going to be announcing a new standard for ozone soon, hopefully this summer. And I also included a bullet point on our radon grant, which was very successful. We had a very good outreach to the public, gave away over 175 kits. And we'll be collecting that data and information, and I'll be doing something with it. And so I elaborate on air quality in a memo of interest that I'll be presenting to you in April. That's when I got on your agenda. So as far as on-site wastewater treatment, we started our new use permit program in July, and from what I can tell, it's been very successful. It's doing what we had hoped it would do, in that we're looking at systems and making repairs when they're necessary. So of the 22 permits we've issued, we're seeing about a 30% repair rate of some kind, which is great because normally, unless it was a catastrophic failure, we wouldn't be catching those things. So I think we're seeing a lot of success. On the legislative front, we have a new bill that's been proposed, and it's a statute change for the existing ISDS, individual sewage disposal systems, and they're going to change the terminology, hopefully, to on-site wastewater treatment, which is in line with what we have existing. And what it does, it creates a template for less prescriptive regulations. We have to be in line with state guidelines, and they're very prescriptive. So this would encourage performance-based systems and just encourage better technology. Currently, there aren't any reductions in field sizing for good technology, and maybe there should be. So this will open the door for that if the legislation passes. And then with consumer protection, we're sort of status quo with our inspections. And the state is looking at revising our current regulation to be more in line with the FDA's food code. So those changes will be coming probably late this summer. It's kind of hard to tell. It's quite a long process. And then we'll just need to get trained on the new inspection standards and rules and regulations, and there may be a new form that we have to fill out, but we'll try to keep up to speed with all of that.
Yeah. Thank you. You mentioned that you're going to be appearing before us later in April, and that would be great. But I'm wondering if you might have some information on the dangers of high ozone that you might be able to forward to Jack and I beforehand. I know I've run into it at Club 20, where groups are very concerned about what they're going to have to do to hit this new standard, and then they talk about ozone problems as if they're just made up. It's because it's invisible, so they're like, what do we have to worry about? I don't see anything here. And so I would really love to have a little information to combat some of the discussion points I've heard going forward, which just sound like, why do we even have to bother with this? They're making up something silly again, let's close down the EPA. And so background as to what the real problem is and the cause and effect of the illnesses, I think would be helpful information.
Sure, I can definitely do that.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, Carla and everyone, of course, thanks for feedback and continued great service to the community. Specific to environmental health, we're dealing with the on-site wastewater legislation at CCI. And it is our understanding that the group of participants who were the group, as it were, have split. And there was a minority group, and that's why we have a bill before us, because there was the group that wanted to amend and others that wanted to rewrite. Mm-hmm. Would you be able to share where you were at? Are you mainstream, or are you part of Jack's group of the minorities here?
I was part of the stakeholder group,
yeah.
And it's a process that had been going on for some time, and it was sort of led by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment employees, the Water Quality Control Division. And so we split into groups and had some direction for where we had hoped a revision would go. And then when it came time to decide whether there should be a statute change or we should hold off, the state employees really felt we should hold off. It wasn't the economic climate to try to do something like that, and they didn't feel that a bill would be supportive. However, the other group that you're talking about is the Colorado Professionals in On-Site Wastewater, of which we're members as a department. And people from that group felt strongly enough that they wanted to keep pushing forward and not continuing to just delay and have this old statute dictate what could and couldn't happen with a revision. So there were two different groups, and CPOW, which is the acronym, they moved forward pretty quickly and had something drafted and presented, and we didn't have a great opportunity to review it. I submitted some comments because I think some of the terms weren't in line with the Public Health Act and how we're currently structured. They referred to a health officer, which we don't really have a health officer. We have a public health director, we have a medical officer. So just to have those terms in line, and then the use of the term sewage throughout the document, even though we're changing the title. So those were my small comments, and I think they proposed some amendments to that. So it's still moving forward, and as far as I know, everything's going fine, but they feel very strongly that if anyone attaches a financial note to this, that it will be killed pretty quickly. So there's the state people who are working on the guidelines, and then there's the CPOW people who've pushed this statute change. So there are sort of two different tracks, and hopefully we can all get on the same page. I don't see any huge harm in the two separate tracks. It kind of is what it is, but...
Well, at CCI, we, as a group, voted to oppose this. And they're pretty strong, and there's a number of reasons why. One being promises made and small fixes don't make it. And, you know, over time, the state, I guess, is where I would lay it, has promised to do certain things, and things just haven't come across. And I think there's a concern maybe about some budgetary components, but people are unaware. We didn't get the fiscal note. We don't know that yet. And this coming March, next week, no, 2 weeks from now, we'll find more out about this. If you have any feedback for us, please share it with Rachel, myself.
Okay. Yeah, those meetings will be March 17th and 18th, so any heads up or bullet points you'd like us to make at that time. I have emailed a little bit with Carla on this, and I don't want to take up too much time, but, you know, I at least had gotten an impression from the discussion at CCI that, again, it was a little bit of a state takeover of the permitting, and Carla clarified that for me. It was more of a state looking at their regulations that allowed counties to permit, and perhaps building a little more flexibility into those. But once you get things on the floor, you always have to watch that they don't go far left or far right. But it was not a quote, state takeover of the standards or of the actual permitting, which, again, was a little bit of a confusing, at least to me, topic at CCI.
One more comment.
Okay, Jack. And then
this forever has to do, everything that we're involved in at CCI, which is Colorado Counties, Inc., represents the 64 counties or those who participate, has everything to do about local control. So there's also, as Rachel is inferring here, there's that tension. Statewide standards or allowing counties to have the ability to come up with their own regulations relative to, say, their geology or whatever. So anyway, we would appreciate any feedback you have for us.
Sure. Other board members, questions or comments you'd like to make at this time?
I have a question, or I don't know whether you're going to address this or not, but in your memo, you talked about the opportunity to join the Colorado Association of Local Boards of Health. And maybe you can talk a little bit about that. I know that you're asking, it's just it's pennies really, but $70 is the membership dues to join, and you're asking that to come from our discretionary fund. And although the money is not the issue, I think it's more, for me, more of a precedent. If we start utilizing that fund for other departments who may want to join different organizations. And I was wondering for that little money that it couldn't come out of your operating budget.
I think there may be a little bit of a missed wire here.
Okay.
We are the Board of Health, and so it would be a decision that we want to join for the training it would offer us. So it's not for their organization, other than, I think, Dr. Cohen, who's a member of our board in this capacity. And
Well, I'll just explain that.
Okay.
This organization was established for local boards of health, which you are, for Pickens County. So I don't recall making a recommendation about where that $70 comes from, but I will say that my board of directors did join just because in their role as an advisory board to you as the local board of health, they felt that they could become educated and stay abreast of the issues that local boards of health deal with. So my board of directors did join.
Oh, okay.
But the invitation to you all to join as the local board of health for Pickens County is here, and how that's paid for is up to you guys.
But we would be getting access to any information or updates via your board, since Community Health is a member of the organization already.
You could look at it that way, but I think the ownership lies with you all, so that's up to you.
Yeah, this was brought to CCI about a year and a half with Jeannie Nicholson as a key push, and she just really brought to the attention that Colorado has no education or training program for the various boards of health, and that other states did, and other states have found it to be very effective to create more effective board members, because boards of health generally are elected officials who are elected because they care about land use control or airports or something else, and not necessarily a lot of in-depth knowledge about the role that they have as a board of health. And so it's really not so much that they are a conveyor of new health concern threats or these sort of issues, or tracking legislation, as much as it really is a training program for boards of health, of their roles, their responsibilities, their obligations, and things like that. So it's really very much a fledgling group. They've tried to keep the fees as minimal as possible to make sure that people are willing to participate. And I think they're having their meetings kind of concurrent with CCI annual meetings, so that people don't have to pay additionally to go travel to it. So it really is more of a professional development tool and association for our board to consider joining, so that we increase our skills and have a more meaningful participation with you, and the community. And Nan might have further explanations.
I was just going to strongly encourage you all to join. It's a way to support the public health across the state. It's a way for you all to stay abreast of what CalBOA is doing in light of the fact that Community Health Services Board has joined. And I'm happy to use funds out of my purchase services to buy you all membership from Health and Human Services. I think that's appropriate. I think it's more appropriate than having Community Health Services pay.
And it's $70 for the whole board.
Yeah, it's not per person. Well, I think it'd be good to join as well. And I don't know if other board members want a little more background information of what they will be doing, say, at the upcoming summer conference of CCI, and how the Colorado Association, of Local Boards of Health even works with the National Association of Boards of Health. But it's really to try to increase the capacity and the standards and the consistency of both understanding of health issues, and big reason there is that health issues are very rarely contained to county borders. You can do a great job with your community and then have some poorly tracked infectious disease work its way in from other counties and things like that.
So do we as a Board of Health have a line item budget? No. So it would have to come from Health and Human Services or a fallback.
Or you can use your
Purchase well, it could be memberships.
It could be our membership.
Under BOCC.
Could come from different. And so I would consider that. It'd be interesting to know how and who would participate in it, and so we can have that conversation.
So Nan, you'll get us a little more backgrounding, and we'll, thanks for the prompt, and we'll think about that very seriously. I was aware of it before, but it was also a little bit, maybe we should let this get up and going a little bit so we know what we're getting into, but it probably is time. Okay. Other board member comments or questions? John, did you have any?
I have one other quick question for Tom, and Michael, you may be interested, you may be aware of this, but I heard recently that President Obama recently signed a bill and legislation allowing genetic products to
modified foods.
What?
Genetically modified foods.
Genetically modified foods, and some of that, if they're being pollinated and transmitted by bees, at some point that means that we'll never have, at some point, we'll lose all of our natural original food stuff.
Yeah, it's a tricky issue. That and radiated foods for protecting foods for shelf life are two extremely controversial and debatable, emotional right and left way into this heavily. And the idea is obviously to try to produce a higher quality food with more nutrition, a longer shelf life, better protection, like radiated foods are that other issue I mentioned. They're more protective than other types of preventative measures of bacterial growth on food. So I guess it almost depends on your politics, I guess, as well as the science of it. I'm very strongly behind the irradiation of foods because I'm confident. I've read the science and done research on that when I was still working for the county. It's that old. But the whole genome issue and genetically modified foods is debatable, but it depending on who is in the voting majority, it goes forward. I can't advise you one way or the other whether it's going to be the savior of our food supply or not, but it's a controversial issue. I didn't answer your question at all.
Right now, it's not science. It's who has the most voices and the loudest voices. Eventually, when the science comes out and says, okay, now we can feed everybody in China, and they're not going to end up with cancers 5 years from now, then science will come to the forefront. And it won't matter how many voices there are saying one thing or another. We don't know yet. That's the problem.
And at some point, if it turns out to be negative, it'll be too late.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's when you mess around with the environmental way of nature's way of doing things. If you get a moment, read Silent Spring, 1962 by Rachel Carson. It was out of control when she wrote the book, and it was controversial and debatable, and she was scorned, and she ultimately died of cancer, by the way, in her 50s. So she's one of my two public health heroes.
Who's the other one?
Dr. Florence Sabin. She wrote the first public health laws in Colorado in the 1940s. She was appointed at over 70 years old to start investigating public health in Colorado, and she wrote the first 8 public health laws that everything is based on in Colorado right now. And every state is allowed 2 statues of prominent people from that state in the state capital, or the nation's capital. And we have Jack Schweikert, the astronaut, and Florence Sabin. So if you're in the Capitol building, walk through Statutory Hall, you'll see Florence sitting in her chair with her microscope. So she's one of our two noteworthy people in the Capitol.
Rachel Carson was actually my namesake. She lived next door to my mother in Silver Spring, Maryland.
Oh my gosh!
Growing up, and she said she could always hear the typewriter across the street, because they had no air conditioning.
She had the science to back her statements. and our research.
I have one last question, then we're going to have to go. But this fall we all read of a number of fairly tragic cases out of Fort Collins where young college students, those playing in hockey arenas and other circumstances, came down with meningitis, and that is something that can be vaccinated against.
Yeah, we have 2 vaccines for meningitis. The problem with the meningitis vaccine is that they don't last forever. The immunity is somewhere between 3 and 5 years. They keep changing. But the recommendation now is that high school students, college students, recruits, people who are going to be congregated with large other groups who live on campus should be vaccinated. And it's pretty effective. I'm trying to remember if there were 4 or 5 cases. I think it was the C. There's one meningococcal strain that they don't have a vaccine for, and it's the C. They have, I think it's C. Yeah. No, it's B. It's B. A, C, V, and W. We have. We're missing the 1, and so that's a problem.
Will there be some outreach to the public school system here to let them know that graduating seniors should be, parents should very strongly consider that vaccination before their kids start to, spread their wings and fly?
I think that I know that the school nurse at the school district does send out a letter to graduating senior parents with recommendations, and a lot of colleges now require it, or a waiver saying why you are declining it. So it's in the last few years that's become common practice. And I will say that since the cases, and I don't know if it's because of, but since those cases in Fort Collins, the Colorado Department of Public Health and I think ACIP, the Academy, I can't remember that acronym,
Advisory Commission for Immunization Practices
has recommended that you actually get a booster after 5 years. If you had your first Menactor vaccine at age 13, then you would need a booster again at age 5, just for the reason Dr. Cohen mentioned. They now realize it doesn't last forever. So there is a recommendation now to get a booster after 5 years for the children that fall in that age group.
Okay, super. I just want to call a little attention to that. I had a friend whose son recently was hospitalized very suddenly, and that's what they found it was. And it wasn't in this county; it was a different area.
And it's interesting because you're 1 or 2 cases, it's not okay, but we don't get too worried about it. When we get to 3, that's already an epidemic for meningococcal disease because the mortality is so high from that.
Yeah. And for parents? What are the symptoms? What should you watch out for that separates this from just a little bad day?
They may not be much. I mean, maybe a sore throat. It moves so quickly that within 24 hours. They're sick and they've got a stiff neck and they're vomiting, bad headache, high fever. So it'll be quick and they need to be seen immediately. Usually they'll go on antibiotics immediately, and if we get it in early enough, that can make a big difference in survival and or chronic impairment. So if you suspect it at all, into the emergency room, or that's where you need to go.
Okay, better safe than sorry on that. Okay, any other board comments or questions? No. Well, thank you again for your service. We really appreciate all that you do in the community, and we're proud for you and of you. So,
thank you.
We will now need a motion to adjourn our meeting as the Board of Health.
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you very much. All in favor? Aye. Very good. Thank you, Lindy, for taking our minutes on the meeting. And
thanks, everybody.
we now will go to our memos of interest, future agendas, and board reports and open discussion. The right paperwork here. Starting with memos of interest.
Yeah, our first memo of interest, and Cindy may be able to speak to this, or Lance, but it's actually a request to use $7,500 from our Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund to fund an expert or a consultant to help evaluate the standards that were proposed with the snow dump code changes that we've been discussing. Now,
I discussed this with you when we came back from the Planning and Zoning Commission. I reported to you that they weren't ready yet to adopt the standards that we had suggested for soil monitoring for snow dumps. They suggested that we do some additional work with an outside expert and that rather than looking at the standards related to cleanup of gas station contamination, that we see if there was a better standard more related to residential property. And they suggested that we ask Healthy Rivers and Streams if they would recommend to you funding that kind of expert consultant help. The number of $7,500 came from talking with Chris Huffnagel. As you know, he's been working with a consultant without charge on all of the work we've done so far, and we tried to get from this consultant what did he think if we went out and asked people what would it cost, and he thought a maximum of $7,500 to do this additional work. We went to Healthy Rivers and Streams, and they made this recommendation to you.
The one thing I'm wondering is, isn't there any sort of low cost or no cost assistance from the Environmental Protection Agency or the state, clean water under Colorado Department of Health and, not Health and Education, but
Department of Health and Environment.
Yeah, that's it.
Mike has spent an awful lot of time online trying to find assistance areas, and we're kind of unique in being concerned about this, I think.
If I recall the issue too, the standards that we've been able to find have more to do with industrial site and cleanup standards, so minimum standards for remediating a contaminated area. And I think there was a question about whether that was an appropriate standard or whether we wanted a higher standard. And when you get away from the regulatory agencies, it's difficult to find what would that higher standard or stake in the ground be.
Thank you. George?
I've got a couple of questions, Lance. When the P&Z voiced their opinion that we needed to do further study, did they have any idea where those monies were going to come from?
They recommended that we approach Healthy Rivers and Streams.
And was it pretty much sort of a unanimous decision by the P&Z, or was it?
It was.
Sometimes I'm a little concerned that even though the P&Z, I think, does a great job in some of their recommendations, if it has to follow with a budgetary request, I think that needs to be considered. And in terms of the Healthy Streams and Rivers participation, we're going to meet with them this afternoon, which is great, because I have some questions in terms of how they determine how those monies get allocated, because they seem to be the only go-to source of funding for everybody who wants some help in terms of water issues. But I wonder what that $7,500 is really going to buy us beyond what Chris Hoofnagel has been able to provide us. And is it really going to be worth the expenditure of those dollars to accomplish that goal?
That's a very good question.
So that's a concern. And I don't know if we would approve that now, even though we're coincidentally going to be meeting at Healthy Streams this afternoon for a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, they have already recommended
They have
for
already made a
approval, so
recommendation,
it lies with us for a decision to go forward from here.
So those are my concerns.
Michael?
Yeah, the difficulty is that we've embarked on sort of a pioneering point of view and are very concerned about our water quality. The question was that the laboratory services couldn't do 10 parts per million. They couldn't register that. That was the first recommendation we got. So the second recommendation was 500 parts per million of contaminant. And that was related to gas station mitigation. And so I think that the P&Z decided that we're not really dealing with a gas station here. We're dealing with water quality. And is the gas station standards pertinent to snow dump standards? So it's the burden of pioneering new territory. And it's a burden, I think, that certainly residents who are near a snow dump need to have reassurance that we've spent money on the research. Not necessarily spend money, but if we have to have definite standards, and since we can't find them, we have to do that pioneering with money, and that's what we've come to.
Yeah. John, you have a comment?
I just add in, I think the real question is, we don't have the capability on staff right now to generate the science, to have a standard somewhere between the industrial standards that we've defined and a standard that the lab couldn't test for us. And so we could choose a number or choose something in between those two and probably test to it. But I think that what we're bringing before you is a request to bring some expertise to the table that we don't have to try and generate a standard that may be more consistent with the residential area, and bring that expertise to the table. Because while those standards, maybe they are out there in a manual or such, Rachel, our searches haven't produced them. We just may not know where to really look to find that appropriate standard and one that can be easily tested or ascertained. So.
Yeah, Jack, you go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about fees. What kind of fee structure is involved when an applicant comes in to apply for a snow dump permit?
It's a special review. It was in 1,500 range.
Somewhere around there. It's a minor review, 5 hours of staff time.
Yeah, and that pretty much is eaten up by staff's investigation work and site visits and all of that. So there's no, it hits the mark, as it were. Okay.
I mentioned this at the last meeting, and I guess my only concern is that we come back with someone who gives us a standard, and then that really just leads us to a new step of saying, well, what sort of mitigation or remediation should a snow permittee have on their site? Should there be some sort of extra percolation system? Should there be a clay liner? Should there be something like that? There's a certain point at which, and I don't mind following this all the way through to the end of its course to find out, but, without the snow removal from the various areas that occurs, that's eventually going to melt and go into the river and into our water as well. Now, it may be at a more diluted pace, but the issue itself doesn't go away. To the extent that there's contaminants, it may not go away. So I question a little about what is the long term of where it's leading us. And then the other is that I just don't want to get into a conflict after having spent this money of not being all the way on the same path. I had mentioned it, Lance. Paul Hempel is working with the Colorado Rural Water Association to help communities that have their own water providing systems to develop source water protection plans. And I know he's working with W/J, and very recently had a call back from the Woody Creek Mobile Home Park. He's had some initial meetings with them, and their number one concern, of course, for their water quality for their system was the snow dump facilities up there. Now, that may not be legitimate, but that's from citizen comments as to what their concern is. So the only thing I'm thinking is if we have this community source water protection planning group going forward, getting a grant from the state, and developing their source water protection plan, and then over here we're coming up with standards that we might say, okay, this is acceptable in their community, then the two plans don't meet in the middle. How do we work with that? Again, that's a lot of work that's going on in a lot of the different agencies that, not agencies, but neighborhood homeowners associations, metro districts, whatever, who are not hooked up to municipal water as an effort in our valley right now. So I'm happy to approve this and see it move forward, but I just want to make sure we're making the linkages as it goes forward so that, again, the various community-generated plans, I know there are a number throughout the valley. I think within Old Snowmass and a different number of, probably 6 or 7 different ones in Pickens County. Carla has been working with him on the plans that have been coming forward in Pickens County.
We have a meeting with him this week, I think.
Yeah, coming up. So at any rate, I just want to make sure things are moving forward at consistent paths and don't end up with loggerheads later on. Jack?
Staff have any idea, ballpark, about what a snow dump operator brings in a season on an average? I know there's all these generalities, average, etc., but I mean, is there any money to be made here? I'm really concerned that, and just like we've heard, we'll do this study, and then someone's going to say, well, how can I meet that standard? And then another study, and another study. And I really link up with George's comment about Healthy Rivers and Streams being the go-to fund because it's, if there's a drop of water associated, there it is. So does anyone have any idea? I mean, I don't want to use any examples. I just know that there's a lot of snow being moved. For example, I don't know how we're involved, but maybe, Rachel, on the far side of Aspen, instead of going down Main Street, you go right. I just can't remember this. That extension of 7th Street goes way in the back towards, as it were, Merle overlooks.
Yeah.
So I saw one of our Pickens County trucks just giant, full of snow. It seemed like maybe we were doing cleanup too, and I guess that might go to the snow dump. But when someone goes to remove snow, there's a lot of snow. And do we have any idea of how much people make when they do this? Because what I'm really getting at here is does there need to be an ongoing fee? Because we hear, oh, well, more money and more money out on the private side. But to me, all this needs to be paying its own way. And we wouldn't hit the 4 guys only. But in the future, maybe there's an annual fee for doing this, for the science. That's really what we're talking about, because this is science.
The gross, I don't know what kind of gross revenue numbers. I remember when they were sitting here, you'll remember they said, you've got to reduce our fee, we can't.
Yeah, I just
but
can't
I don't have any definite numbers.
I got one from one operator. He said between 10 and 15 was what they made last year.
Yeah.
1,000.
But I think you have a little bit of a, not disconnect, but they're not necessarily the same thing. The person who allows it to be dumped in their location is not necessarily the hauler who's making the contract with the person whose lot wants to be cleared. So you have different linkages of where the revenue may break down.
Well, true, but it's all embedded. I mean, the fuel costs, somebody's paying that. Well, where it's being dumped eventually is.
If I'm not wrong, part of the policy changes we've made recently is to extend the time frame of the permit so that they're not having to come back annually. They're coming back potentially once every 5 years. And so we've reduced that financial burden or that fee that we'd be collecting on our end. The testing, I think, is incumbent then on the applicant during the term of the permit, and then the testing really determines whether there can be continued dumping of snow on the property. And so the real question that we came to is, what is the threshold that we will use in terms of melt off or the water quality, the pollutants that because some will come off of it. You collect other stuff with the snow. What's that threshold where we say, no, you can't bring any more in until these levels are brought through whatever mitigation steps are brought into line with those standards. And that's where we got stuck, is on those water quality standards. And I think that's why the Healthy Rivers and Streams seem to be a natural linkage, because the healthy river, what we're really talking about is what is the water quality that's now flowing into these drainages and to these areas, and what standard is appropriate. There was some question about that industrial standard, We haven't been able to find another standard, and that's where we're stuck, is what is the standard. This board could decide that the original standard, the industrial cleanup standard, is the appropriate standard, and we don't have to do any of this. We can test to that. That's a standard that's established out there. But if it's not appropriate, we don't know really where to set it now. We don't have the science to set that, and we don't know what the linkages are.
Yeah, I'm just, if someone can maybe clarify for me the pressing need for this in terms of what our standard was last year. These are all dump sites that were in use.
There were no standards.
So there were no standards last year. So we're enacting a standard that's going to be better than the standard last year, which is no standard. So we're already, increasing the standard to some level than anything that's ever been done before in this community. And we've also written the new code that they have to be up to the standards, even if we change those standards. So this one potential option could be, let's see what happens with the standard that we enact and move forward, and maybe a year from now readdress what standard.
Jack, you want to?
If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
I've been debating whether that's really where we should be at. I'm just really hesitant about saying, well, spend more money on an unknown, which John is absolutely right. We don't have the expertise. So I'd like to pose a question to staff. And we know we've evolved to wherever we are at, meaning where we chose. Mike, would you please give us a brief reminder, as it were, a place and time where we arrived at, under which standard that is? We've referred to gas station standards, industrial. Why don't you bring forward to where we're at right now for us?
Where we are with the code amendments?
Yeah, right now, the one we passed that is what it is unless we change it.
Sure. My memory serves me correctly. We were going to initially set a certain soil testing standard at 10 parts per million. I can't remember the acronym for it. But it came from Chris Hoopfield at the landfill. And it was.
And that was consistent with what he's found at the landfill with water standards?
Lance just reminded me, it was the oil and grease standard, and it was a cleanup standard that he used at the landfill. And as we got into it and got soil testing results back from the operators, we started hearing from their consultants, their engineering firms, that none of the operators could comply with the standard, except for one, Elam, who could, because they were testing from the reclaimed area in the pit, meaning that they brought fill in from the reclaimed area, and they tested fine with that one. So we had 2 of the 3 operators not able to comply with it, and we started reevaluating what that standard was. We talked with Chris, and Chris talked with his expert on his end, and he gave us another standard that used a combination of oil and grease, the BPH.
Yeah, there were like 3 different pieces.
And we took those 3 tests and we added those together, and the threshold that came out of that was a 500 parts per million standard then. So we went from initial oil and grease standard of 10 parts per million to a combination of 3 different tests that we ran, added those up, and had a threshold of 500 parts per million. And this is where the rub lies, is that it was a standard that came from the state. It was in their gasoline gas station cleanup remediation manual, and we pulled it from there, and that's what we brought forward before.
So the dilemma has been, was the one standard far too stringent to be realistic, and on the other hand, is the other standard potentially far too high to truly protect the general health, safety, and welfare? And that's, people are looking for more technical expertise on that. Jack, you want to continue?
Well, I guess where I arrive at is I would really like to have at our meeting this afternoon, run this by them. I know who makes the decision finally about the money, but there's a lot of talent and experience there, and see if anyone has any ideas about where we might be headed next. I would, what we've just heard is very straightforward and understandable, and leads me to think maybe we need to know more. But then it's just an unending science game, so.
Michael and George?
Yeah, I mean, this began it was actually brought up by people in the Woody Creek Caucus because the snow dump at the Elam Gravel Pit is proximate to the Woody Creek, and it's proximate to high-density housing. And they were concerned because there were no standards. So they wanted to have some guarantee that we test their wells for contamination. And it occurred to me that although that's fine, by the time you test a well for contamination and it should be contaminated, it's too late. So you really haven't done much in terms of protecting the health and welfare of neighborhoods. So that's what began this epic journey that we're taking through parts per million. It's been very tough, and nobody knows, including the healthy rivers and streams. The point of this is that we gather information, and Kevin Patrick, who lives in the Woody Creek neighborhood and is an esteemed water lawyer, had brought to us standards that the Alaska Board of Health had for their snow dumps, and they were general standards and didn't include contamination standards. And we're not sure that there's any state in the union that has snow dump standards in terms of parts per million of hydrocarbon contamination. So we just don't know. So this is just a burden that we have to take on to find out, along with employee housing, along with establishing a Healthy Rivers Board, we can now be leaders, additionally, in snow dumping. And so that's a burden we have to take on. So I would suggest that we just go ahead and do this and do the best we can, given the circumstances we have here. Because our duty is not to really make sure that snow dumping pays for the scientific exploration. What our duty is to make sure that we can guarantee the health and welfare of people in Pickens County. And this is a step to doing that.
Okay. George, your comment?
Yeah, I mean, I see the importance in terms of trying to determine what that safety level is. The problem I have, or I think the dilemma is, no matter what standard that comes back, I think from the study, I don't think that smuggler is going to meet that standard. And so, just because if you're talking about trying to meet a standard to offset a Superfund site, I mean, how is that ever going to happen?
That was a lead issue,
right,
and we're talking about hydrocarbons now.
Right, but somehow, maybe I'm wrong, but somehow I think that that's going to end up being part of their testing based on that standard. So I think it's difficult. I'm just not sure. I mean, we've actually established a very high standard going to this new PPG model. I'd almost would rather see how that works for a year, but I'll start from my earlier comments. I almost would rather have this conversation with the Healthy Streams and Rivers Board as well.
Well, I can't believe that we're the only, well, I know we're not the only county that has snow dumps. And I know we're not the only county that has environmental safety practices. Is there not an outreach to 10 other counties to say, we want to come up with a standard that's good for Colorado, let's work on this together? Has that been an approach? I mean, divide this number by 10 and it becomes a no-brainer.
Yeah, I could see that on the one hand, but I could also see us spending $7,000 to corral 7 other counties to come together for regional meetings to discuss whether or not they want to be, and how to set the guidelines for the study, and then the staff time to go back to 7 or 10 different boards and county commissioners to get approval for their $750 1/10 share. We could spend as much getting a regional effort going as we could.
And I'm not saying that it has to be a statewide policy. What I'm saying is that I'm sure that this is of concern of the citizens, and therefore it should be of concern of the other county commissioners. And maybe it's 3 counties, you know, and do you know what snow dumps put into the streams? We're going to do a study. Would you help us assisting in this study? As much as I understand that it's hard to build these collaborations, I think it's worth trying in today's times.
Okay. No, I don't disagree, but I'm just going to have to say the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund was passed with 2 prime purposes: water quality and water quantity protection. So for me, this falls pretty clearly in the type of investigative work that they may have to do for water quality. If we were going to direct our staff to go out and start some other collaborative regional initiative of some scope and scale, the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund would not be an appropriate funding source to fund that effort. Maybe to contribute its share of the final study that collaborative group would come up on. But we would now be looking at some sort of new planning direction to our staff to convene this sort of group. I think we're trying to find some standard that we can test next year as we start the snow dump season, as opposed to what could be a very lengthy process. So I see Jack has his hand up for a comment, and then we're going to have to wrap this up and go on to our other discussions fairly soon.
Yeah, thank you. Staff, did we specifically talk to any of the other resorts? I mean, when we know the layout of Vail, of Telluride, of Crested Butte, of Mount Crested Butte. Did we call any of those and ask if they had? I mean, you could access their code is one thing, but did we make any physical calls?
I didn't make any calls, but that's whenever I'm doing code amendments like the solar and the snow dump, I go to Garfield County, Eagle County. I do all the Colorado counties and search their codes to see what they have. And then I start expanding out to other states. I didn't make the physical phone calls to those people, but Alaska had the best, and we pulled from them some things. But I can tell you with 100% certainty that we will have, I mean, even as of right now, we have the best snow dump standards in the country. No one is doing what we're doing.
Okay, I'd love to see it be a lower cost than this. I'd love to see this to be an up to and not to exceed number. But I do look at it as a one-time expenditure to start determining what is the appropriate standard. It's not about whether someone wants to run this type of operation, all the land use considerations. We're trying to go a step further in protecting the environment, answering neighborhood concerns. And we just talked very briefly with Tom Dunlop, who's been working at a national level on what they call environmental justice policy, so that some areas don't become the dumping site for waste or toxic areas from other communities. And you really could look at that a certain way that says, here you got the areas that need the most snow removal, private properties in booming resort communities who, for a fee and a little hauling, can take it out and drop it in a rural area. And we're trying to make sure that they are responsive to the health concerns and protection in those rural areas. And I think in many ways the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund was enacted with water quality protection as one of its funding purposes, because we didn't have such a resource in the county. And most counties, frankly, just kick the can down the road. And people end up doing remediation later. And it's couldn't see it, couldn't feel it, couldn't touch it, so we didn't have to worry about it. And we are looking a little further. So our staff has asked for this type of assistance. They are not trained biochemists and don't want to hazard a guess on that. So I think that, I'd love it to be a lower number, but I also think that this is the type of purpose that the public has asked us to protect our water quality going forward. Jack?
Yeah, I'd still go back to what I said earlier. I'd like to have a brief conversation or a conversation with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. I'd like to see how they interact when presented a problem. Gee, here, we've been asked this. What do you think? I'd like to see how they operate.
They told us that they wanted us to spend this money.
Who is they?
The Healthy Rivers and Stream Board. This memo is coming, already approved by them, recommending to us to fund this study. It's not that they are wrestling with it further. We can ask them why they came to this conclusion, and do they still endorse the conclusion that they've already recommended to us. But this isn't coming to us to ask them. It has already gone through their board and their deliberations. So we can spend a good bit of time on this with them, small bit of time with it, or spend the time talking about the other bigger picture issues.
Well, then, it sounds like you want my feedback, and ours, of course,
Yeah.
and my feedback is I want to test and see what a year says. I don't want to spend the
So
money.
you do not want to spend it. Michael?
Yeah, I think it's important to protect our neighborhoods and to give people who live in the Moon Creek area, the Woody Creek area, Smuggler area, some assurance that the county's concerned about the standards that we're applying to snowmobiles. So I approve it.
George?
I would delay it. I think that we are concerned about the health of our water to those neighborhoods, and I think we are enacting a measure that is unprecedented in the country.
Rob?
I concur with George. I think we can get some good information from the tests that come back after a year, and that could be used to move forward. And we do have a very, as we've been told, a higher standard than anywhere else in the country.
Okay. I would support spending this money. It seems like 3 individuals at the board do not want to at this time. I think we may need feedback from you later if you've had a chance to think it through of how does this affect the operation of the ordinance we have. Because basically our ordinance that we passed that these people are currently permitted under says that they will meet the standard that Pickens County passes in the future. And so we will not have a standard in that ordinance.
The standard will be the one that
500.
you
The
use.
500.
500.
Okay. So that will be the remaining standard.
Correct.
Okay. There we go then. Okay. What else do we have in our MOIs? We all received a letter from the Crystal Valley Environmental Protection Association, and it was kind of just highlighting to us their concerns with the outstanding water rights, conditional water rights on the Crystal River. As I recall, our attorney telling us that until the River District and the holders of the rights refile their due diligence, that there is nothing for us to formally respond to legally at this time, although we take these concerns very seriously, and we will be paying attention to those deadlines in the beginning of comment periods should the River District and West Divide decide to pursue and continue to follow these conditional rights. Is that kind of the recollection of the board's discussion with our attorney? So.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. John is very specific to say nothing till May. But for me personally, as soon as the opportunity comes and has anything to do with either of these reservoirs, we should file against the due diligence.
Very good.
So I'm supporting the request.
Yeah, I think the board is, as a whole, is very interested in following this through, but again, until someone makes their filing to due diligence, we have no idea whether they're going to drop some of their requests or keep it all active. Very good. We would now go to future agendas, agenda requests, and monthly calendar. Is there no other memos of interest?
Okay. On March 8th, we have at 2 o'clock a Fly Quiet program, and that was something as a placeholder we really put in during our last discussion of future agendas. We are going to cancel that. The idea there was we have, for those carriers that have either met or exceeded our standards, we wanted to provide some recognition, and we're going to be bringing representatives from at least one of the airlines in. I cannot remember which one at this point. for a presentation, and we're having some scheduling difficulties there. So for the 8th and the 9th, we would cancel the proclamation and discussion of the Fly Quiet program, which means we have nothing outside of public comments.
He's saying you guys get the day off.
Well, if you guys would like to come in and do open discussion or commissioner comments, we could certainly do that. Or we could cancel the March 9th meeting.
What's the pleasure of the board? Cancel the meeting?
Tough decision.
Could be a nice day out there.
Okay, so it's got to be a ski day for BOCC. It looks like we will be canceling the Wednesday, March 9th regular meeting. Although we may have to make up for it late some other day.
Now, and then you'd see the redistricting and the associated charter issues with Dwight Shellman and Janice Voss. They actually requested an hour and a half, so we would adjust that agenda to accommodate that.
John, let me make a comment. I'm sitting here looking and realizing I must have written it down on my calendar at home instead of my portable calendar, but there are statewide redistricting meetings that are beginning to go on, and the closest hearing to us is Grand Junction. And I think that's either the end of March or the end of April. I'll have to call you back in with that date. It was a Friday at the end of the month, and so it's either this month or next month. But I think that we may want to participate a little bit with the statewide redistricting discussion as well. Some may remember years back, Pickens County and the city of Ashburn were literally divided in half, and half was thrown over with Lake County and that district for congressional seats and state house seats, and then the other half was somewhere else. And it was, some felt a deliberate divide the interest and the power of this community into two different congressional districts. So we were pretty minority in both. And the last redistricting effort led to this creation of the seat that the district that literally became Kathleen Curry's district, and then followed up by now Roger Wilson. And so it was a more of a body of interest that was shared commonly with resort communities such as Gunnison County and some of these other areas, as opposed to being all lumped in with non-resort type of counties. So we do need to pay attention to that larger process as well. Okay, and I'll give you that date on that and see.
Okay, good, thank you. That is actually all I had on future agendas.
Okay. George, future agenda?
Things. One is we were going to still try to do a site tour, and I was on the White Mine tour, and I had called Scott yesterday, left a message, but I heard back.
I emailed again today, and got an email back from Scott, which is one of the reasons I'm staying here. He said his Thursday this week was pretty open, and I know it was George and Jack who were interested in going. And I said, well, I'll get with the BOCC this afternoon and let you know if that works.
The afternoon was good, after lunch. Jack?
Yeah, it's fine. We'll.
Oh, this Thursday?
This Thursday, that'd be the 3rd.
Yeah, no, it's not going to work for me.
Okay. All right, I will. Any ideas of what might? So as long as I've got an email chain going with him.
Next Wednesday, we're not doing anything.
Next Wednesday. I will ask about that. Okay.
Or Friday.
Yeah, well, Rachel and I are
you
in
guys
Denver.
are so next Wednesday.
So why don't we try it, Jack? I see proposed next Wednesday.
Yeah, any idea who else might join us? Is it just the Forest Service and the operator?
Who would you like me to have him invite?
Well, I would have liked to have, of course, had the first where the public was invited.
Right.
I think the public is instrumental in giving us feedback.
For me and the public, can you give a little background on what exactly we're talking about right now?
Yeah, the Avalanche Creek mine, which is an alabaster and potentially a marble mine on Avalanche Creek Road off of Highway 133 in the Crystal. It is a mine that does have a permit with Forest Service and a permit with Pitkin County, but they are re-upping their permit with the Forest Service, and they need to go through a new review with the Forest Service, and it's primarily the same permit that requested before, but with some major changes. The most critical being they're now requesting year-round operation, where before it was closed in the winter due to the wildlife concerns of the bighorn sheep in the area. So they're essentially asking for a re-up of the same Forest Service permit, but with year-round operation as the primary change. And they have a permit with Pitkin County, but it's a 25-year permit. They are pretty much locked in with Pitkin County, but we also have a summer operation only. So if they were to go to winter operation, we would have to adjust our permit also.
Potentially. And isn't there some request for them to have on-site housing, man camps?
There is a request for on-site housing, which our permit says on-site housing is to be negotiated and approved by the Forest Service. We're basically silent on that.
Was there a change of ownership between the old permittee and this new application?
The Oberon Stone Company included Walter Brown, who is now representing the ownership, and the last word was the other owners wish to remain anonymous. So Walt Brown, an attorney in Glenwood Springs, is the representative of the ownership group, and that's all I know.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, also there's another significant change that hasn't been approved, and EA has to occur. It's a second portal that they have asked for. So,
which they're required to have. It's for exit, so they have a secondary exit.
yeah, but it's not been approved. Isn't that part of this process?
The location has not been approved.
Yeah, so there's some very serious concerns, and the reason why I asked for the public is because I believe the public has the right to join us on a site visit and give us feedback and be aware of the conversation as to what occurs. So
I could suggest that he alert the same email group that was invited the first time, in case any of them want to come to us.
Yeah, and that's as best as we could do, offer.
Okay, and so you're talking about next week on Wednesday, the 9th?
We'll try for Wednesday the 9th.
Okay. I just want to make sure there's enough time for that public notice for people.
Actually, if there are just two, we won't. Oh, you mean for the other people? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's more notice than they gave the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, which was about 2 days.
Which was 2 days. Yeah.
George, if this is the topic, otherwise John has asked we go back to him for something on the
I need to apologize. On the 8th, we've been doing a bunch of email traffic on the Fly Quiet program, and I'm afraid I got a little confused in the process. We will be having a presentation on the 8th, and so we'll work that 1.5 hours that Janice needs in the presentation schedule, but Fly Quiet will be on there. We can still keep for the night, so I apologize. There are just several emails flying around, and I missed one.
The whole meeting should be at least 20% shorter without me here.
So, may I clarify now? Wednesday we still have, I believe, canceled. Okay.
Correct.
So whatever happens is a matter of agenda and both of you. Yeah. Okay.
Although Lance is going to try to fill up your Wednesday, March 9th with this new site visit.
Right.
So you need to say
And
that.
George, any preference, early, late?
Doesn't matter to me, whatever works for.
Yeah, and this would be up the crystal, so I would at least prefer, if possible for me, 11 o'clock or so I can, or 1 o'clock would even be better because it snows, but I want to be sensitive to George and staff too.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, 1 o'clock is.
Super.
I'm still on. Thanks.
Yes. And you're still on for comments. Did you have anything else you wanted to?
I will be out on March 15th. I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. with the RAPTOR contingency. We've got appointments with all of our congressional delegation as well as the deputy director of the FTA to try to secure the rest of our funding for the BRT project.
Okay, and I should be back for that meeting. I will be flying back and then driving up here on the 14th. So we will have a quorum. I don't think there's any challenge to a quorum on that day, but if anyone else for any reason can't make the 15th, let us all know. Other future agenda items. I am of the impression that I will need to leave the Tuesday, April 5th meeting early. We're scheduled to go into a joint meeting with the City of Aspen at 4 o'clock, but I'm anticipating some family matters that I will probably leave at 4 o'clock. Okay. Just so you know, and Michael will be chair for our board. Anything else? Okay, well, that's it for future agendas. I wanted to try to clarify one thing. Maybe Cindy, you know this. Was it you or John that told us that our meeting with the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board is more 4 o'clock than 3:30 because those members work and need to?
That was John Ely, and I can shoot him an email. I think he was going to check on that and circle back with Susan.
Okay, I just wanted to see how.
It is confirmed for 3:30.
For 3:30. Thank you very much on that, Okay. We would now go to board membership reports. Northwest Council of Governments and Rural Resort Regions. That's you, Rob.
Yes, we do not have a meeting, we haven't had a meeting for the last month until the 24th of March, which I am planning on attending, although I have reached out to Pam, their executive director, to just basically get some information on what they are doing in regards to an economic development strategy plan based on Governor Hickenlooper's bottom-up regional work initiative. And I forward this on to John Peacock this morning. I'll forward it on to all the commissioners, but there is a Northwest COG comprehensive economic development strategy that was put together by them, which has got some kind of interesting points to it for everybody to see. So I just plan on using them as a resource for some of the economic development stuff that interests me and interests the board. So that's really all the follow-up I have for that.
And I can go ahead and forward that on to the rest.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind just forwarding it to everyone. There's a link to a website where it's located.
Thank you. And I sent John an email yesterday evening that the fellow with the Colorado Workforce Development Group still just wanted confirmation of who we'd appointed, and that's being handled. So get back in touch with Lucia. Very good. Then CORE.
CORE meets this Thursday, actually. I'm sure we'll be talking about the grant review committee that we discussed here at the board.
Okay. Very good. I am QQ, that's Northwest Council of Governments Water Quality and Quantity. Their next meeting is tomorrow at 10 o'clock in Summit County, so nothing too much to report from that group at this time. They're going to be going over IBCC reports, the Global Colorado River Settlement, and their work plan. And I am not sure if you guys got it, but I wanted to, for communication's sake, make sure board members were comfortable with their scope of services. Did Charlie Xerox that for in your boxes, the scope of services?
I got it.
Okay.
What is that, Rachel?
It is the Northwest Council of Governments scope of services for QQ. And so this is kind of basically the 2011 work plan. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone had received that when we look at our funding towards that organization. So that's all for QQ. CCI, Jack?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty much business as usual. There's certainly a dramatic tension about budget, so everyone knows about that statewide. And most of the committees, I think, are typically, we don't have any real challenges. The big challenge I see in our steering committees, and Rachel is the one that represents us, even though we both go, is public lands. And the things that we discussed last meeting relative to federal issues. One is water quality and wetlands, and of course, when President Bush was in office, he basically reversed where the nation was at about water quality. and wetlands, and now John has asked all of it, John Martin from Garfield County, who's the chairman, has asked all of us to become educated about what the law says, et cetera, and make a, be ready to have a conversation. Well, I'm not sure how educated we need to be, because this is a political issue. It really boils down to either you're going to support water quality relative to federal standards, separate of snow dumps, of course, or we're going to allow business as usual relative to a certain kind of political thinking. So that's one issue on the table. Another is what ended up being, it was a court case relative to Utah and public lands and set aside for, I think, wilderness. Was it wilderness access? Where the court case, they signed on. The judge basically said, we're not going to close all this land. There's a piece there. This one I'm not educated on because it happened 5 years ago, I think. It was Jane Norton.
Yeah, there. Our chairs seem to string together a lot of issues in a very long soliloquy.
And no information.
Without a lot of background, but to me, a lot of the issue seemed to surround the wild lands proclamation by Ken Salazar, the director of the Department of Interior.
You're right.
And people were concerned of whether that was in conflict with the CCI policy or not. And it seemed to me it really depended on how you read the policy, because CCI's policy was that we would support federal designations of land, special designations, if there had been concurrence and public input and concurrence with the local county commissioners. And the new federal lands policy calls for land use planning, and it's a new designation available, but nothing has been designated to it yet. So there hasn't been any designations of any sort, with or without county commissioner approval. But we saw some kind of reactionary where we're afraid we're not going to like these future designations. We just don't even like creating this category of designations. And following statements issued by the Department of Interior have tried to clarify that this is part of a multiple use policy, and that there will be local community input and elected input to any land use planning process. But it's really about the nature of which lands with wilderness characteristics will be maintained while there are no applications for further use. And that, we're not doing anything to degrade the wilderness character of these wild lands that have been inventoried if there's not a application to do something to them. And additionally, the standard allows for degradation of the standards within a wildlands area with land use planning and mitigation. So it is not making them wilderness, it's not de facto wilderness. But I think Jack is right. It describes a very strong split of opinions about what does this new proclamation mean, and is it just returning to the Clinton roadless rules area type of thing, where he said you won't build roads in areas that are currently roadless, versus wilderness study areas. And it's politically fraught with concern. And I'll get to face a lot of that back in D.C. next week at the delegation. It'll be very exciting.
Yeah, and thank you, Rachel, because, and I was having a brain cramp because obviously I forgot, it's Salazar's executive order that really
kicked off the conversation.
Kicked this off, and it is about roadless rules and designation, potential designation for wilderness, and the order basically says you can't intrude, and for extractive industries, build roads, etc., until it's determined. And so it's totally political. I wanted to bring to everyone's attention that we don't only deal with bills and legislation, but hard and fast politics when it gets to federal issues, in both water and roadless areas.
Okay. The other CC items would simply be that we've seen a number of bad bills killed, and we seem to, the state is reeling from the budgetary cuts that we've all seen recently, mostly to schools and higher education, and that our ag bill is still alive. And as I said earlier, to shortcut the Club 20 report, their ag subcommittee is staying neutral on the bill itself, but forwarding their letter of support of some sort of reform of the tax system to prevent abusive uses of ag tax classification. And so I think that's probably about it for Club 20 as well. We do have a new director, Bonnie Pell Peterson, and the organization kind of continues along. Their spring meeting will be Friday, April 1st, and Saturday, April 2nd. Any other members of Pickens County are certainly welcome to attend if they would like to get the agenda. Saturday tends to be an all-day educational day, different presentations and presenters. The first will be executive board meeting in the morning, and then in the afternoon, the board of directors will consider all the resolutions that have been generated by the subcommittees throughout their meetings earlier in the year for adoption or rejection by the board of directors, which define the positions that the group organizes on, lobbies on. So the subcommittees present resolutions to the board of directors twice a year at the spring and fall meeting. They're either adopted or rejected. Once they're adopted, they can become lobbying positions. The organization is free to send letters on anything that falls within those jurisdictions. I would report that Club 20 Public Lands is adamantly opposed to Ken Salazar's public lands, wildlands policy.
This is a surprise.
That was a surprise, although the chair of the tourism committee joined me in voting against the larger resolution.
So, Rachel, on CCI, just a link to what we do on our board.
Yeah.
In our memo today in public health, we did have two bills that will be cognizant of from
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
And it's kind of it's important, of course. One of them is concerning measures to increase physical activities in public schools, and someone might ask, well, what does that have to do with counties? What it has to do with is public health.
Yeah.
So
And the
that's
second
one.
bill was killed already, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one to kill.
Okay, Colorado River Basin Roundtable did not meet in February. I would imagine their meeting is usually the third Thursday of March, the 20th, but I do not have it on my calendar for some reason. So we are doing abatements on the 21st, so if, I may have gotten sideways on that. So there's nothing to report from that board. Rudai Water and Power Authority, Michael?
Well, yeah, we haven't.
We haven't met since the last time.
Meeting, and I'm glad to answer any questions about ACRA after too. I don't have.
Okay. I did check in with Mark Fuller since I am going to be in DC and asked him if there was any Rudai issues, and he said just simply short and sweet to bring up that the Bureau of Rec should start funding the invasive species program at Rudai rather than leave it on local communities to fund. So I'll try to take that message back with me. ACRA, is the ACRA board excited about the Quiznos race? They've discussed it at all?
They're always excited about business.
Yeah, okay.
The ACRA board, John Peacock was there, and that was actually, Quiznos was minor compared to John being there. They were delighted to meet John, and it was very nice of John to be there.
So nothing else you'd like to update us on with that? And how about RAFTA, either Michael or George?
No issues.
No issues? Okay, I'm glad to see you're going to DC. George, do you think there's some issues?
No, there's always issues.
That's what I was wondering.
Money is always an issue.
Yeah.
See if we can get some money.
Okay, Nordic Council.
Nordic Council, a few weeks ago, probably not a lot of people may be aware of this, but although the Nordic Council wasn't directly involved, they helped out with the Owl Creek Chase, and it was actually a weekend of events. It brought in the top junior skiers as well as the top collegiate skiers in the country. And this has become, the Owl Creek Chase has become the premier race for the circuit in the country for this group of skiers. And so Aspen is really becoming recognized. Owl Creek race is being recognized. Of course, we, Pickens County Open Space and Trails, oversees all the maintenance and setting of those trails. And so that's really a feather in our cap. There was a member from the International Olympic Committee here as well, and he also remarked that this was probably the best set race put together for this group of people. So we're getting recognized nationally as well as internationally. So I think that's great.
Okay. Intermountain TPR. No meetings since the last.
Meetings. We could probably almost take this one off because we meet so infrequently.
Yeah. And when something does come up you'd like to
Yeah.
make us aware of, feel free to just jump in. Okay, let's go really briefly to BOCC open discussion. We should still try to get finished by about 3:15, 3:16, so we have a little break time before the next.
Yeah, I really just had 2 items I wanted to be sure we chatted with you about today. And the first is a little bit about Quiznos. I know there's been a lot of discussions going on, and I just wanted the board to be aware that as staff, we've been having meetings with Medalist Sports. Is that
correct? Medalist Sports is
organization, and the city of Aspen to get a handle on how this might impact the county, so we can bring some questions in front of you guys. And I asked Michael to be here to maybe update us on a few of those discussions, but more importantly, we're going to schedule a broader discussion for you in a workshop coming up here pretty soon. So, Michael, do you want to just talk a little bit about what we've been...
Sure. Yep, as an update, the Quiznos bike race, I'm sure all the board members know, is the professional bike race that is going to be coming through Colorado. It's a multi-day, multi-stage event. And the portion that concerns Pickens County, concerns us, is the portion that comes over Cottonwood Pass from the town of Gunnison and then through Buena Vista, Twin Lakes, over Independence Pass, and then finishing in Aspen as the final stage, and then we go back over to Denver then. And I've been attending meetings frequently with Medalist Sports, who is the company that Quiznos has hired to develop the route, scheduling, logistics, and things like that. They will be submitting the permit to Pickens County for our review then, and I expect to have that early March here. And within these discussions, there have been 3 topics, hot topics that I have been calling them, that have come up that will be coming to the board. Lance and I confirmed the date, March 23rd. We'll have Quiznos, we'll have our sheriff, representatives from SKICO and from Medalist Sports and the city of Aspen also. And the 3 hot topics are that Quiznos is proposing to close Highway 82 Independence Pass for a period of 4 to 6 hours. And as I'm sure the board is aware, our policy is that we don't close roads for bike events. That's one issue that will be a discussion.
It really isn't our road to close, is it?
Correct. It's CDOT's. And we've heard from Medalist that CDOT has already confirmed that they will be closing the road.
We'll have some access points, obviously, that will have to be closed off along the way. So, just so you're aware of that. Then,
the second hot topic is helicopters. Quiznos, in their contract with Versus, is proposing to use a helicopter to film the bikers as they're going on their route over Independence Pass. And our policy has been that we don't allow helicopters for filming special events. That's the other topics. The third is funding. And if you remember, I think Commissioner Ittner was the only one not there. In September, SKICO and the City of Aspen came to the board and requested if there was any funds available for Pickens County to donate to this special event. and the board indicated there wasn't at that time. They'll be coming a second time and asking for funding. And the funding that will be requested is that sheriff's office time, deputy time will be requested, which can be expensive as we heard from our sheriff. My time, community development time, which is in the form of permit fees and any additional time that we spend talking about it and having meetings, which can certainly add up very quickly. And then any funding that would be needed for closure of Highway 82 in the form of our county public works department, if there's any barriers or additional personnel that would be needed in that fashion. So those are the three topics, and we've confirmed the date with Quiznos and Medalist Sports and everyone else, and that's the date we'll be coming.
So, Mike, you will be developing kind of pros and cons and overall look at those three issues for us to take an in-depth, thorough dialogue about. Okay, and I would just like to add to this, I spoke with Mayor Ireland last week, extremely briefly because we were in our retreat as a phone message, and he had indicated that we had Pickens County staff in some of these planning meetings. Mike is doing a great job of representing us, but he indicated that they would welcome, if we wanted to have a board rep, to have a more closer communication link and discussion about some of the things going forward. I told him I would bring that up at today's meeting. And their next planning meeting is March 9th. And so I don't know if anyone has a possibility of being there, but I would leave that to the board. I will not be here in town, of someone who either has a business interest or just a broader interest in the activity.
Is there also a March 2nd?
Yeah, and there is a March 2nd meeting that is just a really brief, I think it's less planning of the Quiznos event than looking to brainstorm other community activities that could network and springboard off of the event being here, that either value added or value added to the local community's business opportunities. Okay, George just has his hand up.
Go ahead, George.
I just want to put that out there to let the board know that the city is looking for further, communications with us.
Mike, back to Michael's comment, actually, in terms of sheriff's and deputies' time and road and maintenance time in terms of signage and closure for Highway 82, is the state patrol and the state highway department going to be participating in that effort, or are we taking that on ourselves, even though it's a state highway?
We hear from Medalist Sports at the meeting that they've spoken to CDOT and CSP, and they will be the providers for the closure. That the controllers will be there, and that CDOT is prepared to close the road too for this. I don't know if there's anything additional at this time that they'll need assistance from Pickens County, and that's what I want to get from Medalist Sports when we come to you on the 23rd, so we can have that discussion.
And George, I think there have been some questions about not just the Quiznos event, but are there going to be some events that spin off or are associated? We've heard about the potential, maybe there's something around Maroon Creek, maybe there's something up Castle Creek Road. And so that's part of, we're not prepared to answer those questions yet, but we wanted to make sure that we had a good picture of what was going on that we could present to you before we brought these requests forward. And I know some of you have been getting asked questions, I think, by city council members and such. So just really, what I wanted to do was have it on your radar screen that we're engaged in the discussion and we have a plan to pull the information together and bring it forward to you. So that is really the point of bringing it up today. And then also the request, I think, for board member participation as the city goes forward with planning and whether we're interested in doing that.
Yeah, just one more direct liaison. Rob, were you finished, George?
Yes.
Okay, Rob, you have.
Well, I'll just start by saying I took the opportunity to sit in on the city council meeting where they approved the contract last night with the Quiznos Pro Challenge people. I forget what the name of the company is that's putting it on. And I would add a third concern for Pickens County, and I think this is a perfect example of some of the sentiments that I brought through in our retreat, which is that we need to be involved with the economic viability of this town, and we need to weigh in as a county because it is our citizens that work in Aspen, businesses that are here. And I did have a few concerns that I wasn't able to address last night, and I might just take 2 minutes to address a couple of those concerns regarding this contract. One is that they're requiring 800 parking spaces to be closed off for a 2-day period of time within a close proximity to the finish line. 800 parking spaces is almost the entire town of Aspen by my calculation. So that was a major concern by mine. Another major concern about the economic viability of this, and I'm in favor of this event, I'll also put out there, is that they have 700 rooms being occupied by team, staff members, that sort of stuff, of which are all being provided meals during the time period they are here, and they're certainly not going to be shopping while they're here, while they're having a bike race. So the 700 rooms are actually about 220 the first night and 500 the second night. And if you do an analysis of the amount of rooms that we get business from in this community, that's a very high percentage. Yes, this is a lower occupancy time period, but there'll still only be a small percentage of occupancy left for people that are here to enjoy the race, spend money in the restaurants, spend money in the shops, and those sorts of things. So I think there are some concerns about this event being as successful as possible for the community and the economic development and the economic viability of the community. And I would encourage the city of Aspen and with our involvement to try to maximize that. I did have a conversation with a couple of the city council as well as Steve Barwick, the city manager, regarding creating a template to maximize the possibility by getting various interest groups involved, businesses and whatnot. Some examples, although we all love these events, Soup Skull and Food and Wine, the timing of those events are not in coordination with the businesses to maximize their profitability as well. So I think this should be some of our input as a county. I would very much, as a business owner, but also as a county commissioner representing some of the business interests in this community, to be involved with this, whatever coordination from a county point of view, to throw my name in the ring to represent the Board of County Commissioners in whatever involvement we possibly can within this Quiznote race. I am in complete support of having this race here. I just want to make sure that it happens the best way with all the interests represented as we move forward.
Yeah. Is there a comment? Rob, I think you'd make an excellent delegate to this effort, and I would support you being there. We probably have a whole wide range of concerns here, from what does helicopter noise mean for safety to any number of the things you've listed. I do want to just comment that I think we have to be concerned with the economic viability of all of Pickens County. And so while fortunately a lot of beds were donated in Aspen, if this is the type of event that pushes us to 100% occupancy in Snowmass for a week when they would probably barely have 30% occupancy, that is going to be a benefit to Aspen businesses and shoppers as well. And so we need to make sure we're looking at the economic benefit to all of Pickens County and not just the downtown core businesses when we discuss this stuff. And as is usual the case, and I think we're all aware, it's the broadcast, rebroadcast, and the PR marketing that you just cannot buy for the $190,000 or whatever the cost ends up being that is really so valuable. I think a lot of us were familiar I know I was familiar when I was mayor, when John Norton called me from the ski company to say, what would you guys think if we could bring the X Games over? And you wouldn't believe the red flags that everyone threw up about all the different problems it was going to cause, from closing the parking at Buttermilk, and what were we going to do with the loss of all those parking spaces at Buttermilk for the whole month worth of setup, not just 2 days, but a month, and where were our skiers and our commuters going to go. And so there usually ends up to be a certain amount of give and take to pull a successful event off, and I suppose you have to look back and say, did we do the best we could, and did we get the bang for the buck that we anticipated? But I at least would like to see as much positive energy going into it going forward, and we'll see where it goes from there. Other board member comments? Jack and then Michael.
Yeah, I, of course, was excited and conceptually, because I have to define now conceptually in support of this. But the more I'm hearing about it, it sounds like we're not even a real referral agency. We're being told helicopters, roads closed, and we understand CDOT manages, the Highway 82. But then there's some link to Castle and Maroon Creek. We don't know what that means. Absolutely right, Rob. When you talk about that amount of parking spaces, you may as well clear the town out. There won't be anyone else for any access. The rooms, well, if the city and those involved have worked out the rooms, hey, we don't play there. But there's no guarantee Snowmass is going to be full. A lot of people don't want to stay in Snowmass. Aspen, and Snowmass is great, and I really hope the best. But there's no guarantees. That's what I'm saying.
I didn't say there were.
And so I'm wondering, we've got to track the pluses and the potential negatives here very strongly from the beginning to understand if you talk about marketing. Well, do we have to market summer here? I don't think so. You can't breathe here anyway in the summer, meaning our normal guests, and we'd like those to grow. But for this to take over, I'm just trying to get a handle on what the net benefit's going to be. And, the X Games are a particular animal. They're just fabulous for the time of year and what they do for the resort. Gee, we'll get a lot of exposure, but again, it's not like the ski runs would be showing from the helicopter. It'd be the road that's already has enough traffic on it that we don't need more.
But Jack, I think it's worth noting that the lodging community in Aspen felt strongly enough about wanting more funds to market summer that they agreed to tax themselves, and they passed the tax question last November. The ski company traditionally markets winter, and the city...
The
city
tax themselves.
No, it's a bed tax.
Well, I know, but the people voted for it.
People voted, but the lodging community supported the idea and brought it forward because they felt that, yes, we do need more sophisticated, better marketing abilities.
Well, and that's you can't calculate that, but I'm just wondering, with all the things going on, I don't even feel like we're a referral agency here. You have great presence of staff, but I guess there's an evolution.
Michael, you had your hand up?
Yeah, it seems to me the fundamental problem is that given Pickens County's population, you provide services for that population. So you have a sheriff's office that's geared for the 15,000 people that's here. And same with the bus, and same with all the services. So the difficulty in this Python economy, which is you're fairly slim most of the time, but then you decide to swallow the pig. Is that something we can do? And so even at X Games, it puts a strain on our sheriff's office to essentially the maximum. And it puts a strain on RAFTA to, given that they have to import buses, beyond the maximum. So that's the problem, that we, as a community, we're not really set up to service 45,000 people a day, whatever the attendance at X Games is. So that's the dilemma we're in, it seems to me. So what we have, whether it's our ambulance, so I didn't hear any mention of our ambulance service, but I would expect that they'd be stationed at various points along this race. Do do we have enough ambulances to service our own population plus this event? Those are all questions that the special events people ask of the providers. Now, whether or not, I'm not going to go into whether it's not an economic benefit to the community or whatever, but it stretches our services typically, at least given our experience, to the maximum. And we've done okay, but it's something we need to examine. Can we maintain the health and safety of our community at the same time that we maintain the health and safety of the participants and the visitors? And it's a big, big challenge. And that's why I'd asked early on, months ago actually, for us to be involved in this, so we don't come up to the point where we find out all of a sudden, if we object to closing Independence Pass, we are essentially a spoiler. Or if we don't have enough staff at the sheriff's office, we're a spoiler. Or if we have concerns about helicopters in our community, in our mountain community, we're a spoiler. And that's where we put our community development. That's the position we put them in when we find out these things too late. Particularly since the commitments from the city has come ahead, essentially, of our commitment. That's happened now. That's something I wanted to avoid. But they've committed, and so essentially we're in a position of being spoilers on this. And I'm not sure that we have the capacity, and that's something for the special events committee to decide, to maintain health and safety. And so hopefully they'll go ahead and do this and examine it carefully and won't feel pressured to lower standards because the rest of the community thinks they can handle it. We might not be able to handle it. And the city should know that right now.
Guys, we have another meeting that starts in 5 minutes, and I think our manager said he had at least one other item to bring forward. We're going to have a larger work session on this and these issues in the future. George, did you have your hands up on this? Jack, if you could be really
Just
brief.
real quick about the economics, I'm not sure I can support the sheriff's costs and public works when under our budgetary constraints. I want to know how John is going to fit these extra costs, and we have to define them first, which we can't, but we will before the event, I hope, as a budget item, meaning projection. We know the constraints. I don't have to talk any further.
By the 26th, we should have some of that.
And you have something else for us?
Just one quick, and we don't have to discuss this now. I'm handing out 3 documents. You see, I haven't worried about that.
One of each?
Yeah. So they're stacked. Sorry, Ross, I screwed that up now. Yeah. I'm not for you to take the top.
Oh, the top set.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And what this is this is the first draft of the working agreements that we talked about at the retreat, along with what your working agreements were for 2010, and then a copy of the handout. We can discuss this at our next open discussion, but I wanted to give you guys, I wanted to give you some feedback quickly from the retreat.
Are these different, John? We take one of each?
They were set up in...
I know.
Take the stack.
Yeah, you should take a stack of 3 documents.
I always screwed that up.
Okay.
I did too.
And you confused our dot exercise at the retreat, George, I don't know. But
2011, 2010, and then...
yeah.
High
And so,
performance boards.
really what I'm looking for next time we're together in open discussion is some feedback from you all about did we hit the mark. So.
Great. Folks, I think we should take a 5-minute break and then continue.
That's it.
Thank you.
Did I?
Did you get all 3?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, 5 minutes. We're running just a hair late, but if you guys want to come up to the table and set up for your regular meetings, kind of your guests on this one. Did I catch that? Okay, thank you. This is mostly for the grassroots audience who's watching, and then we will begin our conversation. So why don't we start over here with you, Rick?
Thank you. I'm Rick Neely. I'm on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and I am a Down Valley, non-Pitkin County member of it.
Thank you for doing that.
John Peacock, County Manager.
Rob Ittner, County Commissioner.
Greg Poshman, I am on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
Rachel Richards, I am the chair of the commissioners for this year.
George Newman, the County Commissioner.
Lisa Tasker, Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, and again, I'm from Eagle County, so I'm a non-Pitkin County member.
I'm Mike Lousy, Pitkin County Commissioner.
Jack Hatfield, BOCC.
Steve Hunter, Healthy River and Stream, and I'm the third Down Valley, Eagle County member.
And I'm Bill Yokums. I live in Redstone. I'm on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
And
we have two more. Ruthie Brown, who's out of town. She's in Norway at a ski race.
Okay.
And Andre Willie, who's a school teacher and is probably just getting out. He might turn up here. I'm not sure if he'll make it.
Okay. Thank you for introducing us. And John, why don't you introduce yourself and maybe take it away here? This first joint meeting, this historic first joint meeting of the two boards. It's the first one I was in. I'm sorry.
That's why it's historic.
And it's on grassroots TV.
My name is John Ely. I'm the county attorney. Actually, I don't really remember the first joint meeting. I know there was one, but I can't remember it specifically. For the basis of having a continuing discussion between the two boards, I've included as agenda items two packet materials that were discussed by the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board at their last regular scheduled meeting, which is basically a brief synopsis of the current status of the fund, which shows the items for the budget year 2010 and the budget year 2011, as well as the current status of collections. As the BOCC will remember, the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund had its inception with voter approval in 2008. Collections began in January 2009, but in 2009 we did, for the most part of that year, we did not have a citizen advisory board constituted and appointed, and we did not have a budget that year expending any of the funds, but rather simply collecting the funds and holding them, in part because of 2009, of course, was I don't know if it's the height of the recession, but it was certainly in the grip of it, and we weren't quite sure how much revenue would be coming out of that year. Since then, the 2010 budget has been appropriated, and currently we're operating under the 2011 budget. After that item in the agenda packet is a brief discussion of potential work items. They're broken up in a sort of three general semi-vague categories, but affect certain specific topics that have been discussed for a while by the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board and represent ongoing efforts as well as new items that may or actually may very well come up this year for which we would be seeking an appropriation. Finally, I've attached a copy of the bylaws for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board because there are a couple of items in the bylaws I think it would be appropriate to discuss. The first being on page 3 of that document, which is Article 5, Section 1, a description of officers. Right now, the Rivers and Streams Board has a chair and a vice chair. There is a caveat and a restriction in that section that those two officers are limited to Pitkin County residents. And I would like the BOCC and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to take a minute, perhaps think about that, and invite some discussion on it as to whether or not that should be maintained or changed around. Also, the next page in section Roman numeral 6, subsection 5, discusses the quorum. Right now, quorum is constituted when 3 of the 5 Pitkin County resident members are present. And again, I invite discussion as to whether or not it's appropriate to maintain that or whether to go to a simple 407 format for a quorum, regardless of residency. Those are the items. If anybody has any questions, be happy to answer them, or just let the boards discuss it.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'd like to understand how, John, you and Healthy Rivers and Streams Board arrive at a budget using your February 14th, 2011 memo here on the 2010 line items.
Boy, is that hard to read on your...
Yeah, well, I'm kind of focusing to get it out. You budgeted apparently $653,000. Now, you do your budget usually the year before, and so these are projected projects.
Right.
And we gathered in something like $691,832.
That's correct.
So where's the reality start here? You just say, well, here's our work plan, and then we'll...
No, the reality was that was the amount of money that was appropriated for that year, 2010. It was based upon revenues for 2009 as well as projected for 2010. Obviously, the fund does not go into the red anticipating revenues, and if the revenues are not there, they would not be spent. And also, some of the appropriation is for items that continue on to multiple years. For example, that 653 and change figure, $653,428, that was budgeted. The actual expenditures were only $362,122.
And Jack, I'll add to that. At our monthly meetings, we typically have various presentations orchestrated by John and the staff, or board members from third parties who may be asked to provide quotes or estimates for providing services to the board that we can then recommend on to the Board of County Commissioners. A lot of the things that you see on these budgets are the result of someone like water consultants or water attorneys or other contractors coming before our board and making presentations where we then make a decision that we think is a worthy program to pursue, and then we adopt a resolution approving it and forward it to the Board of County Commissioners for subsequent approval of the financing. Most of the stuff is not just throwing darts at a wall. It's mostly specific project directed. And for most of the things that we end up recommending to the Board of County Commissioners, we not only have a project in mind, but we have a budget. And I think so far we've had a complete consensus on our board as to stuff that we recommend on to you.
Yeah, and I would expect certainly no such thing as a dart on the wall, and you do thoughtfully and consciously, move ahead. On the other hand, it tracked pretty close to what the reason why I'm asking this is your revenues in 2009 were about 653, and your budget was about 653. So I figured I'd ask the question.
And actually, we thought our revenues would be greater than that. And there are certain things in here.
Yeah, we did too.
Yeah, you look at water projects, and we have $200,000 budgeted. On something like that, it may be more of an estimate or a guesstimate, hopefully a reasonably informed guesstimate of what we think we might spend. But we don't always know in advance what the cost of various projects are going to be. So we do put certain line item budgets in. And we also have county staff coming to us and making requests for funding for various projects that they think are related to the mission of the Healthy River and Streams Board, and we try to accommodate those by making recommendations where they think they're worthy.
Yeah, you seem to be a fund that a lot of people make a lot of requests of, including P&Zs.
It's true.
Thanks for the explanation.
I have a kind of budget question as well, mostly formatting. This seems to be a very different format than how we look at some of our other funds' budgets. We have a 10-year plan that will see 2011 somewhere in the middle and 2 years prior expenditures, and then projections going forward. And I realize this is a little bit of a startup, but I think that would be helpful to also have in that format, because as I look at this, it's hard to determine which of these things were, have these all been expended in the first 60 days of this year, or were some of these expended last year as part of a project that's ongoing. So that's just a request. It's nothing to be answered right here and now. But I think that having a longer range, even if it's a 5-year now, of what was spent the first 2 years and what's anticipated the next 3 years would be a helpful tool.
Okay.
Other comments or questions on the budget?
Well, it's sort of a little slight tangent, but
yeah, sure.
If you allow me. And Rick started alluded to this a little bit, but here's my question. Because you guys have some money, and there's great demand or need for many different issues surrounding water. And I'm just curious how you arrive at what you decide to fund it, at what level. What sort of criteria do you use? Do you have a matrix? For example, with the Healthy Community Fund, they have a point system, and they determine, depending on the organization's request and what their goal is and how they're going to accomplish that, they get different points, and the points accumulate, and from there they have a sort of an objective way to determine who gets what. And we just are establishing a similar format with CORE for the grant request and becoming before that board. So I'm just curious if you have that structure in place, or if you feel there's a need for that, given you're getting requests from all aspects of the community and beyond.
I can answer that. I think begin the answer. First of all, I'm actually a little bit surprised we haven't had more requests for funding in the last year and a half or so we've been active. But your question is the subject of our next meeting, and that we realize we need a structure for grant making and dispersing funds, because we have had a fairly constant trickle of, whether it's county offices or nonprofits like Roaring Fork Conservancy or ACES or others who are doing worthy projects coming before us, and we're realizing that no, we don't have that structure. So my answer would be no, we don't have it yet, but we're looking forward to it and eager for something like that, so we can weigh these things that come before us. I think up until now we've all been hesitant to spend money, actually. And I know Lisa mentioned it at the last meeting, and it's one of my sentiments is that originally I thought, well, all this money is going to be for one purpose, buying water rights, so we can buy up water rights. It turns out there's so many other worthwhile uses for the fund that we need to expand our understanding of that. So ask us after our next meeting, and we can answer it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, George, actually, if we could get some of those documents as to, what the nuts and bolts are of that point system, I think that would be helpful for us to read something like that before our next meeting to see, so we don't reinvent the wheel or anything, and find out what's already kind of in place for some groups. That'd be helpful to us.
Yeah, I think it's fair to note for all of us that you guys kind of inherited a few projects that had been started, whether it was the groundwater survey and the county through the ComDev department had been funding a basin at a time within the county to understand the groundwater resources. Once this fund was created, it became the more appropriate fund for groundwater resource understanding. I think there are things that maybe something you look at as an opportunistic sense, and that was the ability to partner with FEMA mapping, which hasn't occurred yet, hasn't been expended yet, but it was a pretty big dollar return for the amount that we would be putting in to understand the flooding on the river and those sort of issues. And I really fully want to make sure everyone's aware on the dues and memberships. Anyone from this board would be welcome to attend the Northwest Council of Government QQ meetings, as well as myself, for the background and the education. They are very much our lawyer lobbyists for West Slope interest in water going forward as an organization. I have attended a number of Water Congress meetings with Bill, and that's always great to see other people at the bigger statewide kind of meetings that are going on water. I'll be going down to the IBCC meeting on Thursday of this week in Westminster to talk about the report to the governor. So, you know, we did put it out there early on that, you know, there are training funds available, and also to participate in these kind of regional water meetings for the board members to continue developing their backgrounding and participate in the statewide dialogue on water. And I've seen Lisa at a number of events as well, so I really appreciate that. And I think that, you know, it seemed to be the appropriate source, and I know I support and appreciate your funding the completion of the Valley Watershed Plan. So that's another one of those things that was ongoing before this fund and this board was even constituted, but it seemed to be the appropriate tracking for where to finish out the funding on that.
And we're certainly happy to take recommendations or suggestions from the BOCC. You know, I think as with all citizens boards, we want to try to march in step with you guys on what your objectives and goals are as much as possible. John brings a lot of stuff to us, but, you know, and Mike comes to a lot of our meetings, which has been really helpful in terms of getting some input from the board, although he doesn't say a lot. But, you know, if there are projects out there that you think merit the use of this fund, we'd be happy to hear about them.
I think we just saved you $7,500 in our memos of interest because there was a decision by the board not to go forward with the study of standards for snow dump soil for the consultant to determine. And you know, maybe it's a request you'll see come forward again after a year, but I think the decision of the board was to see what the soil tests of the actual permittees show us to begin with before trying to break trail in the state for developing a new threshold standard. So the standard that will stand is in the ordinance that says it was already passed, which was the remediation standard for gas station tank removal projects. It's a split decision, but that's where the decision landed.
Yeah, one maybe last comment on budget. And for example, what Rachel just spoke about, it's not because we do not care about water quality. That's what it's all about. That's what you're about. You guys were nominated by us and chosen unanimously. We have faith in what you do. So, you know, we can disagree and still obviously have no problem working together. But for me, it's the bigger picture. When we instituted, you know, created the ballot question, we said we'd do A, B, C, and everything you do, you look at the list, I would assume we'd probably have supported 90% of it without blinking, I mean unanimously. But I also look beyond what each year we're doing to, you know, revenue is obviously critical here, and we projected $1 million. We're making $6+ out of the tax, and appreciative of the public moving that forward so we have even that. But we did say, as Greg mentioned, a goal is water rights. Well, incrementally we can spend the revenues down and do so many good things and spread it around that we don't have money for the bigger project or that capital project that we're talking about, which we maybe haven't decided yet, but there'll be one, and I know John already has his favorite. But, you know, I just always add a word of caution on budget because there's not only what we do every day and every month, but what's in the future. And when the big one grabs us, I'd like to be there to, you know, have the available funds. Notwithstanding the fact that we do have some bonding capacity. But that's for the really big projects. So anyway, enough said. You guys kind of know where I'm at anyway on the budget.
Yeah.
My feeling when it comes to water rights around here, that it's always a really big thing. It's a huge number, and it may be beyond our grasp in any event with the bonding issue or not. And I attended Bill and I attended the most recent IBCC
meeting in Glenwood.
in Glenwood, and the impression I had is that there's a very strong need for public education because it was so underattended. It also seemed like a snake oil show to me, I can't figure out how else I would say it. And it seems like we have a public education need that is great, and I would even say we could look into, do we have a lobbyist? Does the Western Slope have a lobbyist for water issues in the state?
Yeah.
And this is something I don't know about, but I'm wondering if that's as important as trying to acquire water rights with the pennies we have to spend, relatively speaking. We're going up against Exxon and Shell and others trying to buy water rights in the Western Slope. I don't know how well we're going to do, but there are some things that I think we can do to educate the entire state about what's happening, certainly the Western Slope population.
Yeah, and it's, for me, very much as we've embarked on this as a county, as a more deliberate and thoughtful path, there's been a lot of groundwork that has needed to be laid. And so there'd be no point to acquire water rights if we didn't have the established water trusts in which to hold them. And so that took a considerable bit of effort and legal research. And again, it was a little bit perhaps of one of those lingering programs, but the work with Peter Nichols that was started with the Open Space and Trails Board to understand what were the priority streams and what were, valid and valuable water rights to even seek to try to contain, because it's a very tricky field. You can obtain a water right, and unless you manage it in the right ability, all you're doing is adding water to someone else's takeout, another 100 feet down the stream. And so these have all been the challenges to really understand how we are truly of benefit. But I acknowledge everyone's comments are very valid. If there ever was to be a bonding for a larger issue, your bond payment would become a pretty large chunk out of your ongoing cash flow, and there may be some lessons to be learned from, to the extent you haven't, I think you probably already have talked with Open Space and Trails, how their budgeting process evolved over time, so that, X amount will go towards trail development, X amount will go towards land acquisition, X amount towards maintaining the acquisitions that have been made. And so it's just a rough template, but trying to look to, dividing the funds among the many purposes. Michael?
Yeah, given my experience with acquiring water rights, if you were to spend your entire budget per year, it would take about 120 years to acquire a major ditch company in the valley. So I'm not sure that that's even something you need to think about.
Maybe a piece of a ditch company, but not.
Well, one thing that I wanted to ask that the BOC would consider, and I haven't discussed with John or even the board yet, so this is my own suggestion, is that with all the various what do we call it? I'm looking for the guide we're using for allocation and funding. One thing that's not mentioned is education and public outreach, and maybe it's in there through working with partners or something like that. Continued support of partners in river production. Maybe that is where it would fall. But I would like to have a discussion at least on educating an education program, whatever that would look like. And maybe even a lobbying effort if I'm not sure we can advise you to put money toward, paying the lobbyists to look out for Pitkin County's interests or this watershed's interests. But it seems to me that would be legitimate use of the fund sometime in the future.
Jack?
Yeah, from an education perspective, it might make sense to do a piece or a series of pieces, because you can't expect the public to digest everything, in one shot. So over time, that might make sense. On the other hand, the lobbyist, and that's very nebulous as to what you get in return. Oftentimes, you're very much on the defensive. We know about that, and going to CCI and having had our own lobbyist over a period of time before the budget constraints. But we couldn't have a better lobbyist than QQ. I really think we know that staff, and they're always there, and they're there for what they exist for, which is western slope water. And, you know, and they understand the bigger picture, too.
George?
The education, I think there's opportunities to work in partnership. Roaring Fork Conservancy comes to mind, and you're already allocating some funds to them. You know, we had a presentation a week ago by Ken Neubecker, which was a great educational piece that he's taken on a role. So I think there's opportunities for us to participate in partners with other entities as well, versus just standing on our own.
Yeah. Speaking of opportunities in education, some of you are familiar with and work with the Colorado Foundation for Water Education. It's a statewide bipartisan group. They were formed shortly after term limits were adopted in the state of Colorado because they realized they were having such a turnover of legislators who may not have any experience with water issues at all down at the State House. And they have chosen the Colorado River for this year's annual basin tour. I think Cindy attended the tour last year to the San Juan and Dolores River areas. It's always a great opportunity. It's a bus tour. It's several days' time commitment, but you're usually there with Colorado Water Conservation Board members, state legislators, water providers, interested parties. And this year's tour is going to be June 13th, 14th, and 15th. And that's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the second and a half week of June. I'm not sure if they're going to be coming up the Roaring Fork Valley as part of their tour. I don't know that they have finalized all the destinations to look at Rudai or frying pan operations. I do know they will be going from Grand County all the way through Grand Mesa and taking a look at some of the irrigation systems and endangered fish, far reach, and all these sort of things. So that is something that's definitely coming up that could be of great interest to this board, you know, more so perhaps than some of the other tours in the past. Certainly the Arkansas tour was very fascinating to me to see our Dry Ark water heading over that way and everything like that. So I just want to put that out there for you guys to consider going forward on that.
Politics raises its head again, Greg. June tour instead of August.
Yeah. Oh, I pointed that out too. It's like wherever we tour, we always go where there's a lot of water. And it seems to be a lot of water flowing around.
It's a river tour, not a gravel tour.
Yeah, yeah. So that opportunity does present itself. And they are interviewing and doing a lot of articles right now for their semi-annual issue of Headwaters Magazine. Will focus on the Colorado River. And a lot of that focus has been funded through the Colorado River Basin Roundtable account with the 1177. I think they put either $25,000 or $35,000 towards the publication of this next coming issue. A big focus. I had gotten a phone call, having a chance to return it with one of the people generating one of the articles about non-consumptive needs in recreational economies. And I've asked the Chamber of Commerce if they can give me any statistics. Do they have any facts from their customer satisfaction surveys? I mean, we all know anecdotally people come here to enjoy the quiet of a Rio Grande trail ride along the river or around the Roaring Fork, or the fly fishing industry is huge, or the rafting industry is a big part of group tour bookings and things like that, but we don't have real quantifiable numbers about how much that contributes. So I'm kind of struggling there a little bit with how to respond more than anecdotally.
Well, let me know in advance of talking if you get a chance. The Conservancy completed an economic study a few years ago that has some information in it that would be readily available for you to use, I think, for that kind of context.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I think I'll talk to you after this meeting. What other specific items do we need to discuss here, John?
Well, outside of dollars and cents, the future continuing work items is something we discussed at the last River Board meeting, as I said. I put that on here for the benefit of the BOCC, just so that the BOCC is aware of the continuing dialogues in varying areas of interest. Also because when one or another of these things become hot, so to speak, then they might generate a line item separate for a particular project or something like that within the budget. So I don't know if you want me to go run through it. That eats up a lot of time real fast, or if anybody has any particular interest or questions about any of the particular items.
George.
You know, on the first one, agricultural efficiencies, you posed the question or the opportunity to look at improving current irrigation practices, and perhaps, I don't know if you were assuming perhaps using some of these monies to do that for county residents, but I forget the name of the fund, but you probably know there are funds available through the Colorado.
Yeah, there are various grant programs available to assist irrigators when they want to improve their irrigation systems and so forth like that, with a focus towards improving the system for the system's sake, so to speak, without an emphasis or a realization of that benefit back into the river or the stream that was the source of the original water. And trying to accrue that benefit back to that point of diversion, such that if there is an improvement in an agricultural irrigation methodology, whether it's the simple transit of water or the actual application of the water to the ground somewhere, that benefit be allowed to be realized as an in-stream benefit, as an augmentation or an enhancement to an in-stream flow. And such that the in-stream flow program, such that it is administered by the CWCB, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, would enjoy the benefit of perhaps a senior water right as opposed to a relatively junior water right, which can be somewhat meaningless in an in-stream flow program in a dry year.
So, but were you thinking about trying to provide some funds for locals, and if so, is there an opportunity to do matching funds with some of these other grants that are available to help, those who are irrigating?
Hopefully there would be. And our emphasis, of course, would be in realizing the benefit back to the stream, whereas, like I said, the majority of other grant or agencies or funding agencies have a different focus. More or less helping out the agriculturalist, the water user, the rancher, or the farmer, kind of an emphasis, whether it's coming from an agricultural agency or a government one. So the dilemma and the particular expenditure of money probably from this fund, the county fund, would go towards developing an engineering methodology and pursuing, if we need it, a legislated recognition or enhancement of a way to change those water rights from an agricultural use to an in-stream flow benefit use.
Yeah, and to elaborate a little bit, hopefully without confusing the issue, as we all know, about 85% of the state's water is used in agriculture. And the focus of the IBC report continues to look for what they call alternatives to ag transfer, alternative rotational fallowing or things like this, but it's really not even so much focused on the idea of ag conservation and ag efficiencies. And so this sort of thing plays, to my mind, a little less than how do we conserve our takes out of our river here, although that could be a very important, valuable thing, but whether there needs to be some sort of guiding light to the state about how do they create those ag efficiencies where you can have the similar type of ag production as we all need, and more water in the river, and remove the disincentive to save water, which is there's no method for the farmer who saves water to get any credit for it. It's just you lose it or use it or lose it. It's always been the traditional way, and again, without either both the engineering to understand the change of return flows that would occur if there were ag efficiencies, and then also the rights. Where do the rights go? Who do the rights accrue to? So the legal basis for being able to maintain some of those conserved waters in a valuable way. Does the farmer get to sell the conserved water rights? Does they go back to the stream? Does a percentage of them have to go back to the stream? So again, I think this could be of value certainly in not having to take as much water from our rivers here locally, but it may have a much greater play in forestalling this 600,000 acre foot gap in the state that is driving the demand for the IPPs such as PSOP and other new supply development off the western slope.
Yeah, it's a giant puzzle for our group we're sort of just now approaching it, and John's been kind of leading the way a bit because he's got such a rich background, But yeah, I think that there's a lot of potential in this first bulleted point, like Rachel was just saying. And the trick is to what do you do once you create some efficiencies in an agricultural setting? How do you get the user to be able to realize some monetary benefit for maybe putting some more water back into the river and without losing their water rights? I mean, there's a lot to be sort of worked through.
Michael?
The difficulty, though, is that if you have agricultural efficiency, say, within our own valley, then the first thing you need to eliminate is cottonwoods along the ditches. So because you put them in piping, right? You put the ditch in a pipe. So that would change the landscape. And then, and John mentioned this, but then if you have the way you spread it upon the land, if you do it efficiently, you essentially are probably going to dry up everybody's wells, because the wells on all these terraces, these glacial terraces, are essentially supplied by irrigation water. And so you've achieved agricultural efficiency, but you've essentially vacated the land. So, and then you have to probably put in, I don't know how you would replace people's water sources. And that was the conclusion of the Combe study, that virtually all of this terraced glacial land, the water table is supplied somewhat by snow, but mostly by irrigation. And if you had efficiencies in that, that would be it.
Yeah. No, I certainly agree with that. That's where it becomes such a engineering and legal study to take a look at it. Because unfortunately, we have management within our valley, and then we have management within a whole statewide system. And what the current IBCC report is pointing towards, although we can all, and we have as Pickens County, challenged a number of those assumptions about population growth and demand growth, they're looking to, if the trend of buy and dry just continues for ag properties, where the real heavy-duty production occurs. I mean, we're predominantly, say, alfalfa and hay production here, but where you're talking about the onion fields in the South Platte, where you're talking about the farmers on the lower Arkansas, the huge volumes of water in those areas, if those water sources, those ranches are part of a buy and dry, was it 35% of the agriculture across the western slope would be lost, and 65 or 85% of agriculture on the Front Range by 2050. And I think I'm stating those numbers a little low because of what they anticipate as the total loss of ag. So it's more about those bigger, deep pots of water, I think, than the individual pots of water here. I have made pretty clear a couple times, although I don't know if anyone's paying attention, that that's what's going to happen in those rural counties in a big way, is they're going to end up with a lot of communities where they need water hauling because they're not on a municipal water system, and they've depended on the aquifer being replenished by the ag water. And that buy and dry is going to affect a lot of rural homes that are not on municipal systems.
They're going to fall back on Trans Mountain diversion.
I don't know. I mean, if rural homes tend to be so far spread apart, you're not going to really hook people up to a water supply system in that sense, but they may be putting in cisterns and doing water hauling, that's for sure.
John, correct me if I'm wrong, but one area where the agricultural efficiency could maybe benefit us here in Pickens County would be with the Red Mountain Ditch, in the sense that they're not using their full allocation of water, but they're at risk of losing some of that because their ditch isn't efficient to carry the full flow.
Well, there are a number of ditch companies and ditch associations in Pickens County that have a variety of different, current situations. They might not be diverting their full decreed entitlement or their full decreed amount, or they might be instituting efficiency measures that Mike was just talking about, not for the reason of perhaps enhancing the performance of a ditch or ditch system, but just simply to eliminate or reduce future maintenance. It's a lot easier to maintain a ditch sometimes if you culvert it as opposed to having it open and exposed to.
But they're not taking their full allotment currently.
And in situations like that, we might be able to work with those ditch companies and various diverters to help them realize the water they need to satisfy their customers or shareholders, while allowing for the benefit of improved performance on the ditch to stay in the river. But every ditch in the county really has a different situation.
Right, but if there's a ditch that's not using or not taking out their full amount of water, they're leaving some in the river, and they're at risk of losing that. If we could get that transferred in to the CWCB to leave as in-stream, improve their efficiency so they're getting their amount of water that they're currently using, thereby continuing to keep the refill for wells and whatnot as it is at the current level, by not risking the loss of that right from the western slope to somebody else.
That type of situation, the potential is definitely there to work towards that kind of a solution.
There'll be a win-win for the wells, for the irrigator, and for the river. There's probably not very many situations like that, but if there are, we should jump on
quite
this.
a few, really, that kind of jump to my mind. But the dilemma there is when you're dealing with a ditch that has a decreed right that has not been diverted for some time, either because of their own infrastructure or their changing needs or something like that, then the issue becomes a lot more complicated as to trying to accrue that benefit to the stream, the creek, or the river, and not having other parties jump in to say that right has already been lost to the river and is available for diversion by somebody else. And those types of situations sort of invite a much broader discussion with a lot more players and can get a lot more complicated. But the general parameter remains the same, that if you can work on a diversion system just like you'd work on any other plumbing system and can improve its efficiency without a detrimental impact, whether it's to the foliage that grows alongside of it or the wetlands that crop up at weak spots on that ditch or the well fields that they might service, and then realize that benefit back to the river, then we've done a real benefit, not only for the user, the local user, but also for the river here. And I think that something like that is very translatable to any drainage in the state, because the greatest go-to place for water to develop a new water resource for an expanding need, which is municipal need typically in the state, has been an agricultural use, and then to convert that agricultural use into a municipal industrial use. It's been the path of least resistance for years, and has given rise to the whole buy and dry event that is really prevalent in Lower Arkansas.
Jack, you had your hand up?
Yeah, when I think about agricultural efficiencies, and I understand the basics, and not really deeper than the basics, because that's really for the engineers. My question is one of focus and impact and where we direct our energies. And so I look in Pitkin County and thinking about water rights and what it means and what we're really talking about. Boy, everything is really expensive, high-end, and resupply for what the ditches really mean for the residential component. So then I think about, well, what are we really talking about? And John has mentioned the state several times. For me, I'd like to know if there is a such thing as a reality of agricultural efficiencies in the Grand Valley, for example. Grand Junction area. And are we a player? I mean, when you talk about calls, yeah, there's calls here, and I'm not sure how much water that means. We certainly, our focus is Roaring Fork, health of the river and streams. But the calls are going to come from places like Grand Junction if we're in drought years, etc. I just have it. To me, it's a matter of focus, and when I say focus, then there's a big question mark.
Yeah.
Where's that focus going to be? And that's what you guys are all about, to hone in locally, regionally, whatever.
Yeah.
And we're not going to solve it around the state, but what I would want to know is an engineering methodology. Where does that apply? Where would that apply? Is it just locally, or is it particular to different areas in the state?
Yeah. Well, I see this as one idea out of a list of a couple dozen or more, and some are ongoing work and some are concepts. So I don't think we want to spend too much of the rest of our meeting on it. I'm sure there's other topics people want to get to, but let me try to answer your question, Jack.
I jump all the way over.
A call has always is a two-edged sword. When Grand Valley irrigators make their call, it can turn off the Twin Lake diversion. It can also then turn off diversions of traditional agriculturalists in the Roaring Fork Valley or in the Crystal River Valley who have to stop their take of the river too. It all depends on the seniority. There's been a lot of money being put through the River District and other projects into creating greater efficiencies with the water takes down, with the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District and the Grand Valley irrigators. But that also means that then Twin Lakes can continue to take longer and further into the season because these guys have not made a call. And so it would drain the upper Roaring Fork more eastward. So there's a dual-edged side to that issue. One of my fears would simply be the gentrification and the urbanization of those areas and seeing them sold off eventually as subdivisions. There's a little bit of nibbling around the edges of that. It's kind of like, thank heavens for the vineyard industry coming in. You have some new agricultural interests there, but there's a point at which individuals are just hoping that the market forces and the demand for food will keep the prices up enough that you won't see all your agriculturalists selling off for subdivisions and to cash out the valuable water rights, because you could have them sold eastward and then the point of diversion would be the top of the mountains. And that would be very detrimental to all of us. So just like the rest of the plumbing on the state's agriculture is very, very interrelated. People may be grazing cattle on the western slope, but they like to finish their cattle on corn and the Front Range. And then they ship them to market from there. And so when you eventually lose more of your Front Range feedlot ag production, it makes it very difficult for the traditional cattle ranchers and people up on grazing permits to actually complete their sale and have a successful harvest as well. But maybe we could move on to some other topics. This is just a concept, and your board is just starting to talk about potential ways that would be. But I think Jack's main point, which is really important for all of us to consider in these expenditures, is how would we then take any sort of exercise, be it academic or engineering or something, and translate it into a benefit or long-term value to the water resources of our valley. Okay? So any of the other items that on this fairly extensive work list that you guys have that we'd like to bring up and discuss jointly?
Hey, may I ask a question on page 3? General River Projects Protection Strategy. So I jumped closer to the end. On the work initiated with Bill Miller, how does that work track what Professor Colm did? You know, obviously Michael and several of us have alluded to how the water access issue actually relates to ditches and geology and et cetera, et cetera.
Colm was very specifically a groundwater, and this is a surface water study.
This is only surface then?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a two-dimensional modeling of the Roaring Fork, generally between the diversion Salvation Ditch and the confluence with Castle Creek. That particular reach of the Roaring Fork was selected because it comes under intense pressure during a dry year and fairly intense pressure even in an average year. It's also a highly visible and accessible reach of the river as it runs right through the city of Aspen. The two-dimensional modeling hopefully will provide us with a couple of things. It will provide us with an ideal picture of the Roaring Fork through that stretch, and an ability to analyze how we've departed from that, and an ability to assess how that departure has affected the river.
You mean historic,
Yes.
from historic flows?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then to use that to quantify what would be the ideal hydrograph to try to work toward or work to achieve in that particular stretch of the Roaring Fork. And if we can measure our success then against that report, and we can benefit that reach of the Roaring Fork, we will obviously be benefiting a lot more of the river as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
By the way, this list isn't laid out in any particular order of priority.
Okay.
It was put together sort of as an effort by John to help our board recognize what the topics are and have a basis to work from in terms of where we think we ought to be expending our efforts and our monies. So when you look at agricultural efficiencies as the first item, although it's an item that we're spending some time on right now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the number one priority that we have on board. This evolved over the course of the last year and is really just a working tool for our board and for your board to look at and say, here are what we think are probably the main issues that are out there right now that this fund can be of assistance to, but they're not set up in any particular hierarchy.
Thank you for that clarification, Rick. I appreciate that. Well, we talked enough among ourselves. Why don't we hear general comments from your experience as the river board, or questions to us, or anything like that for a little bit, and then we will go back to the main questions that we need to answer today of the bylaws after that.
Well, a question I have, since we recommend expenditures, what's been, besides the snow dump, what's been the next most difficult thing for your board to approve, to give us some guidance in how we respond to this nibbling away that's occurring all the time? So what have we set up that's been questionable?
Sure.
I think one thing that comes to mind is that we had discussion around the not the use of the funds, but the amount of funds that went towards the consultant for the Castle Creek hydroelectric project. And we all supported that project, but where we differed a little bit in terms of how much money should actually be allocated, and how many experts did you really need to bring in consultants? And I think at the end, it came out to be a very good project. And I applaud you for doing that. But so it's sort of the amounts also, and because you could continue to study and bring in more consultants, more experts. So when you stop and when you figure this is really all we really need to accomplish our goal. So that was at least one topic that came to mind.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say there hasn't been any sort of unanimous struggle. Each of us as individuals may have struggled with the price of individual things. There's been some struggle about the cost of pursuing a recreational in-stream diversion, and others have, just been adamantly supportive. So it's hard for me to think of anything, maybe others would chime in, that had been, we don't really like this, but the board recommended we'll probably go ahead and do it. I mean, nothing, everything was just weighed against, short-term, long-term, little picture, big picture, and, I personally think I've been very supportive of, and felt very supportive of all the work and everything that's been brought forward. As I say, I'm not someone who loves process so much. I love projects perhaps a little more, but I know that you don't get any good projects without having laid your groundwork and having the background. And I think that you've been approaching this very thoroughly and cautiously. Other board members on the types of projects they've liked seeing come forward or have felt challenged about, to answer Bill's question? No? Okay. Michael, did I see your hand going up on a different matter?
I don't think so, but I will say, just in terms of, Picken County is lucky to have people who serve on its boards, whether it's P&Z or whether it's the Healthy Community Fund, and I just wanted to say how lucky we are to have you serve on this board, because I've attended the meetings and you've done nothing but outstanding work. So thank you very much for doing that. And John, under John's management, it's been wonderful.
Yeah.
George, go ahead.
Let's go back to Bill and then I'll go on.
I think we all wrestled with the cost of those consultants. That's probably been one of our toughest decisions. And when the price tag came back, I think it had all of us very concerned. But it also seemed like this was an area where maybe for the first time we can actually really start to get a voice and do something. And to back out of that at that point would have, I think, been worse than to move forward with it. But boy, all the studies and more people want to fund more studies. I think there's a concern on this board's behalf also for beware of more studies and spending more money on more studies. So I have that same concern.
Bill first, and then.
While there may be little you can point to as a definite accomplishment so far of this board, I have the feeling we're really on the verge of someday doing something really good. And I wonder, are any other counties considering doing anything like Pitkin County has done? Is anybody talking about funding a board like ours?
I let Michael answer that.
Well, I don't think so, but I think that would be one of, I'd like you to do, is to go to Garfield County and Beaver County and explain the board and how it works and the benefits that you see arising from it. Because if we had a Healthy Rivers and Stream board in those two counties, we'd have an alliance of being able to protect this watershed that would be unparalleled in Colorado, certainly, and maybe anywhere else in the United States. So I think that's something you guys should think about. Make appointments with those commissioners and tell them how successful this board has been within just a very short time, and that the people of the county have borne the cost of this because they feel so strongly about the lifeblood of their valley. So I'll just say that.
Yeah, my answer is going to sound really mundane after all that, but I know that Grant County has spent a great deal of money, but it's mostly because I've had the diversion efforts, and they've had to spend it out of their general fund. And so I feel very fortunate that we don't have to choose. Should we fight for our water in our valley, or should we continue to fund the sheriff's office? You know, we have a source, and I think we're laying the groundwork and making sure, trying our best to make sure we're not rolled, that we're as fully prepared as we can be within the context of Colorado water law and environmental protections that we may be able to avail ourselves of. I think John was asked to speak about our fund at the Trout Unlimited upcoming meeting in Redstone to spread the word there, and I have talked about it before at a small group called the Colorado Headwaters Collaborative. And I think there are some additional efforts, but it's been a little bit hard right now to go out and present that we've got a great board, and we've been doing a lot of studies. You know, we could talk a little about the Water Trust and a little about some of the other things, but we're still ramping up in my mind. I mean, we're still ramping up to further activities. It was passed in 08. First collections began in 09. You're literally talking 24 full months, and not even that time period for an impaneled board. And so I think we're really just getting our feet underneath us. But it would be nice to be able to share this model so we could have more allies and partners on the western slope. I think a lot of communities just kind of look to the river district as being their water group, or to nonprofit watershed groups. And it hasn't taken quite the prominence, and perhaps part of that is fewer counties are right on the headwaters like we are.
Well, I've talked to quite a few people over the last couple of years, and without exception, everyone is intrigued by the approach, I find. It is particularly useful, as Michael said, in areas that are at the headwaters, well, on the west slope headwaters, more so than the front range headwaters, obviously. But the reaction also uniformly is a general fear that their electorate wouldn't support the creation of such a fund while we're still trying to claw out a recession, and are always impressed that Pickens County adopted the ballot measure in 2008 of all years, and so we'll see when the economy gets better if other headwater communities don't establish something like this.
Okay, Jack?
Yeah, my experience is that the time is not ripe. I've talked about this to several other commissioners, and more like-minded resorts, meaning, the Telluride, San Miguel's and Eagle County and even Gunnison. And there's obviously some envy and understanding of the huge challenges, but timing is everything. So I don't see anyone moving forward with this. I think Greg's idea, though, is something that I would, if you want some feedback, I would like to see what we could do in some pieces that could play in the media, whether it's certainly, the grassroots and all of that local stuff, but because this is about local education, and people probably don't realize how much of a challenge we really have with the Roaring Fork, with the eastern slope and the future, and them accessing the rest of whatever might be defined as their rights. So, and something, of course, that could go on the net, and all the social media stuff too. I mean, once people got in tune, it'd be easy to access with the technology of today. A point to be made, because I would not doubt you get some feedback about where the board votes, at certain things. I didn't support the Castle Creek, the hydrology study for a couple reasons. And the funding is, the way I work is there usually is like 7 different reasons why something's going yay or nay or whatever, or questions. And not only the funding, but the piece of about responsibility for, okay, the city has moved forward with this. We actually gave them a land use approval under certain basic conditions. I mean, we didn't get involved in the depth. But another one was, and important for me, as I said to the board at that time, was about basically, here's a city council moving forward, and are we going to, as a result of this, challenge where their direction is? Or I understand studies and complementing information, but are we essentially going to be standing in their way for where they were at? And we have an important relationship to maintain. So it was a flip of the coin, and I don't ever mind being the minority, a minority. So it was more complex than just dollars. But certainly, and I appreciate what I've heard today and what I understand how you all operate, your sensitivity to funding issues, and very much appreciate what happens at your next meeting, looking at some criteria, because this is a fund which is very desirable and a huge challenge we all realize. Everyone, multiple entities, I'll say, would like to access. So it's time for bylaws before we run out of time?
Yeah, 1 or 2 more seconds, because any other comments on the board's activities or things you'd like to let our board know? We really want to.
Just to follow up on the discussion of reaching out to other communities, at the IBCC in Glenwood, I heard Jenny Russell, who you probably know from Telluride, speak about one of her observations was, everyone said, why aren't there more people here at this meeting, which is discussing the future of water in Colorado for the next 40 years. She also mentioned the dearth of young people. There really are no young people involved in this issue. I think the average age in that room must have been, 65 maybe. There were very few people who were aware of what's going on. So she was bringing that up to the group. The other thing she mentioned to me was how much envy she had, and she wants to learn more about this board and how we're funded and how could they do this in San Miguel County, I guess, where she is in Telluride. So to back that up, I'm not sure I'd be ready to go on the road and tell people how great we are, because I think the last 18 months have been finding out what we don't know. I'm getting up to speed on just how much I don't know about all this.
Yeah.
And so the learning curve has been very flat, I suppose we would say.
Well, I've been at it about 4 or 5 years, and I'm not sure I know all that I don't know yet either. You get right down to it.
Wouldn't it be great to have allies around the Western Slope, to have, not just in our watershed, but everywhere?
Yeah, I agree, and I know Bill has probably felt this a little bit when you sit in some of those Water Congress meetings, where the predominant, seat at the table are water developers from the Front Range, maybe some wastewater operators, water suppliers on the Western Slope as well, but you have a little teeny tangential contingent of environmental groups who are kind of paying attention to things or want to see what's going on, but the vast majority, and it's a large, powerful lobby that's been established in the state for a long time.
But not nearly as one-sided as the IBCC. Wait till what you see Thursday at that meeting.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get ready for that, and then DC will be exciting too. Rick?
I have to go to the Salt P&Z meeting, but I just want to say thanks for the feedback. Jack, our focus is certainly the Roaring Fork Valley watershed, but we know that the issues extend well beyond our boundaries, and we're very cognizant of that, and that is why we have undertaken some of the approaches that we've taken. We do feel that the development of good, objective data is essential to our ability to protect the water interests in the Roaring Fork Valley. We're also very much aware that we would like to have a sort of a bricks and mortar project on the ground that people can really see, that we can partner with other organizations, whether it's state organizations that have funds for improving irrigation rights, or GOCO, or other municipalities and governmental entities in the valley. And we think in terms of promoting this program and letting people know what their money is spent for, it would be wonderful to have some project probably something associated with the implementation of the watershed plan that we can point to and take other places and say this is what you can do if you are willing to step up and put some funds in place. And I guess in closing, I'd really like to thank John and his staff, because without the guidance we've gotten from them, we would be adrift, as it might be. And he's really helped us focus on the issues that are out there and how we can implement the fund. And I guess finally, actually, I wasn't at all disappointed that you didn't fund the P&Z's request. We were very lukewarm about that. But I will say that we wanted to be responsive to another county board's request for assistance in developing good and appropriate regulations based on good and objective data. I personally felt that the guidelines that were out there on the state level were probably adequate, but I think what that is an indication of is that this board wants to be a player in what goes on, not just with water, but with respect to the other needs as the other boards and your board perceive them to be with respect to water and stream health. And I think having meetings like this is really very, very beneficial, hopefully to you. I know it is to us, and I'm going to take off, but good to see you all.
Okay, and we'll let you off the hook in like 1 minute, but that's a great segue since you're leaving and you're one of our residents, our board members who is not a resident of Pickens County. What have the obstacles been with our current bylaws as they've been set up?
Well, I certainly have no
desire to be chair or anything?
I have no argument with requiring a Pickens County member to be the chair. I've had many opportunities, and
I failed to mention the request was going the other way.
So I don't feel any need to broaden that. I guess I would just say I'm appreciative of the fact that your board had a broad enough view of what the water issues were in the valley to include those of us who are no longer Pickens County residents, but still have a real interest in what happens from this end of the valley to the other. And I will consider strongly taking to Garfield County, where I now live, suggestions about participating on a greater level with this. I don't know where the issues came with respect to the bylaws. I'm comfortable with them. You know, I'm happy to be able to contribute and participate. I don't have any particular desire to wear a crown. So.
Yeah. Well, no, I can imagine it comes from when two Pickens County residents happen to be traveling on the same meeting date, and there's 5 people ready to participate, but there's still no quorum.
The quorum issue, I think, is a real issue now that we have 3 members from down valley. The bylaws provide that if someone is appointed as a Pickens County resident and then move out of the county, they don't have to resign their seat. So the potential is there right now for a problem with respect to a quorum. And frankly, I don't see any reason why we couldn't have a quorum just based on a simple majority. Anything we do results in a recommendation to your board before any dollars get spent anyway. So I guess you have the control of the purse strings. That is really the essence of what the fund has to be concerned about in terms of inappropriate expenditures or that sort of thing.
Well, thank you for staying an extra couple minutes and give us your insight on that.
You're not off the hook, though.
Well, I better get out of here. You know what happens when you leave
when you're gone.
Anyway, nice to see you all.
Yeah, John, if you want to give us any more background on these 2 questions, or
well, the fund was established, as we said, in 2008, and we constituted the board in the fall of 2009, and I don't think, and that's relatively recent. I don't think we need to go back through the discussions that precipitated in the current bylaws. However, you know, I guess my observations are is that and this is based on the fact that I work with most of the boards, the citizen boards in the county, if not all, from time to time, and this board has come together as a collective unit pretty quickly, I have to say, and I don't think that their cohesion and their ability to process issues is really sensitive to a place of residence. The quorum is a real dilemma, and I would advise the board to get rid of that. And the selection of officers is really nothing more than who's going to chair the meeting, and it doesn't impart any undue influence, and it's just a means to share the workload, really.
Okay. A couple more comments from the board members, and then we'll throw it to our board.
I would request that we open it up so that the chair could be down valley, because we have someone like Rick Neely, who's obviously very up on the topics. It'd be a shame that we couldn't allow him to be the chair, the vice chair. And same for Steve or anybody else who currently isn't allowed to participate in that way. It would certainly help the rest of us, so when we're all shuffling around the duties, we have more people to choose from.
And especially for the quorum, I think we need a quorum so that when we have our meeting scheduled, that we can make decisions and keep moving forward. And I don't see any reason not to allow the Down Valley members to participate in the quorum.
It is about the watershed, right? So why don't we just use Powell's suggestion and go with the watershed as our boundary and keep it at that?
The whole West would be a little different if we'd done it that way. Michael and then Steve.
This issue initially came up not because we didn't believe in the watershed concept, that it was cross-boundary, but because the collection of taxes occurred in part of that watershed. And that part of the watershed was a political entity, was Pickens County. And so, for me, that's the difficulty of it. It's not that that everybody here, and in particulars, aren't doing a great job, but there's a responsibility when you collect taxes that the people who then recommend the spending of those taxes essentially are, from my point of view, and this is an agreement it was majority Pickens County people. Because it was difficult politically to say your money's being spent by people who are not in this county. Now, I could change my view if Eagle and Garfield were as open to as we are to the concept of watershed experience and having multiple counties on a county board that they formed. I would start to change my point of view, but I think the first step here is that we've shown that it is indeed a watershed entity, but there are some limits to that. And in the spending of money, it's a political consideration from a political jurisdiction. That's why it evolved that way. So, but I could change the quorum aspect of it. I'm not sure I could go any farther than that.
It seems like for the board composition, I think it is critical that we have majority Pickens County residents as a composition of the board. But we do have a couple people that aren't, and they can still participate as parts of that quorum.
Right. I mean, and that we had a very long, difficult discussion about that when we were putting it together. And the composition as it exists now was essentially a compromise. And I think a good one. But to start going even farther, I would start out differently with the quorum. I could live with.
You know, the one thing I was looking at on this, and Michael's right, it was a compromise, and it was a tough decision both in starting a board from scratch and responsibility to the taxpayers. I have less concern about the latter because everything does have to be approved by our board. And so it really, the ultimate responsibility lies on us to evaluate the benefit to Pickens County taxpayers by any suggestion of expenditure. So that's not as big a concern for me. But I'm wondering under Section 1 officers, if we loosened it up just a little bit to say that the chair or the vice chair shall be from Pickens County, as opposed to saying that they both have to be from Pickens County. And that way there could be a potential for the board itself to select among its membership, and who has, some years people have a heavier personal load and some people will have less and have more time to give or less time to give. But I think that there is value in at least the potential that one of those two seats, should the board choose it, be a non-Pickens County resident. Starting with baby steps here. George.
I've got a question. It's interesting, John. We impaneled the board in the fall of '09.
Yes.
So this coming fall, there will be at least 2 seats up.
Well, the first run through officers ran longer than a calendar year. so that the expiration would be at the end of the calendar year. So the first officers were Ruthie Brown and Bill, and they went through the end of 09 and 10, and then the beginning of this year, Greg was selected as the chair and Bill continued on as vice chair.
Okay, but that's fine, but what I meant was the actual board seats to be determined.
Oh, yes. Debate, right, exactly right.
So, and I thought that the 2-year terms we appropriated to the Down Valley seats.
No.
No? I'd like to have a list of just like we do with all the boards, because it's confusing. Who got what term and when they're expired. But then, so for Steve's seat, for example, now we have got 3 members who are Down Valley, because Steve moved Down Valley, and we acknowledge that.
Right. Not by much,
But when his seat comes up,
right.
that reverts, of course, back to a Pickens County resident. So we still maintain just 2 seats Down Valley.
I don't know that it has to revert.
It doesn't have to. Steve could be reappointed. If Steve walked away from it, you're going to fill it anew with a new personality, then the choice would have to be.
And we try it in his original district.
Well, you weren't committed to selection from districts, but we're using the districts as a guide, if possible. Right?
Steve could be reappointed as a Down Valley seat, but we're not creating an additional Down Valley seat now.
Right.
We still just have 2 Down Valley seats.
Right.
Okay.
Well, no, I think
probably remember.
I don't know. You guys both said the same thing there.
No, you said 2 different things.
Yeah.
We've got 7 seats. 5 are allocated to Pickens County residents. 2 to out of Pickens County.
Yes, and we had 1 Pickens County resident move out of Pickens County, so we essentially have 3 non-Pickens County residents now. And so George's question was when Steve's term comes up, or any of the other Down Valley residents, can we truly reappoint 3 people who are Down Valley? Because it's continuing. It does not have to go back to a Pickens County resident because it's the same person and they kind of have become grandfathered in under the original.
Sorry if I wasn't clear. When the board is originally constituted, it was 5 county residents and 2 residents of the watershed, the Roaring Fork, anywhere in the Roaring Fork, the greater Roaring Fork Valley. When Steve moved out of the county by a few hundred yards, we amended the bylaws such that if that event occurs, then that individual does not have to resign from the board because obviously there are 2 other seats filled by non-county residents. That particular member can continue in his current term and may also be reappointed when the term expires.
Good, so there's my question. So he can be reappointed when his term expires, but he has to fill the Down Valley seat.
No.
So I think there's a problem because you can see what may happen if 2 or 3 other members, appointed members, moved out of Pickens County, and you could possibly have an entire board made up of non-Pickens County residents. I mean, it's possible with that scenario. I thought that the person who was moving out of the district can finish his term, but then we're not.
Take a look at page 3 of the bylaws. It's Article 4,
I think that's a problem
Section
for
6.
But may I interject? What I think we did when we amended, certainly we valued Steve's participation, so he continued on because it made sense to have that flexibility. But if we go, not if, when Steve's term is up, we will advertise in his district, I would assume, and he can also apply. But the standard was by districts, and that's kind of what I thought you were.
No, I'm still not explaining it correctly.
No, I think you are explaining it correctly. I just want to make sure John's answers and your answers, you both heard the same thing. John is saying that someone reapplying for their term who was a Pickens County resident, who now is a Down Valley resident, could continue on the board for an additional term. Indefinitely, as long as they were reappointed. You're pointing out the dilemma that could occur, that theoretically all 7 members could avail themselves of that clause, all move out of Pickens County. But I think the real remedy there is that people serve on any board at the pleasure of this board, even if they've been appointed to a given term. And so we could, call a timeout and say, we would like to ask for your resignation because we just cannot have 7 out of 7 members not being in Pickens County. So we would have an ability to cure that without it having to be an operation within the bylaws. Am I, would that be correct interpretation? I mean, because I've certainly been in situations where board members have asked for everyone to give their resignation and then reappoint most of the members who they like and things like that whenever there's a council change or things like that. Maybe we need to give you some time to think about that.
No, I don't need any time to think about it. The removal section is just above the section I referred to, George. And it focuses, as do the other bylaws for the various other citizen boards, on conduct, not so much, residents. This is the only board in the county that allows membership from citizens outside of the county.
So that might be an amendment would need to be put in there to be discussed.
Perhaps. If that is the concern. To be honest with you, the likelihood of that event is...
Well, I started this discussion because I was thinking about quorum, but the way it's set up right now, we can easily have the next go-around 3 members of the board actually living outside of the county.
At the end of this year, 2 members will have their terms expire, and hopefully will reapply.
But if they do reapply and they get appointed, then we have 3 seats down valley, where we originally started with only 2 seats out of the county.
That's right.
So your bigger point is that unless all 4 Pickens County residents attend every meeting, there's no quorum. And so that's become the handicap to the board.
No, it's only 3 to make a quorum.
All 3 of them. You need...
Okay, 3 of the 5, so 3 out of the 4.
3 of the 4 is what is needed now.
Have to, and so if any more than 2 are not there at a given time, there's no quorum.
That's right. When this meeting began, there was no quorum.
Okay.
I'm still confused about where we're at, and we can have that discussion later, but I think we need to, I'd like to pursue that because I think it has different ramifications. But in terms of the quorum issue, I would still support having the quorum requirement for Pickens County. There are times when the quorum is not met and you just can't make any decisions at a board meeting. I guess you can still function, you just couldn't have a decision.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, there just wouldn't be a meeting.
I mean, we were able to have a meeting today because we have a quorum of our board, but there is not a quorum of the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board today.
There is now.
There is now, because Bill and Greg and Andre are here, so there's 3. But at first, there was not.
That's right.
There's something lacking for me, and of course it's that list, so I could understand the dynamic of, reappointment. But one second, John. What I just heard is that there's an assumption that whoever is up this year, those 2, there's at least one of them that are from Down Valley, or are both of them?
None, neither.
Yeah, so that question's not going to be asked.
I'm sitting here thinking, how do you really figure your way out of this? And if we'd like to maintain the structure with 4 Pickens County seats and 3 to make a quorum, maybe we've created a little bit of a unworkable structure without having alternates. And perhaps we should have alternate seats for Picken County as well. I know then you get into a bigger board, but, you know, part of my effort was really the thought that we'd be spreading water knowledge wider and deeper within the community, and the more people who become educated on the water matters, the better. But, you know, our Planning and Zoning Commission has a number of alternate seats, specifically so they can always obtain a quorum, and so that the alternate members can have a time period of coming up to speed before they're really called on to vote regularly on the big issues. They only vote if they're needed to vote. And so I don't know if we want to leave John to think about a few of these potential remedies. I have a feeling I'm in the minority here, because I'll say I'm less concerned about the residency occupancy overall, whether it's for a quorum or whether it's for leadership. And but again, we had struck a compromise overall. So, you know, I don't know that I have a lot of weight in this conversation. Jack and Michael.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. There were multiple compromises to make this work so we could take advantage of essentially the talent that applied. And for me, I really do like having the quorum from Picken County. I mean, it was important. When there's one of three now out of the county, whenever those terms come up, they were chosen by 5 were district and 2 were down valley. So for me, it's not as important, because I value the role of everyone. Anyone can be chair or vice chair. That's not important. But the quorum still is important, because the funding comes from Picken County. And it's only 3. I mean, we didn't ask, and John didn't provide attendance records. But what's so hard about getting 3 out of 7? Oh no, excuse me, it's only 3 out of 4 now at a meeting for that quorum. I still think it's important to have that 3. And you guys can be flexible. You don't have to have one date that says this. You know, we left that up to you about when you were going to meet. And you probably, you know, you have some language, whatever. But if you need to say, well, it needs 2 days later or something, or before, you got to work that out as a board. You know, I just think that quorum is pretty important. And at the moment, I haven't heard any reason why. We're totally supportive of 7. I don't like alternates. I think everyone ought to be equals. And that funding issue, Michael was, important in that role in making us compromise. And I think we did the right thing. And only because of the talent did we even, Steve, I think, is a very valuable member, like everyone. And I was, okay, well, we'll be flexible. We can show one, but you need to first, originally, we created the board for a reason with 5.
Okay, so to summarize, Jack, you would like to keep the quorum requirements as they sit today, and but you are less concerned about whether chairmanship or vice chair need to be a Picken County resident.
No, I
that
look
you're
at
indifferent.
everyone's
to that
important and equally able.
Okay, Michael, on those 2 points.
Yeah, having experience on the Ruapo board with multiple jurisdictions, but needing a quorum to meet our meetings, we failed to do that a number of times. And it is, to the people who end up attending, myself, it is a bitter disappointment when you don't have a quorum. And it is, you feel betrayed by your fellow members. And the Mark Fuller is devastated by it. So that's why I was flexible on the idea of quorum, because the meeting needs to occur on a certain date. Now, what Jack's suggestion is that you simply work around people's schedules. Is then you are in the position of Mark Fuller, which is you're essentially a horse wrangler, and you're trying to rope these wild horses and put them in the same corral And it is, quite frankly, I don't want to put John in that position. That's not what he needs to do. So I'd much prefer to have a regular schedule. Everybody plans months ahead of time, because you know it's the third week of the month, and you just are going to be there. And if you're not going to be there, you can give plenty of notice to everyone else. So that's why I'm flexible on the quorum.
But what do you mean by flexible? I'm trying to bring this to
Well,
closure.
a quorum is a meeting of the majority of whatever members, not necessarily in or out of Picken County.
So you're less concerned about the Picken County resident member issue for the quorum. Jack isn't, got the question is important. We got a 1-1 race going here. George.
I'm in between.
Okay.
What would be important to me, and this came out earlier in one of the discussions we had, is I would like to know, similar to the P&Z in a sense, when they make a recommendation to us, we have an idea of how people voted. And that would be important to me, so that I know that if there are, well, that could solve a lot of the issues for me. If I know who voted how and why, then that's important. And that could oversee the need to restrict a quorum just to Picken County residents or the chair or the vice, because I know how people are voting, and then I could go back and question them and see if it's being dominated by, not that it would with this group, but you never know in the future if it's being dominated by interests from outside Picken County or not.
Okay. John, I have a little bit of a technical question here. Our quorum speaks more strongly to the residency of the members than the total number present. Is there also a default position that at least 4 of the 7 members of the board have to be there to have a quorum?
No.
Okay, so right now it is simply 3 of 5 Picken County members, so a quorum of the board could be as few as 3 people.
That's correct.
Okay.
May I ask a question, George? You are asking
Jack, actually, I really would like
for
to...
some history here of attendance or something?
No, he's saying that once he
Or how
understands
people
who
voted.
voted and how they voted. So if a split vote comes to us, there's an ability, should it show in the record that, well, hey, all the Up Valley people voted this way, all the Down Valley people voted that way, it might mean something. Or that if people express why they voted a certain way,
But is
it would
that
be more
moving
helpful.
forward, or do you want history from how people voted so you can make this decision?
When it comes to us to...
So, for example, the recommendation...
Excuse me, if I could just finish
In the
speaking.
future, I got you.
So that when it comes to us to okay their funding recommendation, we have the minutes of the discussion that brought that motion to us, to our table. So we have an idea of who was voting, who was in attendance, and what their reasoning was beyond it. I think that's a very good idea. We see that with our P&Z minutes all the time.
That's easy to do. And I'd ask the members of the River Board to correct me if I'm wrong, but I was just asking Lisa, I don't recall a non-unanimous vote
Yeah. So far.
so far.
Okay. So, George, to try to recap, you are not as concerned about the chair and chairmanship issue, that requirement could go away in your mind, that they be Picken County residents?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, being flexible in that. Okay.
Okay. I see 3, at least so far, who are not concerned about the chairmanship role and requirement in here. Rob, is that?
I'm kind of in the back seat after not being part of this a couple of years ago, but I'd like to see the chair be a Picken County person. I less care about the vice chair.
Yeah.
And I'm in favor of just having a 4 out of 7 quorum. I think these people are appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to be taking their recommendations and making decisions on their recommendations. I don't see the need for 3 Picken County people to create a quorum.
I again fall pretty much in that camp. I think that we've made the if we've been fortunate enough to have the people apply that we would like to appoint, then I'm less concerned with the residency. But that, we seem to be in a minority position on that.
No, I think, I counted 3.
Okay, you counted 3. I'm sorry, I just went back and
Not that we're
forth.
taking a vote right now, but it gives me an
Enough
indication
direction
as
to
to
try
whether
to
or
write
not
something
to
up.
bother to come in, get a BOCC regular meeting to change it.
Okay, so as a recap, we'll start seeing the minutes after any recommendation for expenditures to come forward. We already see your packets, which I appreciate Lisa giving us that online. And so if we all have, particular concerns as information is going to your board, whether as to its completeness or whatever, we're in that loop. And you'll bring back what you think you heard from the board. We'll have a little further dialogue on it and make sure everyone's comfortable with how their positions were interpreted, and go through processing a code change as needed.
Rachel, could we put the vote in the budget supplement when that comes to you? Would that help? Can we see that as well?
Right now, when there's
It's just coming through an MOI right now.
Right.
Yeah, I think attaching the dialogue to the MOI would probably be the best place for it. That's when we discuss it.
I just have to say, it's amazing how we worked together to create something that now we have 3 things that have gone away for the whole structure. It's just, I worked on P&Z for 2.5 years. I've been on all kind of boards. And you just require a quorum. This is unique about Pickens County. But, Michael, I guess you impressed upon me the importance about where the money's coming from, and I just don't think we watered this thing down to make it convenient. This is not a convenient board. This is an important board. And I agree, Michael, I was just trying to be flexible about timing. You got to be there, and some juncture I'd like to see attendance records then. Here we are, we're watering this down. I guess I want to see attendance records, see where we're going.
Solid request. Any additional comments or thoughts separate from the bylaws or other areas of the bylaws?
I'm still confused. And
I'll let John recap.
With my question about the possibility of ending up with more than this. We have in Article 4, membership term. The first 5 appointed members shall be residents of Pickens County. And so I'm still confused or concerned about the possibility that someone moves out of Pickens County, that they can reapply for a seat in addition to the other 2 seats that may be allowed outside of Pickens County.
That's right.
And that's a concern of mine.
John?
George, are you looking at page 3, section 6, membership?
I'm actually on page 2.
Page 2, qualifications.
Section 2, under term.
In turn.
And I think that gets modified, though, by page 3.
Actually, you should be looking at page 2, section 3, the qualifications of the board members. 5 members shall be residents of Pickens County, appointed from each of the 5 commissioner districts if possible. There's not a strict adherence to that. In fact, of the initial appointees to the River Board, there was no one from Commissioner District 4 and no one from Commissioner District 2. Where am I? The 2 remaining members shall be residents of the Roaring Fork Valley watershed. And then the remaining sentence isn't germane to this. Then if you flip the page, on section 6, membership, should an appointed board member's residency change during the term, but the board member remain a resident of the Roaring Fork Valley watershed, in other words, not a move down valley, but not the Front Range or something, that such member may continue to serve their term as originally appointed. So in other words, they do not have to resign, there's no doubt about continuation. And a member may be reappointed for subsequent terms at the discretion of the BOCC. So yes, if somebody moves out of it, if someone's appointed as a member when they're a resident of Picayune and they move down Valley, they can continue in their seat. When that seat is up for reappointment, that person can reapply for reappointment to that seat.
For the Down Valley seat.
No, for their seat that they were appointed to. They are a Down Valley resident, but the seat is associated with the county.
Yeah, see, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I think the confusion, and I would be the first to say you caught something that's unclear, is that this is silent on that. It's silent on they may reapply for a Down Valley position when their term is up versus saying they are applying for the same seat that they held under this exception provision. Basically, it's just kind of silent. So, I think it's being read into there. The thing I would be concerned about, honestly, is, to try to set up competition among two board members. I really want to stay, so I'm going to apply for your seat and hope that you don't get reappointed, because there's only two of us who can get in now. And I think that, we would be setting up that sequence of events, and you might really set up a sequence of events where it's like, well, I might as well resign now rather than stay on, because I'm going to give another 6 or 8 months of my time, and when my term comes up, again, I'm either going to try to boot one of my fellow colleagues off, or I will not have a place for me anyhow, so I might as well resign now. I mean, part of this was an acknowledgement of how difficult the housing situation is in our community, and that people often have to move beyond their own control to house their families or take advantage of housing offered by an employer, and then not everyone has a firm base in their district the way that we might like. But you do, again, you point out a real collision course with, I think at that point it comes up to the board to say, I'm sorry, we're feeling, our board, it's getting too heavy weighted with Down Valley, we hate to let you go. We could reappoint you, but we're not going to, because we'd like to reopen this for a Pickens County seat and Pickens County resident. Kind of similar to what Jack was saying, it is our standard practice when seats come up on any board to re-advertise and interview. And it's awkward, because sometimes you'll have applicants who come in and they earnestly applied, and the person who's reapplying has been serving in such a long and great capacity that they're pretty much
we did a lot of work in terms of coming up to where we were at in terms of establishing this board, and we just all of a sudden now, based on convenience, just trying to make it easier. And would we do this with any other type of board?
The question, because I can see how this can, convenience or whatever reason, necessity, the intent is getting watered down. That was very clear that we wanted to, if possible, because that was even a compromise, have people represent districts like because this was modeled on open space. And of course, the need, because it's a watershed, we added 2 more people. We thought there ought to be a representation more than just Pickens County. So, all that speaks for itself. But where we're headed is we're going to eliminate the structure here, because very important and significant. And we made the decision not to appoint people from a couple of districts because we had such strong individuals, from Down Valley. Really, that helped put some pressure on it. But there were 2 districts not even recognized. So we've basically undermined what we started out to do, and I think we ought to have some more work session time to figure out where we want to be, how we want to structure. Not that anyone's term is in question, there's no question about that, but is the district thing important? Well, it sounds like there might be some direction to change the quorum. Already the chair and, that kind of is not as important, chair and vice chair as far as picking. So I can see there's 3 or 4 things already being eroded, and we're in transition. So we need to face up to it. And again, no one's term, board, no, don't worry, we're not talking about individuals here. We are questioning structure that we created.
Yes, Michael?
How about we toss it into John's lap and let him come up with, you've heard all this conversation, let him come up with some suggestions and we follow up at a subsequent, because I'm worried that we're not really using the resources of the Healthy Rivers Board as, this is an internal discussion essentially for us, and so I just don't want to waste anybody's time, and I think we can have further conversations later on.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're about a half hour over. We need to break, and I don't know if you have other board business. You can see how we struggle with a decision like this between our respect and appreciation of the board's work and our obligations to the greater community as well. I take a slightly different look on it as Jack did. I think that, what we've done is create a board from scratch, bylaws and everything else. We did make a series of compromises along the way, and then we said, well, let's see a little bit how it works out. How does this play out in practicality? That's why even the request for 5 different districts was a roadmap that said it'd be optimal if we have really 5 strong, qualified, talented, skilled people. We also had a list of probably 15 different qualities we were going to try to have. Scientists, biologists, public reps, these sort of things, and try to look for how we did that, but we didn't have hard and fast rules of what roles people specifically filled. Was there a lawyer? Was there a biologist? So on and so forth. And we did agree to amend this and add Section 6, whether that was a year ago or 18 months, I can't really quite recall, but that was a deliberate amendment by the board. And so that didn't slip in there by accident. That was discussed and that was added to this. But I think that at some level it can't change forever, but it is still a new board that's growing up and a new set of bylaws that are growing up and acknowledging some realities. So to see some adjustment, I simply don't see it as, quote, watering it down or watering down our intent. I see it more as, finding the practicality of what fits and what's going to work in our community. A lot of things come into play with this, attendance records, taking a look at that to see if that's been more of an issue. But obviously we're torn because everyone appreciates the work that everyone on this board has done. And that there's no question about that. And it's perhaps regionalism is harder to accomplish than it is to talk about. And we're in that mode right now.
Well, I'm gladly let you guys go out, take Michael's charge and bring it back to you guys. But the timing of that amendment to the bylaws of Section 6 coincided exactly when Steve moved down Valley, because quite frankly, we didn't want to lose Steve. Steve represents a component part and in the dynamic of the group, and quite frankly, we've got too much invested in him right now. So that's the reality of how it got there.
Yeah, I know, and I support this amendment, and I don't think we brought this up to discuss reversing that amendment, but whether it was fully understood the same way by all board members passing it maybe is a little bit in question now, and maybe that we should make sure it's more clear for future BOCCs that may be interpreting it.
Okay. The most important consideration, though, is that this board was formed from the model of open space. And then, of course, Down Valley twisted a little bit.
It was formed a little bit from the model of open space, but the biggest departure was that
Five-in districts were very important.
But the biggest departure was the funding. The BOCC cannot expend open space funds without an affirmative approval by the Open Space Board.
That's a legal opinion, Rachel, that some disagree with, and then I won't have that discussion now. But the BOCC can spend open space money, my understanding, even contrary to open space.
Well, I'd love to have an opinion on that, because I've certainly never heard that in 5 years at the table, or the ballots that I voted on related to that. But I think that it's not an exact model of open space board. Okay, our meeting is adjourned. I don't know if you have continued meetings.
Motion to adjourn.
No motion?
Okay, that's it.
I apologize.